Magical Energy Industrial Era. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 501, Mediation. Roy rushed back in a hurry, not just to meet with Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters. This was just one of the things he urgently needed to deal with. In fact, with a victory on the battlefield, all sorts of complicated matters followed. For example, some who had previously reneged on their business deals with the Flower Territory had now changed their minds again. Naturally, they had to pull strings and find ways to get back into the Flower Territory's trading partners. This was no easy task. Roy had given them a choice before, and now he wouldn't easily give in, so he was keeping a tight rein on things. However, where there's a will, there's a way. Many people approached the merchants still in the Flower Territory's cooperative network, wanting them to place orders for them. These merchants were also hesitant, trying to gauge the Lion Manor's opinion. They certainly wanted to do this business. After all, being a middleman meant sharing the profits, essentially handing over gentle. But they would never offend the Raymond family for this. That would be insane. In the end, after careful consideration, Roy chose to turn a blind eye. Merchants are driven by profit, it's their nature. Demanding too much is pointless. For example, the legions dispatched by the three allied powers, though they didn't enter Brussels, caused significant destruction and loss along the way. Small towns and villages were either reduced to ruins or burned to the ground. Even with a scorched earth policy and most people fleeing, the relocation and reconstruction of these towns, the division of household registrations, and compensation for losses are all extremely complicated and difficult to define. Many things are already unclear, and proper handling requires a large number of grassroots personnel to work on them bit by bit. Of course, there's also the saying, out with the old, in with the new. These villages and towns that have become ruins are actually easier to rebuild, with less trouble from demolition. Roy sent designers to conduct on-site surveys and create entirely new urban designs based on the actual terrain of each location. While not aiming for a new Brussels, essential features like streetlights, public sanitation, clean drinking water, garbage disposal, greenery, and walkie-talkie wiring were all prioritized. The towns that Roy wanted, while not necessarily truly modern cities, absolutely couldn't be filled with excrement, nor could they be muddy underfoot. With the Imperial Guard divided into three, leading tank battalions to conquer territories, Roy also had to find a way to manage logistics. However, outside of Flower Territory, there was no convenient rail transport. Even with magic-powered heavy trucks, the terrible roads made resupply difficult. Roy had to send more manpower, expand the transport fleet, allocate and intercept more magic-powered heavy trucks to maintain the three increasingly distant supply lines. Frankly, only because the three marquises were so badly defeated and their strength greatly diminished, leaving them with almost no power to resist, would these ever-lengthening supply lines be a huge vulnerability. It's worth mentioning that after such a long period of fighting, the magic-powered tanks finally began to malfunction in large numbers. Ultimately, they were magic-powered machines that hadn't been tempered by war and hadn't had time to mature. To say they were perfect would be a joke. The fact that it could perform so well on the battlefield without failing at crucial moments already indicated a successful design and proper production. However, large-scale, prolonged use finally began to expose various problems. Fortunately, Roy was prepared. The maintenance team had selected personnel early, formed a squad, and replenished key components. Led by Hill Douglas, they set off for the front lines, providing repairs and assistance wherever needed. Hill Douglas also established a feedback collection team. In each location, they would have in-depth conversations with tank crews, asking about their experiences with operation, weapons, energy systems, and many other details. This was first-hand information for optimizing and improving the magic-powered tank. Roy only glanced through the materials but also discovered many previously unnoticed issues. For example, the main gun's spent cartridge cases should ideally bounce off the tank after firing to maximize internal space savings. Another common complaint from tank crews was the bumpy ride. The tank's shock absorption is even worse than that of a heavy truck, At high speeds, it feels like being suspended in midair. After a while, you feel like your whole body is falling apart. This is the biggest problem with tanks on long-distance raids. Furthermore, eating, drinking, and relieving oneself are all issues when inside the tank for extended periods. Eating and drinking are manageable, you can eat some hard bread, but relieving yourself is a real hassle. Stopping every time wastes valuable time. Hearing this, Luo Yi was somewhat stumped. The shock absorption could be improved by fine-tuning the chassis. But relieving oneself? Was he supposed to invent diapers? The thought was too vivid, but it proved that some things were truly necessary. Of course, some tank crew members also offered excellent suggestions for improvement. For example, welding handrails onto the tanks could be used to haul cargo or even people. This wasn't a joke. When trucks couldn't carry enough, infantry could advance quickly while sitting on the tank's armor. A small change, yet it effectively gave the tank the function of a troop carrier. Hill meticulously collected all the scattered opinions. These seemingly minor changes were actually part of the ongoing refinement of the magic tanks. Besides this, Roy also had to appease the people, publicize the victory, restore and rearrange factory production, deal with prisoners, and even more importantly, with October approaching, the autumn harvest and tax collection were urgent matters. The areas overrun by the three armies were ultimately limited, the harvests in other areas were still guaranteed, and harvesting grain was an absolutely crucial task. And this didn't even include the turmoil and various miscellaneous matters outside flower territory. It's clear that even someone like Loy, who preferred laziness and delegating, was incredibly busy. Yet, even so, there were some matters that required his personal attention. In the secret chamber of the mechanical mage tower, a magic mirror stood before him, its dim light revealing the figures of Grand Duchess of Fry and Marcus Freud. Loy didn't have the patience to wait and spoke directly. They still came to you as intermediaries? Marcus old Freud, you figured it out. Begging and pleading outside is useless. Of course I have to ask you to step in. However, you should understand that I won't give in easily. Old Freud smiled and said, don't you want to hear their conditions first? They said that as long as you ask, they will give you whatever they can without hesitation. What are their demands? Of course, it's that you stop your advance. The magic tanks are advancing and are about to reach their family fortress. As he said this, old Freud paused slightly and continued, Loy, I know you are powerful now, but those people in the Noble Elders Council are also very worried. You are not afraid of the three marquises, but if the noble circle reaches a consensus, it may also cause you trouble. Loy laughed upon hearing this. Your Excellency, I just want to ask, have I ever cared about those people in the Noble Elders Council? Have they ever accepted me, even the three leaders of the Allied forces? I dare to face them head-on. Those skeletons in the graves, do they dare to hop around in front of me? If you're so capable, bring them to me, and I guarantee they'll have a whole corpse. Aren't you really afraid? Do you think my current foundation of rule is still those nobles? This old Marcus Freud was completely speechless. He opened his mouth, but didn't utter a single word for a long time. He understood that the flower territory had already distanced itself from them. While they appeared equal, their strength was no longer on the same level. They were still entangled in noble conflicts within their territories, while Freud was already facing several of the most powerful empires of the old continent. Asking them to mediate was truly relying on the little bit of goodwill they had previously maintained. At this moment, Grand Duchess of Fra finally spoke. Loy, what will it take for you to cease hostilities? Loy raised his eyes slightly, meeting his adoptive mother's gaze. After a moment of silence, he said, what if I said that I would never cease hostilities, no matter what? The atmosphere instantly froze. Old Freud wanted to speak up to ease the tension, but after glancing at Loy and then at Grand Duchess of Fra, he dared not say anything. Finally, it was Luo who spoke first. He explained softly, you can try to see things from my perspective. Caught between the Empire and the Allied forces, although I've made some money and flower territory is developing well, my position is absolutely dangerous and sensitive. I can't back down, and I certainly can't show the slightest sign of weakness. Otherwise, countless people will think I'm weak and easily bullied, creating a situation where a pack of wolves feeds a tiger. Therefore, I must resolutely strike at the three marquises, even at the cost of making them lose their territories and their lineages, and only in this way can I establish a sufficiently strong image, make others fear me, and maintain the stability of my territory. He paused, then added, of course, I don't deny that flower territory is ultimately a bit small, and many raw materials for industrial development need to be imported. If war breaks out, it's easy to be held hostage, so I also need the resources from their territories. What you say is all correct. From your perspective, it's understandable. Grand Duchess of Fra also spoke up, but, Luo Yi, your strength isn't just limited to those three guys. We, too, feel a strong sense of unease. To be honest, we're a little scared too. Her words truly revealed the current state of the Duchy of Norman. The power of the Flower territory had already exceeded the limits of the Duchy of Norman. If the three marquises were to disappear like this, would the Norman family and the Freud family be next? And that was precisely why they were willing to act as lobbyists. Chapter 502, Countdown to Destruction. Though outwardly expressionless, Grand Duchess of Fra was filled with complex emotions at this moment. She had her own motives for finding Loy and even placing him in the position of Earl Raymond. Whether it was to secure a future for her son or to prevent the Raymond family line from ending, ultimately it was to maintain the balance of power within the Duchy of Norman. The struggle between two powerful nations, the clash of swords, the open and covert attacks, how could their duchies possibly get involved? Carefully maintaining the balance was the way of survival for small, isolated countries. But who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 years, before she could even react, the Flower territory had become so powerful that she had to look up to it. It even dared to confront the continent's overlord and had defeated a three-way coalition. Upon hearing this news, she sat motionless for an unknown amount of time, and in the dead of night, she even began to doubt her past decisions. If only Luo had stayed with the Norman family, if only he had controlled the Norman territory, wouldn't the powerful one now be the Norman family, not the Flower territory? But this thought was quickly suppressed by reason. It was ultimately impossible, and no amount of regret would change that. However, with the balance broken again and the disparity in strength laid bare, how to coexist became an unavoidable issue. The duchy was still under the name of Norman, but what about the future? If the three Marquis families were gone, only 3 families would remain on this land. Could they still coexist on equal footing? These were the things that the 2 men before them were most worried about. Loy paused for a moment before speaking. You can probably tell that I don't actually have much desire to expand my territory, nor have I ever thought about conquering the continent. That's not up to you. Marcus Old Freud jumped in again, shouting, besides, you just admitted that the reason for the attack was to obtain more resources and raw materials. How do we know that in the future, you won't covet our territory because of resources? Grand Duchess of Fra echoed, I believe you don't have that ambition, but what about your people? That's right, you've almost wiped out the traditional knightly class, but emerging merchants, former nobles, and rising commoners are also surrounding you, forming a new ruling class. If the Flower territory grows strong enough, do you think they won't push you forward for their own benefit? Or perhaps, push your son to the throne? These words left Loy speechless. The future was too uncertain, and who would believe empty promises? After much deliberation, Loy finally said, how about this? I concede some of the more advanced technology and profits to help you take a big step forward in the magic energy industry. At the same time, I'll integrate your industries into the Flower territory. In this way, industrially and economically, we'll be part of the same supply chain. If I were to harm you, I would suffer enormous losses myself. Or, if you cut off my supply lines, the Flower territory would also be severely damaged. Words are empty, and alliances can't bind hearts. Only mutual benefit can prevent us from betraying each other. Upon hearing this, Grand Duchess of Fra and Marcus Freud's eyes lit up. They exchanged glances, both seeing the immense joy on each other's faces. Frankly, their most desired goal was to establish an alliance. Although alliances weren't trustworthy, it was all they could fight for. As for directly turning against the Flower territory, or sending troops to help the 3 marquises stabilize the situation, these were things they hadn't even considered. What if the Imperial Guard drove magic energy tanks into their territory? Those steel monsters were beyond the capabilities of even the 3 giants. Why would they rush into their deaths? Therefore, a complete breakdown in relations was out of the question. Relying on their existing friendships and relationships, striving for a non-aggression pact was the best they could think of. They just hadn't expected Luo to be willing to offer even more. Compared to a written alliance, a union based on shared interests was certainly more reassuring. Luo also thought this method was feasible, and besides, he was originally doing it himself, only now he was relinquishing some of the benefits. However, after thinking for a moment, he unconsciously frowned again. However, this won't be easy to accomplish. Grand Duchess Afra spoke up directly. Why? Old Freud also spoke up. It's only been a short time, and you've already changed your mind. Freud said, it's not that I'm unwilling, but it won't be easy for you to accomplish this. The development of the magic energy industry isn't something that ends with me giving you the technology, or even helping you build factories and install machinery. You also need a large number of skilled workers. They all need at least a basic understanding of magic. They need to be literate, and they need to accumulate the corresponding knowledge, which involves popularizing education, and it's too troublesome to do. How about we just form an alliance? At worst, we can ask Tom, the god of justice among the 7 gods, to witness it for us. With divine punishment in hand, I certainly won't violate it, and you probably won't either. That won't do. Marcus Old Freud shouted. Why not? Freud seemed very surprised. Ahem. Mainly because the situation is still uncertain, and involving the 7 gods isn't good. That's right, that's it. I am a devout believer in the sun god. If I let the 7 gods witness it, wouldn't that be a betrayal of my faith? Just to be a witness, it's not as serious as you said. Right, quite serious, I said. Grand Duchess Afra finally spoke. Okay, stop teasing him, Lee. I admit that the deep connection between economy and industry that you mentioned moved our hearts. As for education reform and talent cultivation, you can rest assured that we are determined enough. Luoye said, determination alone is not enough. Mother, please don't underestimate this educational reform. It represents the spread of knowledge, the emancipation of ideas, the awakening of serfs, and the end of the policy of obscuring the people. When mortals master power and knowledge, they will have salaries and rights consistent with their status. This is contrary to the interests of the traditional aristocratic class, and if it is not possible, it will cause earth-shaking. In other words, if you want to truly promote the education reform, you will be shaking the original ruling order and the foundation of your rule. My mother, Marcus Freud, this is no small matter. Old Freud paused, then asked, is it really that serious? It's more serious than you imagine. Even in the Habsburg Empire, educational reforms have been implemented for many years, and only in the last 2 years have they yielded significant results. The reason Hohenzollern III doesn't care about promoting the magic energy industry, and even seems quite pleased with it, is because he clearly understands that if any power truly chooses this path, the first thing they will face is a backlash from the domestic nobility, potentially resulting in widespread desertion. Freud's words were serious, but it was the truth. However, what he hadn't expected was Grand Duchess Afra's resolute stance. You're right, but the situation on the old continent is what it is. Even the 3 giants of the Allied forces are actively developing the magic energy industry. They're all doing it, and if we don't want to fall behind, we have no choice. Marcus Freud nodded. And what you just said about being abandoned by everyone, can actually be put in another way, are ruthless methods. If anyone is dissatisfied, just kill them. Kill them until they're afraid, and once they're all gone, the problem is solved. Freud laughed. Internal purges don't sound very good. Now, are there other solutions? What? Since we're all allies, I can't not share some benefits with you. You're really not going to get involved in the noble war initiated by the 3 marquises. You actually want us to send troops to attack them. Let me make it clear first, whoever occupies the land, it belongs to them. However, we can discuss a certain degree of exchange later. If you agree, you can prepare to send troops. As for the specifics, that's up to you. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Then let's just forget about it. No. What I mean is, we still need to sign a contract or something. Otherwise, if we meet on the battlefield, I'm afraid your powerful weapon could wipe out my knightly order. That's easy. The mediator, turned by Loy, became the main force of the attack. Such is the strange way things are. Moreover, this time, the Norman and Old Freud families displayed an astonishing mobilization speed unlike anything seen in feudal dynasties. Almost immediately after the agreement was finalized, knightly orders set out, leading well-trained armies, and stormed into the territories of the 3 marquises. Being relatively close, the 2 families were naturally on high alert, quickly gathering their forces together. They absolutely did not want to get involved in the Flower Territory battlefield, much less stand against the 3 giants of the Allied forces, but when it came to protecting their own safety, no one had the right to say anything. And now, ironically, their efforts came in handy. Having lived together for decades or even centuries, it was impossible to say there were no frictions. conflicts, or grudges. Now was the time for revenge and retribution. The fate of these two families signifies the end of the era when the six great families equally divided the Duchy of Normandy. It also marks the beginning of the countdown to the demise of the three Marcus families. Of course, even so, the ripples they caused on the old continent were not significant. As mentioned before, the three great families had been abandoned by the entire old continent's aristocratic class. Almost everyone ignored their existence. At this time, the curfew in Brussels had ended, and with a continuous flow of news of victory, its prosperity and glory reached a new level. However, there were still those who were unwilling to accept defeat. Chapter 503, Betrayal and Trap. That night, a grand banquet was being held at Lion Manor. A group of elegantly dressed men and women danced gracefully on the ballroom, their sweat pouring out as they displayed their astonishing dance skills. At the head of the table, Loy sat in the prime seat, with Lelia beside him, sitting demurely, holding their son, Klein Raymond, in her arms. Around them were benches occupied by well-mannered gentlemen and elegantly dressed ladies. The long table in front of them was laden with food, fruit, pastries, and wine. Even a count like Lloyd had to host a banquet, and all those present, including the dancers, were envoys from various countries. Some came to discuss trade, some to gather intelligence, some to purchase magical weapons, some to seek industrial support, and others with various other purposes. Their numbers were considerable. However, one must admit that after the advent of the magical tanks and Loy's victory in the war, the envoys who came to Flower Territory were all of considerable status. Those present were either foreign ministers, members of the royal family, or long-standing heirs of powerful clans. Those of lower status weren't even qualified to attend the banquet. Just then, someone entered through the main entrance, bypassed the dance floor, and quickly approached Luo Yi. Luo Yi looked at him with surprise. "Lord Jude Stevens, the ice hunter, shouldn't you be at the front lines? Why are you back, 3 meters away?" Jude Stevens, the ice hunter, suddenly knelt on one knee. He looked up, his dust-covered face filled with grief and indignation. "My lord, something terrible has happened. What has caused you such panic?" "A legendary expert has intervened. Antonia's entire army has been nearly wiped out. I barely escaped with my life." A murmur rippled through the hall, reaching everyone's ears, even with a band playing. This caused a stir, countless eyes turning to him, their faces filled with undisguised shock. Even Loy was startled and stood up at that moment. But at that very moment, the ice hunter Jude Stevens looked up, his right hand suddenly raised. Tiny points of light shot out from the back of his hand, carrying streaks of eerie blue light and subtle whooshing sounds, aimed directly at Lelia and Klein. This fourth-tier calamity, hired with a high salary and adored flowers, had actually become an assassin. At that moment, Loy's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding violently, each beat like a drumbeat. His senses slowed rapidly, time seemed to stretch infinitely, and the world before him seemed to become a series of frames. He could even see the silver needles that shot out, thin as cow's hair, stained with eerie blue venom, the whooshing sound even leaving faint traces in midair. Then, Loy made his move. A rapier appeared in his hand, trembling and humming, stirring the air and forming vortexes, finally forming a fan of sword light before Lelia. Clang! Clang! A series of sharp, metallic clanging sounds rang out as all the needles were extinguished. Loy had already positioned himself in front of Lelia and Klein, blocking their path. The silver angel rapier trembled in his hand, and an invisible killing intent enveloped the entire banquet hall. Everyone scattered, dodging in all directions, except for Loy and the ice hunter Jude Stevens, who stood rooted to the spot. Their eyes met, their surging auras clashing in the void, seemingly distorting even space itself. "Loy? You came here for an assassination, Jude Stevens." "That's right, Loy. Is the treatment I offered not good enough, making you dissatisfied?" "Jude Stevens, the treatment, resources, and variety offered by Flower Territory are unparalleled in the old world." Loy understood. "So, you were someone else's spy planted for today?" Jude Stevens nodded. "You could say that, Loy. Can you tell me who's behind me? I want to remember him so I can cause him trouble." "Jude Stevens, he doesn't care if you cause him trouble, but if you ruin his reputation, I'll be in trouble. So, I'd rather not tell you." Loy was so angry she laughed. "You think you have a future? What you did today, you're doomed no matter where you are. I'm telling you, you really think I'm that weak? Just because I pretended in front of you, you think you're invincible." Jude Stevens also laughed and boasted, "I can come and go as I please. Nobody can stop me. Shall we give it a try? Let's try it. The words still echoed in the banquet hall when Loy raised his left hand. A flamethrower appeared, its magical aura shimmering, and he immediately pulled the trigger. At that very moment, Jude Stevens took a step back. A gem shattered in his hand, and a burst of flames engulfed him, terrifying to look at, yet utterly devoid of warmth. Within the flames, Jude Stevens displayed a dazzling smile. Bang! The gun fired, the bullet piercing the flames and creating a large hole in the wall behind him. But the figure within the flames vanished. Gem magic, flame teleportation. Loy's expression hardened slightly, his ears twitching as he locked onto the enemy's location. However, he didn't rush to pursue. Instead, he turned to look at Lelia and Klein, confirming their safety before saying, "Let's go back to the mage tower first." "I'll be right back." Lelia didn't say anything, only nodded, saying, "Do what you want, but be sure to act within your limits. My son and I are waiting for you at home, don't worry." Loy turned again, his eyes turning icy cold. "Olivera, guard this place." A flash of lightning, and Olivera appeared, her gaunt cheeks bulging. She finally said, "My lord, please be careful." Loy nodded, finally having time to look at everyone in the banquet hall. He smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please continue the music and the dancing. Allow me to attend to some minor matters." With that, he ignored them, already appearing outside the banquet hall, his shadowy figures rising in layers. His ears twitched again, and he identified a direction. His golden-red battle aura exploded, and his tangible angelic wings flapped, propelling him into the sky amidst a sudden gust of wind. It should be said that Jude Stevens had been concealing his strength. During Luo Yi's assessment, he probably hadn't even revealed half of it. Now, in his escape, he was truly unleashing his full power. His speed was indeed beyond that of an ordinary fourth-tier calamity. From a distance, in Luo Yi's perception, he was like a bullet fired from a gun, tearing through the surrounding air currents at breakneck speed. However, he encountered Luo Yi. Luo Yi couldn't catch him at the speed of pure divine wings, but the spatial laws he had comprehended from the sacred technique, dimensional pouch, even if only superficially, allowed him to glimpse some of the secrets of the legendary combat technique Void Angel Wings when applied to angelic wings. A pair of golden red wings shimmered with light and burned with holy fire, making him appear like a god descending to earth, inviolable. Each flap of its wings distorted space, as if pulling it forward, instantly traversing an unknown distance. In a short time, they had covered dozens of miles in this chase. Loy's eyes, sharp as eagle eyes, locked onto the fleeing ice hunter, Jude Stevens. Without a word, he raised his hand, gathered his battle aura, and hurled a holy light spear. By now, Loy had mastered quite a few holy combat techniques, but his favorite remained the holy light spear. Its unique tracking ability and long-range locking allowed Loy to eliminate enemies from a great distance. Loy's speed was already astonishing, and the thrown spear was even more terrifying, tearing through the air and leaving a white streak across the sky. The ice hunter, Jude Stevens, also sensed the danger of death. Almost without hesitation, he threw another gem, which exploded in front of him, the spreading phantom fire engulfing him. The next second, the holy light spear pierced the flames, but Jude Stevens had vanished. When he reappeared, he was thousands of meters away, having avoided the spear's original trajectory. The spear, however, merely traced an arc, found its direction, and continued its relentless pursuit at an incredible speed. At this moment, Jude Stevens' expression turned grim. He then attempted erratic changes of direction, forward, backward, up, down, making right-angle turns, or changing direction several times in a short period, but all to little avail. The holy light spear was like a persistent leech, impossible to shake off. In fact, because of the slight delay, the spear closed in even further. Had he not thrown another gem, he might have been pierced through directly. Finally, he abandoned any hope of escape and unleashed various magical attacks and icy aura strikes, attempting to annihilate the spear. This was indeed a way to deal with the holy light spears. Dodging was out of the question, but a direct counterattack, which would deplete their battle key, was possible. This time, it worked. The holy fire content on the holy light spears decreased rapidly, and they were on the verge of being worn down. But at that very moment, Luo Yi threw out another holy light spear. This spear wasn't aimed at Jude Stevens, but at the one in front of him. The two collided, not exploding, nor was it a mutual drain, but rather merging into one, transforming into an even more terrifying holy light spear, piercing through the void and directly reaching Jude Stevens's eyes. This time, Jude Stevens could no longer dodge. He swung his sword, the sword light like a rainbow, striking the spear. The next second, holy fire and frost exploded in midair, a dense shockwave spreading outwards, transforming into a visible airwave that swept away the clouds in the sky. As the setting sun cast its last rays, Jude Stevens tumbled and flew through the air. He barely managed to regain his footing, but instead of being angry, he looked at Loy and burst into laughter. "Count Loy, didn't you ever consider why I assassinated Lady Lelia and an infant right in front of you? That's because my target has always been you. Only by making you lose your mind would you be lured out of this simplest trap." With his words, the surrounding space rippled, and then, a series of auras appeared. 9 powerful beings from the heavenly calamity realm revealed themselves, scattered across the sky and ground, locking onto Loy. But at that moment, Loy slowly raised his head and sneered, "Then didn't you ever consider that I willingly walked into this trap? It was all to lure out all of you scum, so I could wipe you all out. P.S. I apologize to everyone. Really, I was too naive before. I thought that after my wife gave birth and we left the hospital, I'd have some free time and it wouldn't affect my writing. But what's the reality? With a new baby, there are so many more things to do. I barely get a few words out before I have to go do this or that, and my train of thought is completely disrupted. It's so hard to pick things up again after I get back. Sorry for the lack of updates these past few days." Chapter 504, Siege and Counterattack. At dusk, northwest of Brussels, beneath a sea of clouds, the brilliant rays of the setting sun streamed through a gap in the clouds, illuminating Loy and making him appear like a god descended to earth, his gold and red battle aura radiating from him. Around him, including Jude Stevens, stood 9 figures, each with their own distinct characteristics and aura, yet all seemed to be lurking in the shadows, their eyes fixed on Loy. Like evil creatures yearning for light, they were restless and furtive. Hearing Loy's calm words, Jude Stevens wanted to accuse him of putting on a brave face. Meeting those calm, unwavering eyes, he seemed to understand something. He asked, "You don't seem particularly surprised by my betrayal. You could say that, so, you suspected me before." "A little. Impossible. My acting was flawless. Besides, I didn't know my mission beforehand, I was just playing." "You say you suspected me, where's the evidence? Remember the Abyss Summoner you fought outside Moonlight Castle? That multi-eyed tyrant was unpredictable, with many methods and numerous vassal demons. But who are you? You're a demon hunter specializing in demons, and you could only barely manage a draw. I know you've been hiding your strength, but you seem to have hidden too much that's abnormal." Jude Stevens looked incredulous. "Just because of that, isn't that enough? With that, my attention and vigilance toward you have increased. So, your every move is under the observation of the intelligence department. It's a very high priority." As he said this, Loy laughed. "You probably don't know, when you left the front lines, thinking you were fast, the news had already reached me first. Just before your assassination attempt. That's impossible, absolutely impossible." Jude Stevens refused to believe it, shouting, "If that were true, how could you have fallen into my trap? Don't talk about a scheme, that's impossible. Your 4th-tier troops are still at the front lines, they haven't been mobilized." Ha, you're really naive. On a battlefield like this, of course, even stronger beings must appear, it's a contest of resources. As for 4th-tier calamities, I slaughter them like pigs and dogs, why would I bother others? Loy's voice was filled with boundless domineering arrogance, seemingly an explosion of suppressed power. To be honest, he had never trusted the bottom line of the nobles, nor the reputation of those kings. It was said that in noble wars, 4th-tier forces were not allowed to intervene, but in reality? In his experience, when had a single instance not been handled by a calamity expert? Rules and laws are meant to constrain others, what do they have to do with them? The interests of the Flower Territory were already so great that even the 3 giants were drooling over them, let alone now that a new king of land warfare, the magic-powered tank, had emerged. With this new type of deadly weapon on the ground battlefield, they were even less likely to give up easily. Therefore, although the mortal war had failed, Luo Yi never believed they would give up. The so-called peace and prosperity were merely brewing an even greater crisis. Therefore, Luo Yi was not surprised at all by what was happening before him. In fact, this was exactly the situation he had longed for. The victory in the mortal war was only half the battle, only a final clash between high-level combatants. Even if it ended in a draw, would truly bring it to an end. In fact, he didn't want it to drag on for too long. Prolonged defense would be like guarding against a thief for 1,000 days, causing him distress. He wanted it resolved as soon as possible, to be done with it quickly. This was his truest thought. But this was not something Jude Stevens wanted to believe. He even wavered, muttering, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Finally, a burly man beside him couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, "Jude, are you crazy? You believe everything people say. Besides, whether what he said is true or false, as Slavs, we have to fight first. That makes sense." "Very true." It was actually Loy who spoke up, nodding with a smile. "All this talk is just nonsense. In the end, it'll be a fight to the death. As for whether what I said is true or false, you'll find out when the time comes. Of course, that's assuming you survive until then. Alright, let's deal with you first." Before his voice even echoed in the air, golden red holy fire exploded around Loy, soaring into the sky, even more intense than the bonfire of the harvest festival. At that moment, the sun set, the evening glow faded, but Loy's fighting spirit seemed to replace the sun. Attack! 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 Kill! 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 The burly man roared, his body spun, and a large axe on his back appeared in his hand. He seemed to have been gathering strength for a long time, spinning 3 times in the air before unleashing a battle aura slash that seemed capable of cleaving through the clouds. He was a typical Slav, wielding rage battle aura. Although he wasn't as powerful as the King of Fury, Silas, he possessed a special combat technique. When he swung his axe, he directly cut his palm, the blood transforming into the blade of his battle aura slash, becoming serrated, maintaining a high-speed flow, like a chainsaw in action, its destructive power skyrocketing. This was a branch of rage, blood frenzy. Of course, this was far from all. The 9 calamities, except for Jude Stevens who was a fraction slower, had been gathering their strength for a long time. Whether it was calamity combat techniques or magic, multicolored lights rained down almost simultaneously. Of course, if you think they acted haphazardly, you'd be wrong. In fact, their attacks were extremely rhythmic and meticulously calculated. There were control spells, freezing the surrounding space like iron, making even flapping one's aura wings difficult. Several negative spells rained down simultaneously, weakening, draining blood, dizziness, drowsiness, numbness, reduced pain, despondency, weakened aura, etc., like a downpour. There were also mental attacks, originating from a mind mage who, after casting the spell, ignored the aura's protection and struck directly at the soul. Thus, countless cacophony of sounds arose, inescapable, a chaotic clamor, a boiling of emotions, causing mental breakdown and making it difficult to extricate oneself. Even the direct attacks were delivered in 3 waves. Some were aura slashes, some were area of effect attacks, aura explosions, and some were elemental damage, silent and aimed directly at vital points. Undoubtedly, these 9 were among the best of the calamity's strongest warriors, the most powerful group. Each of them individually was comparable to the King of Fury, Silas. That's not all. They were clearly gathered together and subjected to rigorous training and meticulous planning. This level of training couldn't possibly be done by someone of the same level of calamity. It required the expertise of a legendary powerhouse to maximize their individual abilities. Only a legendary powerhouse could suppress the arrogance of these calamities and make them cooperate obediently in the drills. All of this was done to limit this ambush to the calamity level. It could even be said that this battle tactic was designed specifically to counter agile powerhouses like Luo Yi. Because there was no way to dodge, no way to avoid, only defense. Only by using every means to hold on. And Luo Yi, a swift swordsman specializing in agility, was known for his weakest defensive capabilities. It must be said, their design was remarkably reasonable. In fact, facing such an encirclement, Luo Yi had no way to dodge. Even with divine speed activated, he couldn't escape the all-encompassing attacks, so he chose to face them head-on. Soaring battle ki suddenly contracted, compressed, and covered his body, seemingly suppressed. However, in reality, the golden red battle ki on Luo Yi's body materialized, condensing into layers of knightly armor resembling dragon scales, even enveloping his head. Visually, it resembled a silver-based armor, but the pure golden red battle ki made it even more crystalline, dazzling, and majestic. The compressed holy fire underwent a transformation, becoming a burning holy flame, blazing fiercely like the sun. Having done all this, Luo Yi stood still, facing the raging storm. In that instant, all the attacks descended. But the blazing holy flame seemed to melt space itself. All damage was distorted, dissipated, annihilated, and ultimately vanished under its divine power. It's difficult to describe how many attacks Luo Yi endured in that instant, yet he remained as stable as a mountain, as if it were all an illusion. It's unknown how much time passed, but the 9 calamities, having exhausted all their means, had no choice but to stop. As the aftershocks of the collision subsided, everyone looked to see Loi still standing in the center of the storm. The blazing holy flames expanded and spread, leaving countless wounds on his silver dragon scale armor. But as the holy flames burned, the wounds quickly healed and disappeared, never to be seen again. At that moment, the 9 calamities felt their minds go blank, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their meticulously prepared methods, guided by a legendary expert, had actually, none of them broken through their defenses. At that moment, they even felt the world was surreal. At that very moment, Loi raised his head, his dragon helmet covering his face, obscuring his expression. Yet, at that moment, it seemed everyone saw it, he was smiling. That smile was ferocious, bloodthirsty, and chilling. Now, it's my turn. His gaze shifted slightly, and Loi looked at the burly Slavic man, his holy light spear coalescing in his hand, which he then hurled. At that moment, the burly man dared not hesitate any longer. He roared to the sky, and his already 2-meter height rapidly expanded. His bones grew thicker, his muscles bulged and twisted like the gnarled roots of an old tree, his skin became rough, and his hair grew rapidly. With just a breath, he transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. Compared to the half-giant Bane, he was a true master of the giant human holy technique. He swung his blood-stained battle axe, chopping down with all his might, as if he wanted to split a mountain in two. Bang! In that instant, the holy light spear exploded completely, its blinding radiance illuminating the darkness. And in that light, everyone saw that the 4-meter-tall giant was now hunched over, coughing up blood. The tip of the holy light spear had pierced a hole in his chest, going straight through. His heart was gone, his lungs and sternum and spine were mostly gone, and his coughing blood was full of fragments of internal organs. At that moment, the holy light also transformed into holy fire, directly enveloping the giant and igniting him. The screams of agony rang out, stirring the sensitive and fragile nerves of all the powerful beings in the heavenly calamity realm. Chapter 505, Slaughtering the Natural Disaster. It's hard to describe Jude Stevens' feelings at this moment. There was fear, despair, but above all, disbelief. He was quite confident in his strength. As a demon hunter, he had trained for a period of time in a certain level of the abyss. Although he used special methods to avoid encountering legendary demons, he had killed countless demons below the legendary level. This was how he honed his current strength and confidence. His assessment of Roy was that he was a strong man among the calamities, but that was all. In the battle during the interview, Roy hadn't used his true abilities, and he had also concealed his strength. This was the reason why he was confident in facing Roy directly. He even felt that it was a complete waste for 9 calamities to have to take action and train together for so long. However, what he saw now was, merely using battle aura to protect himself made their painstakingly trained combined attack techniques a joke. He couldn't even break through his defenses. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed what he was seeing. And Roy's casual strike had already killed a calamity whose strength was not much weaker than his own. At this moment, he began to doubt. Was this truly the height a 4th-tier calamity could reach? Was this all a legendary powerhouse could achieve? These complex thoughts weren't unique to Jude Stevens. The other calamities present, watching the burly man turn to ashes in the flames, all wore grim expressions. However, Luo Yi didn't care what they thought. His only goal was to wipe out this group of calamities. So, wielding a silver angel rapier, he finally took a step forward. Though it was called a step, it was actually the flapping of his divine wings. Then, he vanished and reappeared in a void. His rapier blossomed, transforming into a sky full of stars, trembling as they descended along arcs. Upon closer inspection, golden red holy flames burned at the tip of the sword, even distorting space itself. And in that void, seemingly empty, a black-clad assassin suddenly appeared. A 4th-tier shadow assassin had mastered the ability to enter the shadow realm. Ordinary attacks were almost ineffective against them. Not to mention, Their movements in the shadow realm alter their real-world location, making them virtually untraceable. Just now, it was his dagger that relentlessly attacked Luo Yi's vital points, back, neck, temples, kidneys, and more. If it could penetrate Luo Yi's battle aura defenses, he could instantly destroy her bodily functions. The poison on the dagger was coated with neurotoxins, capable of paralyzing her body instantly. Even among the 9 calamities present, his attacks were the most threatening, and Luo Yi felt the threat of death. Therefore, Luo Yi gave him the chance to die first. The distorted space directly squeezed him out of the shadow realm. Without a foothold, he faced a barrage of sword lights that could pierce him with countless holes. However, he was ultimately a powerful 4th-tier assassin, a shadow assassin who walked the line between life and death. In that instant, he didn't think of fleeing or dodging. Instead, his eyes hardened, and he channeled his battle aura into the dagger. The invisible and colorless battle aura manifested itself, spreading along the dark blade before unleashing another slash. Then, a black light, like a full moon, pierced through the flickering sword light, seemingly about to cleave Luo Yi in two diagonally. This was a truly mutually destructive fighting style. The goal was for both sides to die. Undoubtedly, this was a truly ruthless individual. The other 4th-tier calamities naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass, unleashing a barrage of attacks as if they were free. But Luo Yi's gaze remained unchanged, only her sword light grew sharper, her battle aura thicker, and her holy flames burned ever more intensely. Boom 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 boom. Hiss 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 hiss. A series of fine, interwoven sounds rang out. The next second, the two crossed paths, and Luo Yi's battle aura surged once more, repairing the damage to her dragon-scale armor with an even greater intensity. The assassin, on the other hand, was riddled with countless holes, blood spurting out like rain. The assassin tried to turn his head, wanting to say something, but ultimately no sound came out. The holy flames burned fiercely, completely igniting him, before he plummeted from mid-air, becoming yet another fallen calamity. Next, the third one. At this moment, Luo Yi spoke, her voice calm and even, as if she had merely done something insignificant. With a flutter of her divine wings, Luo Yi vanished and reappeared once more. This time, it was a sword saint, a master of swordsmanship, who had awakened wind-type battle aura. However, his fighting style differed from ordinary wind-type calamities. He excelled at condensing his battle aura onto his sword, extending it hundreds or even thousands of meters, attacking like a whip. His battle aura was solid, forming countless high-speed rotating blades of battle aura. They appeared to crackle and pop, lacking the power of battle axes or spears. But if they actually landed on someone, they could be instantly dismembered by the high-speed rotating wind blades. Facing Luo Yi, he unleashed his trump card. Wielding 2 sharp swords in each hand, his body spun, his battle aura spun, and the wind blades spun, creating a tornado capable of shattering everything in its path. This was the Blade Storm. The ultimate move of the Sword Saint, the killing technique that the Flame Sword Saint Otto most desired to learn but could never obtain. Luo's response was simply to summon a celestial hammer. Above the tornado, endless light converged and solidified, ultimately forming a warhammer 10 meters wide and tens of meters long, which crashed down with a deafening roar. Where the warhammer passed, space solidified, leaving no room for evasion. Beneath the warhammer, the storm of sword blades was directly crushed, and the Wind Sword Saint was smashed into the earth, reduced to a bloody pulp. The fourth was a rare dark warrior. His dark battle aura was pure and condensed, as eternal as the night, without any additional chaotic effects. Yet, wherever his battle aura passed, it could cause other elements to retreat, subside, and reduce their activity. This was an extremely rare effect. In the clash of battle auras, it could actually cause the enemy's originally volatile and active battle aura to lose its vitality, becoming lazy and uncontrollable. But he encountered Loi, whose fiery and intense nature couldn't be suppressed by mere dark battle aura. His death was a direct result of Loi raising her flame gun and unleashing a holy water bullet at him. These days, Loi's holy water bullets were no ordinary weapon. The highly concentrated holy water was practically sulfuric acid to abyssal creatures. Although the Dark Warrior blocked the bullet, he was struck squarely by the concentrated holy water, and the brief moment of shock allowed Loi to deliver an endless holy light blade, shattering him beyond repair. The fifth, a mind mage, in dire straits, gritted his teeth and unleashed a disparate mind blade. In short, this was using his own mind as a blade to clash with the enemy's mind. The best outcome was mutual destruction. Even if he won, he would be injured. The worst outcome was mutual annihilation, both souls dissipating and their true spirits shattering. The reason it's a signature technique of mind mages is because it's a pure battle of souls. Additional methods are useless. For example, the sanctuary shield that Luo Yi built on his soul didn't prove very effective. According to this mind mage, Luo Yi was just a combatant. How powerful could his soul be? However, once the sanctuary shield was broken, he was dumbfounded. Because Luo Yi's soul displayed the awe-inspiring power of dragon's might, directly crushing through him. The result was that this mind mage died silently. His body was intact, but his soul was gone. The sixth is a rare space mage whose desperate method is dimensional slash. This possesses terrifying destructive power capable of directly cleaving space. Below the legendary level, it's almost invincible, rampaging without restraint. This spatial magic is said to sever space itself, unrelated to the person within it. Therefore, even the strongest defenses are useless. But for Loy, who had already grasped some of the laws of space, a casual tug could distort space, effectively disrupting the trajectory of magic. His ultimate move broken, this man desperately tried to escape, diving into a spatial rift to teleport away. But Loy struck him with a holy light spear, piercing through space and taking his life. The seventh, an elven mage skilled in negative magic and summoning phoenix clones, still met his end. The eighth, of golden dwarf blood, capable of transforming into the Mountain King, also died. The story is long, but it was incredibly fast, faster than anyone could imagine. Loy simply killed with each step, letting his enemies use various magical techniques, one strike at a time. Thus, under the sky, powerful beings of the cataclysmic realm rained down like a storm, a scene both shocking and terrifying. Finally, Loy appeared before Jude Stevens, bowing slightly, and said, "It's your turn. Don't be afraid, you will die eventually." With that, he raised his hand, forming a fist-sized fireball, and threw it. This was Luo Yi's ultimate move, the blazing sun explosion, which she hadn't used yet. However, as the fireball was thrown, a golden hand suddenly appeared in the sky, grabbing it. That's enough, boom. The blazing sun exploded, its terrifying heat engulfing the golden hand. Even the big Vajra palm was incinerated by the holy flames. Luo Yi slightly raised her head, smiled, and said, "In the end, I couldn't hold back any longer, an unknown legendary expert, but, you say it's enough, and it's over." Before the words were finished, Luo Yi conjured another holy light spear and threw it out. "The person I want to kill, let alone a mere legend, even a true god wouldn't stand a chance. P.S. Finished writing, going to play with my baby now." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Forced Kill. Meanwhile, high above, hidden in the void, more than a dozen demonic eyes, like sharks smelling blood, sprang into action. The surging magic, like the tides, rose wave after wave, so much so that these demonic eyes, stimulated by the void, revealed themselves. Some darted about, as if locking onto a target, others blazed with flames, their pupils dilating and contracting as if adjusting their focus, still others shot out beams of light, clearing away all clouds and obstacles in their field of vision. At this moment, a faint voice rang out, tinged with age and malice, "I knew it, I knew it. These shameless bastards, they make rules to restrict others, but they themselves are just talking nonsense. They say noble war forbids those affected by natural disasters. They say legends cannot fight within realms. Only I, young and naive, believed your lies back then. This time, I'll expose your ugly faces to the world. I'll make you disgusting creatures despite, Loy, right? Little one, I'm indirectly helping you, so don't disappoint me." The soft murmurs continued intermittently, and clearly, only the legendary king of the demon eyes, His Majesty Pharaoh Farnsworth, possessed the authority and ability to do so within the Demon Eye Alliance. Until a certain moment, as if locking onto a specific location, the demon eyes rapidly adjusted their positions, finally fixing their gaze on a particular spot. Good heavens, they've already made their move. Let me give you a close-up, expose. Expose. As long as it gets exposed, money and such don't matter, just as the magic I locked on, The legends of the world who possessed magic mirrors suddenly found that their magic mirrors had automatically activated. The images on them quickly adjusted, finally locking onto a battlefield in the sky. Then, they saw legendary mage's Big's Vajra palm being melted by a fiery sunburst. And the little guy who made the move ignored the legend's warning and insisted on killing a demon hunter. Even those who weren't interested perked up at this moment, putting down their work and watching the battle with great interest. Joining in the fun, no matter the world or age, is something no one would miss. At this moment, in the northwest sky of Flower Territory, Blackfire Farron Zacharias, who had originally made the move, froze. The perception of legendary powerhouses is extremely sharp. He had already sensed it when the magic eye locked on. For a legendary powerhouse to attack a junior is naturally taboo, but to do so while being watched by countless people is truly shameless. Even if he is a Fallen One, a shadow enslaver, clearly not a good person, a legend still has dignity. Hesitating, he almost instinctively stopped, but to his surprise, Lloyd disregarded his legendary status and attacked recklessly. The spear of holy light pierced through the air, directly cutting through space, and reappeared in front of Jude Stevens. However, while the legendary mage Blackfire hesitated, Jude Stevens did not. In a brief moment of respite, he pulled out his potion and drank it down. Demon Hunter's exclusive potions are not the generic versions, but rather an integral part of their strength. Only by using exclusive potions can they unleash their full power. Moreover, depending on the enemy's characteristics, they can choose different potions to enhance reaction time, strength, speed, or spell power, etc., to deal with them with ease. Demon Hunters have specialized in slaying demons for thousands of years, but that doesn't mean they can only hunt demons. They are also adept at killing. However, at this moment, what choice did he have? He pulled out his exclusive potions and downed 7 or 8 bottles in quick succession. The effects of the various potions fermented within his body, making him feel like an inflating balloon, his attributes pushed to their limits, his strength reaching unprecedented levels. Undoubtedly, this was an immense burden on his body, causing irreversible damage. But if he didn't survive today, he would die, and the damage wouldn't matter. The fully formed Demon Hunter finally allowed him to sense the trajectory of the Holy Light Spear. The spearhead, emerging from the void, carried unparalleled holy fire and sharpness, pointing directly at his head. At this moment, he finally had enough strength to draw his Demon Hunter sword. Dense battle aura exploded, frost spread through the void, freezing it. Then, the sword moved from below, not colliding head-on, but parrying diagonally. Clang. In that instant, the clash of ice and fire, the striking of long swords and spears, transformed into a metallic clang that spread outwards. Then came the explosion, the shockwave, the frozen void and the twisted flames intertwining. At this moment, Jude Stevens finally felt the immense gap between himself and Lloyd. Even with the ultimate enhancement of his exclusive potion, he still couldn't withstand a single spear of holy light from Lloyd. It was simply unbelievable, utterly incomprehensible. Fortunately, he was prepared. He crushed the gem, the illusory fire burning, still without heat, yet it carried him away. Thousands of meters away, he reappeared, then without hesitation crushed another magical gem. Even Lloyd had to admit that Jude Stevens had given him a considerable surprise, because it was truly rare for a calamity to remain alive and kicking after he had attacked seriously. But if he said he would kill, he would never let him escape, even with a legend lurking nearby. Behind Roy, the divine wings stretched to their fullest extent, each golden red feather so clear that even the smallest lines were visible to the naked eye, enveloped in holy flames, appearing hazy and dreamlike. At this moment, Roy's ears trembled, ears of Lyman, activated at full power. Since he could hear the sounds of the world, he could certainly hear the fluctuations of space itself. The next instant, he abruptly looked up, locking onto a certain spot. With a flap of his wings, the scorching heat melted the space, and the ripples spread outwards. Roy had vanished from his original spot, and thousands of meters away, he reappeared, looking down. Before him, the illusory flames spontaneously combusted, and Jude Stevens appeared. His pale, handsome face shifted from initial tension to fear upon discovering Roy in an instant. Then, he saw a rapier pierce the air, slicing through countless consecutive V-shapes, flashing as if to tear his body apart. At this moment, the only thing he could do was unleash his icy battle aura to its limit, freezing the space around him. Then he crushed a magic gem, and the illusory fire ignited again. The next second, sword light tore through, holy flames burned, ice and snow shattered, and the illusory fire extinguished. Blood spilled, only to be evaporated by the holy fire. And Loy flapped his wings again, disappeared, and reappeared, swinging his sword down once more. Jude Stevens formed a hand seal, unleashed a shockwave, crushed the magic gem again, and disappeared into the distance. Under the sky of flower territory, the two figures appeared and disappeared again, in extremely short intervals, an instantaneous extreme offense and defense. Accompanying them were flashing sword light, colliding battle auras, magical aftershocks, blood splattering, severed limbs. Fast, incredibly fast, there were no words, only endless pursuit and escape. More than 10 breaths later, Jude Stevens reappeared from the illusory fire. At this moment, his entire body was covered in lacerations, blood staining his clothes. More importantly, he had lost a leg and the arm that held his sword. Even in such a wretched state, he hadn't given up hope of escape. However, just as he was about to crush the magic gem again, he was shocked to find that Luo Yi hadn't followed. He almost instinctively turned around and saw Luo Yi still standing there, a surge of joy welling up inside him. Compared to his escape using the magic gem, Luo Yi's teleportation was clearly her own ability, and the consumption of such a powerful combat technique was undeniable. Therefore, he almost instinctively thought that Luo Yi was running out of energy. After all, she was only a 4th-tier calamity, not a legendary, and it was perfectly normal for her to have exhausted too much battle energy in a short time. But before this thought could dissipate, he suddenly sensed something and looked down. Then, he saw a hand reach out from the still-burning illusory flames and grab his ankle. That hand, long, white, and powerful, was clearly the hand of someone who had practiced swordsmanship for years. It couldn't possibly be his hand. So, whose hand was it? This thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but shout, "No!" The next instant, the hand pulled hard, and the world turned upside down. He was pulled back to his original position, held captive in Roy's hand. Roy looked down at the man hanging upside down in midair and couldn't help but laugh maliciously. "See, you still can't escape." With that, he shook and tossed Jude Stevens into the air like a ragdoll, his body falling apart, utterly powerless to resist. Roy then raised his left hand, and the gun he had been charging for so long unleashed a burst of intense flames. It was at this moment that Blackfire Farron's Zacharias finally understood. More serious than bullying the weak and being ridiculed by the other legends was that he had attacked, but the man had still died. That wouldn't just be a matter of losing face, it would be the doubts of all the legends. Doubts about whether he, the legend, was even real. So, a few short, mysterious syllables were uttered, and the turbulent elements converged, transforming into a golden hand that slammed down Big B's crushing palm. With a single strike, it seemed as if space itself was shattered. Most importantly, this time, he wasn't going to save anyone, but to kill. Target, Loy? Loy naturally sensed it, but didn't even raise his head, seemingly completely unconcerned. At that moment, a deep dragon roar resounded, and a blazing dragon breath spewed forth, directly meeting Benby's crushing palm. The next second, the ancient red dragon's breath enveloped Big B's crushing palm, and the two collided violently, exploding into a mushroom cloud. Golden and fiery red streaks of light rained down, like a meteor shower. Under the meteor shower, Loy turned, flapped his wings, and left, his back view elegant. Only Jude Stevens, engulfed in flames, fell with a scream, turning into a fireball and crashing into the earth. Thus, all 9 calamities who had besieged Loy perished. This perfectly illustrates the saying, good friends should always be together. You ask who said that? Well, it was Roy Raymond, of course. Chapter 507, The Battle of Two Dragons. At this moment, countless legendary powerhouses stood frozen before the magic mirror. Watching the departing figure amidst the meteor shower, each one seemed to see themselves reflected in it. The voice of the Magic Eye King, Pharaoh Farnsworth, even penetrated the magic mirror and reached the ears of every legend. Not bad, not bad, this kid is even more domineering than I imagined, killing someone in front of a legend. He truly doesn't take legends seriously. If you hadn't died this time, my Magic Eye Alliance would have presented you with a new type of magic mirror. Meanwhile, at the King's Mirror, the 3 emperors of the Allied forces gathered again, the magic mirror held high before them, observing everything unfolding on the battlefield. At this moment, the Tsar stroked his chin and spoke a truth. Although we're on the opposite side, to be fair, this lad is indeed quite something, a hero. A hero? A hero. Queen Victoria nearly jumped up in anger, shouting, "Have you lost your mind? It was him who slaughtered nearly 30,000 of our elite soldiers, making us lose face. It was also his meticulous planning that destroyed 3 powerful knightly orders, leaving us facing accusations from the nobles at home, in a state of utter chaos. And this, a hero? A hero, Tsar, whose side are you on?" The Tsar smiled coldly, saying, "Women are women, they can't understand a man's definition of a hero. And don't think I don't know, Jude Stevens was actually sent to my side by you, and I won't go into why, but I used him against him, sending him to the Flower Territory. That fool thinks he's such a good actor? Little does he know, his acting is full of flaws, utterly unbearable to watch. However, judging from your anxious look and Blackfire's frantic actions, so desperate to protect him, I suspect this Witcher is involved with you, isn't he?" The Tsar's words were full of malice, but to his surprise, Queen Victoria's expression froze for a moment. He stared in disbelief. "Could I have guessed right? Mind your own business. No, it's just keeping a lover. Why does it have to be such a dangerous mission? Is it some kind of lover trying to prove themselves and ending up losing their life?" Queen Victoria completely lost it. "Tsar, do you want to fight me first?" The Tsar was not a man to back down. "Fight then, I'm not afraid of you." At this moment, Bonaparte I finally couldn't hold back anymore. He erupted, his roar seeming to shatter the space around him. "Have you all had enough? Have you all had enough of arguing? Is this the time to argue? Have you ever thought about what we'll face if we lose this battle completely? Our only source of magical weapons is gone. We'll have to face enemy artillery and heavy machine guns with only melee weapons. Oh, and now we have the king of land warfare, the magical tank. Have you imagined that scenario? Is that what you want to see? Do you believe that if we fail to achieve our goal in this battle, countless nations will come to Hohenzollern III, groveling for mercy? Then our lives will be much harder. 10 times harder than now. My Bonaparte Empire will be the first to fall, and you will follow closely behind." Perhaps he had been suppressing his emotions for too long, or perhaps he had to appear strong and resilient in front of others. Until this moment, facing an emperor of equal rank, he dropped all pretense and erupted. His roar stunned the Tsar and Queen Victoria. Looking at the panting Hohenzollern III, they suddenly realized they had been somewhat impulsive. After a long silence, the Tsar spoke. "Look, that ancient red dragon has emerged. But does he think he alone can resolve the legendary battle?" His words provided a way out for the 3 of them, and Indy drew their attention to the magic mirror. Meanwhile, in the northwest of Flower Territory, the ancient red dragon Virgil had arrived. He arrived amidst a sky full of red clouds and a fierce wind. His dark red scales were as thick as city walls, and his massive body stretched out like a castle crashing down at high speed. Wherever he passed, the sea of clouds was stirred, and the pervasive dragon's might penetrated to the soul, instilling a fear in everyone's blood. The dragon's might, especially that of an ancient dragon, was like a constantly released mental magic, a testament to will. Wave after wave, endlessly, any failure to pass even once, or any display of weakness, hesitation, or a desire to flee during the battle, would be magnified infinitely. The best outcome was being unable to unleash their full power and being crushed by the dragon. The worst outcome was being scared to death. Since ancient times, dragons have never feared being surrounded, and this is why. Those who cannot pass the dragon's might test are not even qualified to stand before it. The long-planned appearance of the red dragon Virgil was certainly not so simple. After crushing Bigby's shattering palm, the dragon turned around, its might sweeping across, startling the hidden legendary mage Blackfire into leaping out of the void. This was, after all, a legend, wielding spatial magic with ease. With a wave of his staff, a portal formed, and with another step, he vanished from his spot. The next second, the red dragon's massive body simply rolled over him, shattering the remaining spatial fluctuations, but that was all. However, Virgil was not an easy dragon to talk to. His massive form displayed astonishing agility. With a turn, he locked onto the target again, and then, unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. The blazing dragon breath raged, tearing across the sky, chasing Blackfire relentlessly. Blackfire Farron's Acarius wasn't without retaliation. His wand never ceased its swing, twisted shadows seemingly alive, coiling around the dragon's body. Some of these shadows appeared even larger and more imposing than the dragon itself. But the red dragon Virgil paid no heed, simply flapping his wings, soaring, unleashing his dragon power, and crushing these shadow creatures to dust. Did they really think dragon power was just for show? It was an unparalleled force, hailed as the most perfect masterpiece of the gods, a renowned intelligent being throughout the multiverse. Even a legendary mage, pursued by dragon breath, could only flee at this moment. He possessed powerful magic, but it required preparation time. Faced with the ancient red dragon's breath, he felt that if he paused for even a second, he might be reduced to ashes. Even so, the red dragon Virgil didn't stop his taunts. Running away? Running away? Aren't you so powerful? When you bullied Loy, you were so high and mighty, but when facing me, you only dare to run. Don't you know this territory is under my protection? Don't you know Loy is my person? When you bullied the weak, didn't you ever think I'd come after you too? It's a mystery how he could keep talking like this while his dragon breath never stopped. However, you can't deny that Blackfire's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened to his mockery. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. His figure suddenly stopped, his wand waving, and visible magic power transformed into a halo spreading outwards. But the next second, this halo of magic power was enveloped by the dragon breath, shattering and dissipating without any resistance. After the dragon breath subsided, what could be seen was a life-sized stand-in doll, falling like a torch. And Blackfire Farron's Acarius appeared 1,000 meters away. Although the red dragon turned around and unleashed its breath again in the next second, resuming the chase, this brief pause allowed Blackfire Farron's Acarius to accomplish something. Amplification magic activated, and a furious roar erupted, spreading outwards like rolling waves of sound. If you don't make a move, I'll turn around and leave this mess for you to clean up yourselves. Farron's Acarius, ultimately have a cooperative relationship with the Sardinian royal family. We each get what we need. At worst, if the mission fails, I'll just walk away. Even if Queen Victoria is angry, can she really send 2 or more legendary figures to hunt me down? But you, so deeply bound to the royal family, your lives aren't going to be easy. Thanks to the amplification magic, his voice truly resonated throughout the land, heard by countless people. But to Farron's Acarius's dismay, no one stepped forward. Clearly, not everyone can ignore the gaze of other legends, nor is everyone willing to fight under the eye of the demon. Some agreements, though seemingly worthless, aren't entirely without binding force. This time, Blackfire Farron's Acarius truly wanted to quit. But he suppressed his anger and said, I'll only count to 3. If you continue like this, I really won't care anymore. 1, 2, 3, before the drawn-out ending could finish, a loud voice rang out. Coming. Farron's Acarius, are you in a hurry? We warriors aren't like your mages, who can just open a portal and arrive. Even if we flew here, it would still be slower. We're here now, aren't we? The voice seemed far away when it spoke, but by the end, it was already close. It was quite the performance. It was unclear when, but the red dragon Virgil had stopped breathing. His massive body hovered in midair, his ferocious dragon head slowly shifting, scanning the surroundings, his dragon eyes flashing rapidly, as if locking onto the source of a sound. Then, abruptly, he turned, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky. From the sea of clouds, a colossal green creature rapidly appeared, swooping down. At that moment, both approached at astonishing speed, roaring and spewing dragon breath, their claws lashing out in relentless attacks. Hiss! Hiss! Roar! 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 The next second, the 2 dragons collided in the distance. Even the mere collision of flesh and the friction of scales created ripples in the air. There were also the occasional breaths of dragon breath, the swinging claws, the bloody bites, the flapping of wings, the lashing of tails. The 2 colossal creatures fought fiercely in midair, each collision seemingly shaking the very fabric of space. Upon closer inspection, a knight sat atop the green dragon, occasionally unleashing a series of battle key slashes. Without a doubt, this was the Demon Slayer. The dragon god's favored one, the man said to have carved through the blood abyss plains, the 5th-tier legend, the Green Dragon Knight Quentin Perkins. The legendary protector of the Bonaparte Empire had finally made his move. But at this moment, the legends who began their standoff in battle were far more than just these 2. Chapter 508, Legendary Battle. Night had fallen, the sun had sunk below the horizon, and countless stars scattered their light upon the sea of clouds. The light illuminated the churning clouds, like a silent ocean, vast, boundless, and tranquil. For millennia, through the changing times, the shifting tides, and the changing world, Only this sea of stars and clouds seemed eternally unchanging. However, this moment, this night, was destined to be different. A great sun suddenly appeared in the sea of clouds, expanding and rising, its sacred light dispelling the mist and illuminating the heavens and earth, like a colossal furnace appearing in the sky. The sun, naturally, would not remain static. Its intense light eventually pierced the sea of clouds, hanging high in the heavens. Its sacred and brilliant radiance bathed the sea of clouds in golden light. But even more striking than the sea of clouds was the blood-red figure beneath the sun. He wore a long, crimson robe, embroidered with intricate gold and silver threads depicting strange patterns, exuding an air of noble majesty, solemnity, and unfathomable depth. Yet, this sacred cardinal's robe was worn by a frail, elderly man. He was truly old, hunched over, his body hunched, his hair thinning and white, his wrinkles deep. But this same old man possessed a pair of cloudy yet resolute eyes, weathered by time, yet cold and indifferent. It was he who, dragging his decaying body, held high the holy sun, walking step by step. The crimson robe trailing behind him made him appear like a deity walking among mortals, a figure too powerful to behold. And in truth, he was indeed an apostle of a deity on earth, blessed by the Lord of Light, wielding divine authority in the name of holiness. Wherever he passed, the great sun dispelled all darkness. He was His Holiness Saint Vermont, one of the 12 cardinals of the Church of the Sun God, a legendary figure who had lived for 1,000 years and experienced countless battles, a practitioner of the holy light. No one could have imagined that this immortal legend would actually be here. Looking at the direction he was heading, it was clear he was heading towards Loy. But at a certain moment, he abruptly stopped, slightly raised his head, and after a moment of silence, said, "Saint Jorn, are you going to stop me?" Suddenly, a sacred iceberg rose from the ground before him. This iceberg was of unknown height, piercing the clouds. Its depth was unknown, disappearing into the sea of clouds. Directly in front of the iceberg, enormous ice cones grew out, seemingly disordered, yet forming a forest of swords and icy steps. And at the end of the steps, there stood a majestic and imposing throne. There stood His Holiness Saint Jorn Stewart, one of the 12 cardinals. He did not sit down, but stood upright, bowing slightly, maintaining the respect due to an elder. But his words were incredibly firm. "Now that I'm here, standing here, you should understand His Majesty's decision." His Majesty the Pope's exact words, "Loy can die, but he must not die at the hands of the papacy." The old man slowly raised his head, his cloudy eyes filled with murderous intent. "But you should know what I've done. The destruction of the Raymond family was started by me, and that bastard already knows. If he grows up, do you think he won't come to kill me? Even His Majesty the Pope cannot leave me to sit idly by." St. Jorn's voice also rose. "You only think of your personal vendetta. Have you ever considered the bigger picture? Loy is a Templar Knight personally appointed by the papacy. He has no real power, but his status is noble, and it's a sign that the papacy is willing to accept magical machinery and develop industry. But if you kill him, no, as long as you make a move, wouldn't that be telling everyone that the papacy is treacherous and untrustworthy? At that time, those empires, kingdoms, and duchies, isn't this a sign of disloyalty to the papacy? A sign of converting to the 7 gods? You're undermining and destroying the papacy's very foundation of faith." John, St. John, little John, have you forgotten? I'm not one of those fools you can preach to. I'm a cardinal, hundreds of years older than you in that position. I've used your moral high ground rhetoric, believed it, and even practiced it, but now I don't believe it anymore. In my opinion, all agreements and covenants are bullshit. Hypocritical protection, then destruction when it's your turn. It's all worthless. If you ask me, at worst, natural disasters will strike, legends will intervene, and another interdimensional war will ensue. As long as the Habsburg Empire is destroyed, the 7 Gods Church is destroyed, and the legacy of magical machinery is destroyed, I refuse to believe that this old world won't return to its original order. Perhaps speaking the truth, His Holiness Saint Vermont possessed an indescribable madness and earnestness. But when these words reached St. John's ears, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. You actually want to start a war between realms? Have you forgotten how many people died in the War of the Stars? So what if they died? So many people died, but with the passage of time, haven't they recovered? So, isn't it right to exchange temporary sacrifice for true peace? After a long while, stammering, the youngest cardinal finally said, "You've really gone mad." "I have gone mad," So you still want to stop me? I came here on orders, of course I have to stop you. Besides, His Holiness the Pope said that he can give you everything, and he can also take everything away. He's not qualified, only my Lord can. In the name of the Apostle of Light, I declare that those who obstruct me are traitors. St. Jorn's face twitched, but he also said, on behalf of the Pope, I declare that this person has betrayed the teachings of the Sun God and is a traitor. After declaring each other traitors, the next moment, the great sun and the iceberg collided. Between heaven and earth, only endless holy light shone, seemingly scorching everything. Only ice spread, transforming into ice spikes that froze space. With each collision, space twisted and cracked, spreading like a spider web, only to be repaired by the plane. Yet, through those cracks, from the abyss-like darkness, a dark aura emanated into the plane, causing a series of tremors. This was a legendary battle, a scale that even space could not withstand. In another direction, above the sea of clouds, an equally astonishing phenomenon appeared. Above half of the sea of clouds hung a blood moon, its vast blood demonic power spreading outwards like an ocean, forming layers upon layers of tides. Circle after circle, wave after wave, seemingly endless, filling heaven and earth. And within the blood moon, one could see an old man with a sinister appearance and a full head of white hair. He wore a sharp gentleman's suit, his hair was meticulously combed, and he held a cane. His entire being exuded an ancient, decaying, yet elegant and noble aura. Only the unfurled crimson bat wings behind him revealed his identity, Alessandro Quictorito, leader of one of the 13 clans, Grand Duke of the Vampires. Through the blood moon behind him, a forest world shrouded in darkness could be vaguely seen. That was the Blood Moon Forest, an independent dimensional plane. It was with the support of this dimensional plane that he could wield blood magic so arrogantly. This vampire patriarch, who had one of his clones destroyed by Loy and suffered a great loss at the hands of the end-burning dragon Virgil Barry, was never one to be magnanimous. Revenge was his nature. The reason he hadn't made a move for so long was that he was terrified by the power of the ancient red dragon, and also because for a long time, Flower Territory had been like a star in the old world. It was the focus of countless people's attention, so he simply dared not act. In the end, this was an era ruled by humans, and vampires could only survive in the gutter. Until this time, when the three giants of the Allied forces made their move, intending to divide up the Flower Territory, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. He came, but stealthily and cautiously. Originally, when the Flower Territory won a great victory, he thought he had no chance, but who would have thought that the tide would turn, and in the legendary battle, he could make his move again. Of course, the prerequisite was to deal with his own kind and clear away obstacles. The other half of the Cloud Sea was also shrouded in a crimson domain. However, without the support of a dimensional plane, it naturally couldn't display such a powerful presence. The area covered by the crimson domain was much smaller, as if it were being suppressed. However, if one were inside, it wouldn't be difficult to see countless inaudible sounds constantly echoing, vibrating, accumulating, and finally, erupting. At the intersection of the two domains, there was no intention of merging. Instead, there was constant collision and fighting. Both were blood demonic power, one used overwhelming force, like a mountain or a sea, seemingly about to engulf everything. But the other, with its sonic vibrations and extremely crushing power, shattered the blood demonic power, not at a disadvantage. This man was none other than Grand Duke Edward Cullen, an anomaly among the vampires, who had made his home in the Sky Dome Mountains. At this moment, he slightly raised his head, gazing at the old vampire in the blood moon, his expression somewhat ferocious. Grand Duke Toledo was extremely angry, his voice seemed to transform into a shriek, echoing between heaven and earth. Karen, you scum, trash, fool, idiot of the vampire clan, how dare you show your face before me? Grand Duke Karen's disgust was hard to conceal. He said without fear, so what if I'm here? What can you do about it? I'm going to kill you, come on. Come on. You've tried to kill me more than once or twice, come on then, you think I wouldn't dare, what wouldn't you dare? I still remember how you destroyed my family, killed my descendants, and proposed expelling me from the vampire clan at the Vampire Council. Who knows that the derogatory term vampire wasn't actually given by humans, but was imposed on my Karen family by you, Torito. You deserve to have all your direct descendants killed, either rebelling or trying to cut off your head. If it weren't for your lucky break of obtaining a dimensional plane, you would have died 800 times over. Grand Duke Karen abandoned all decorum, standing with his hands on his hips, cursing angrily, displaying a bit of the demeanor of a shrew. Grand Duke Toledo was furious. He wouldn't have cared if it were an enemy insulting him. But only his own kind knew his weaknesses, and attacked without restraint. Grand Duke Toledo, enraged, surprisingly calmed down. He said, "So, you really intend to stand before me for the sake of a human? In that case, die." The next second, the blood moon shone brightly, creating a crimson wave across the heavens and earth, before crashing down with unparalleled force. Under this onslaught, Grand Duke Karen remained calm. He merely looked up, as if in response, or perhaps speaking to himself. People often say that it's better to offer help in times of need than trade flowers to brocade, but I think that as long as the favor is done, the benefits are quite considerable. When the flower territory was about to lose, I dared not intervene, but now that the magic tanks are about to flatten the Norman Duchy, if I still dare not intervene, then I would have truly wasted all these years of my life. I have to thank you, Grand Duke Toledo, otherwise, this opportunity to bestow a favor would have been hard to find. Moreover, stopping you is safer than stopping other legends. After all, they won't bother me afterward for the sake of a vampire. As his thoughts raced, the blood moon in the sky crashed down. Even though Grand Duke Karen was prepared and had used every means at his disposal, his crimson domain was almost crushed. However, just as Grand Duke Toledo was about to finish off Grand Duke Karen in one fell swoop, another slender figure emerged from Grand Duke Karen's shadow. The same crimson domain appeared, but it didn't diminish at all compared to Grand Duke Karen's domain. Instead, the two merged into one, forcefully pushing the blood moon back. Grand Duke Toledo was stunned, then seemed to remember something, and roared, "That drop of ancestral blood actually ended up in your hands." Grand Duke Karen chuckled and said, "That's right, not only did it end up in my hands, but it also created a vampire duke. How about that? Didn't expect that, did you? Come, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Grand Duchess Lucy Karen." Before she finished speaking, this slender woman opened her mouth and let out a shrill scream. The frequency of this sound was also beyond the range of human hearing. In the end, this high-frequency shockwave and infrasound combined, shattering the surging sea of blood in a way that could not be seen with the eyes. And this battle of vampire dukes became 2 against 1. The crimson color reflected the heavens and the earth. Wherever it passed, the sea of clouds dissipated, like a huge crimson moon hanging in the sky, so close that it seemed about to crash into the earth. Another place. At the end of the Sky Dome Mountains, atop a majestic peak, a gaunt man slowly rose. He was no more than 1.6 meters tall, with delicate features and a sunny, cheerful demeanor when he smiled. However, he was so thin he looked like skin and bones, appearing frail and small. Yet, it was this man who did the most unbelievable thing. Casually dusting himself off, he looked up into the distance, his gaze devoid of gentleness, filled only with iron and blood. Dark yellow earth elemental battle ki flowed from his body, no longer just pure light, but like flowing water, spreading down his body, covering the mountain top, and then extending further down, until it penetrated deep into the earth. The battle ki of a legendary expert was naturally powerful, but to cover an entire mountain like this was simply too exaggerated. Even more exaggerated was that, as the earth elemental battle ki covered, penetrated, and deepened, the mountain began to shake. With a deafening roar, an arm burst forth from the earth, emerging from the mountainside before slamming into the ground and forcefully lifting it up. Rocks flew, vegetation snapped, and a colossal earthen beast, hundreds of meters tall and resembling a gorilla, rose to its feet. Earthy yellow battle aura dripped from its body like golden fur. Looking at its form, it was a spitting image of the land's overlord, the behemoth, once the strongest weapon of the Orc Empire. Even though it was merely a form of earth and stone, imbued with battle aura, when this behemoth roared and pounded its chest, it was still awe-inspiring and terrifying. The gaunt man had already appeared atop the behemoth's head. There, a crown formed a dark golden throne. He sat casually, legs crossed, looking relaxed. He gazed into the distance and murmured, "Now that the stage is set, it's time for me to take the stage, behemoth, let's go." Roar. A roar, like an answer, an echo, and then, the behemoth bent its knees, leaped, and soared into the air. Its size should have made it clumsy, but in reality, its agility was beyond imagination. It wasn't flying, but simply leaping, traversing thousands of meters in a single bound. Upon landing, the earth trembled, creating a massive crater, The surrounding solid ground rippled outwards like waves. The behemoth then used the momentum to spring up again, leaping into the air once more. Although this method of advancement seemed less convenient than flight, it possessed a truly awe-inspiring, earth-shattering power. Above the behemoth's head, the gaunt man seemed to particularly enjoy this exaggerated mode of movement, still combing his disheveled hair. The war against Flower Territory was being led by the three major powers of the Allied forces, and naturally, each had to send a legendary figure. And they could only send one legendary figure. Countless people had advised him that his physique was best suited for the training of assassins and thieves, not warriors, much less berserkers. But he refused, instead cultivating and growing step by step with immense perseverance and determination, until he became the so-called mountain puller. He remained small, but when he achieved the calamity, awakened his earth elemental battle aura, and uprooted a mountain to use as a weapon before his enemies, no one dared to mock him anymore. Driven by an extreme pursuit of power, when he achieved legendary status, he slew a banished behemoth, using its soul and his own battle aura to condense a behemoth soul. Relying on this behemoth soul, he crushed the castles of those who had mocked and ridiculed him, until the Tsar appeared before him. Thus, the Slavic Empire gained a new national legend, His Majesty Theodore Oswaldo, the Mountain Puller. His original intended enemy on this journey was actually the ancient red dragon Virgilbury. Because behemoths and dragons are meant to fight, to determine a winner in a contest of strength. But he was too far away, allowing the green dragon knight Quentin Perkins to get there first. However, an ancient red dragon, bearing the title End of the Burning, was certainly worthy of his and another legend's combined attack. As for Roy, he was quite good, his strength almost unbelievable, but ultimately, he was only a fourth-tier cultivator. He didn't want to be branded as someone who bullied the weak, that was too shameful. Therefore, Luoyi had to die, but he'd leave it to Blackfire Farron Zacharias. He'd already lost face, he probably wouldn't mind losing it again. This thought flashed through his mind when a sense of crisis struck, and he abruptly turned his head. In that instant, a beam of battle aura pierced through his hair. Silent, without a sound, not even a fluctuation of battle aura or a ripple in space. Yet, the falling strand of hair still stunned him. He reached out, caught it, and lingered on the hair for a long time before finally looking up again. Then, he saw a figure thousands of meters away in the sky, a figure moving at high speed backward without any fluctuation of battle aura. Thus, the two remained relatively still. At this moment, Theodore lost his previous ease and stood up, asking, "Who are you?" The man chuckled, "You come to the Duchy of Norman to stir up trouble, and you dare ask me who your master is? Isn't that a bit too much?" The master of the Duchy of Norman, Theodore Oswaldo muttered the phrase, as if remembering something. "You're the legend behind the Norman family? You actually returned from the astral plane." "Hairhead, I didn't want to come back, but who told you to go too far? Coming to my territory and bullying my descendants, can I not come back? Your descendant, but his surname is Raymond, but you can't deny that he is half Norman." "I can't deny it, but if I remember correctly, your name is Beto Reyes Norman, a legendary assassin who has assassinated countless kings. When you were still active, you were called the King of Thorns, and you were also known for being indifferent to emotions. Do you want me to believe that you would come back from the Star Realm, specifically for the sake of countless generations of descendants?" "Ho ha ho ha. I can't refute what you said." His Majesty Beto actually nodded, but the subject changed and he said, "But, my descendant is rich. In order to hire me, he paid out millions of gold tires at one time. Such a large sum of money made me feel that it was not impossible to come back." "Then there's nothing to say. I think so. Then fight, roar." The behemoth beast took the lead in attacking. As soon as he raised his big hand, countless thorns shot into the sky. The covering attack was like a dense shower. With nowhere to hide and nowhere to avoid, the assassin King Beto vanished in a flash. Then, his figure reappeared across the entire sky, a dark, short blade pointed in his hand. No aura shone through, yet countless solid beams of battle energy pierced through the behemoth, spanning thousands of meters, aiming to riddle it with countless holes. Another legendary battle was about to begin. P.S. I think this chapter shouldn't be split up, it's more satisfying to read it all at once. Chapter 509, only 3 legends were sent. At this moment, before the magic mirror of the Magic Eye Alliance, almost all the legends and emperors were shocked by the scene before them. The image on the magic mirror split into 4, revealing 4 battlefields where legends clashed. The first was a battle between two dragons. The massive body of the ancient red dragon blotted out the sky, and its breath did not easily extinguish. Instead, it ignited the sea of clouds, creating a spectacular scene of a sea of fire burning the heavens. The enormous dragon body could be vaguely seen soaring and tumbling within it. Every collision, pounce, flapping of its wings, and attack with its claws, those seemingly simple movements, contained terrifying power that shook the very fabric of space. In comparison, although the green dragon was also an adult dragon, it was at least half the size of Virgil Barry, completely outclassed. Its breath spewed corrosive acid, but it could not penetrate the thick red dragon's scales. It was only because it had a master, the dragon knight Quentin, that it was not weak, possessing a terrifying monstrous strength. The dragon spear in his hand wielded a battle aura that could tear apart the sea of fire. With their combined efforts, they barely managed to hold on. The second scene depicts a civil war within the papacy, a desperate struggle among the cardinals. These two cardinals showed no camaraderie, their fight a true fight to the death. From afar, the blazing sun of holy light charged recklessly, like a raging tank on a battlefield, unrestrained and without regard for consequences. The sacred iceberg, on the other hand, chose to avoid direct confrontation and instead stabbed from behind. Under the sun's rays, the iceberg shattered, but the broken ice scattered around condensed into countless smaller icebergs. Then, whenever the sun paused, the iceberg would rapidly release its chilling energy, freezing space, or unleash countless ice spikes from behind, a barrage of arrows aimed at the sun's vitals. The battle grew increasingly fierce and reckless. Spatial rifts and alliance agreements were cast aside. The result was that with each collision, space caved in, collapsed, and twisted, sucking in all surrounding matter. However, precisely because it was so intense, it wasn't particularly entertaining to watch. The demon eye is ultimately just a demon eye, not the vision of a legend. Its ability to perceive is limited. At this moment, even space itself is distorted on the battlefield, presenting a blurry, pixelated image. Regardless, this battle laid bare the internal strife within the papacy. Countless legends applauded this. The third battle, vampire infighting, a death match between Grand Dukes. This battle was no less intense than the papacy's internal conflict. The two Grand Dukes of the Cullen family, though initially appearing to offer assistance and seek favors for future stability, ultimately clashed over old and new grudges, resulting in a fierce and bloody fight. However, being vampires who had lived for countless years, their methods were well understood. As a result, the battle devolved into a simple clash of domains, a pure test of resources and attrition. As for the fourth battle, warrior versus assassin, a scenario that has played out countless times throughout history, only this time it was a battle between legends. To be honest, while Theodolite's title was prestigious, the Norman family's patriarch was actually more composed. As the saying goes, those who thrive outside the prime material plane are all on the rise, possessing considerable strength. However, this man didn't have much of a killing intent. His primary goal was obstruction. As long as Theodolite didn't attempt to reach the battlefield, he would unleash his aura rays from afar, acting like a long-range sniper, issuing warnings rather than engaging in combat. Theodolite did try to rush in several times. After all, he had a mission, and His Majesty the Tsar's orders were very clear. But after being nearly slit in the throat by the enemy's close proximity, he dared not be too reckless. On one hand, he recognized the difference in strength. On the other hand, as a strength-based warrior, he wasn't known for his keen observation skills, and facing a legendary assassin who appeared and disappeared without a trace, he was truly powerless. The small mirror was divided into 4 sections, each more intense than the last, leaving the audience before the magic mirror somewhat overwhelmed. Strictly speaking, legendary battles are extremely rare within the prime material plane. This isn't just due to the restrictions of the Covenant, but also because while the space they shattered can be repaired, the damage still occurs. Spatial rifts allow the power of void and chaos to invade, and for the plane's generalized consciousness to erode it, it must mobilize the plane's primordial power. This causes the loss and depletion of the plane's primordial power. On a larger scale, the lifespan of the prime material plane will be shortened, prematurely entering a period of decline. Of course, this will be a long time from now, and most likely, even legendary powerhouses won't be able to witness it. Therefore, the most direct damage is the natural and man-made disasters directly or indirectly caused by the loss of the plane's primordial power. Furthermore, if the spatial rift opens in a bad location, connecting to places like Hell or the Abyss, It will trigger a plane defense war. If they win, at most a few million will die. If they lose, the entire plane might fall and perish. Where did the hundreds of levels of the bottomless abyss come from? Ultimately, these were once complete worlds, but now they've become breeding grounds for demons. This is a tangible harm. Legends born within this plane generally abide by this unspoken rule. Because once they step outside, this is their home. Would you want your home to be ruined and destroyed? Of course, when anger flares and conflicts become irreconcilable, a fight is understandable. However, legends are relatively restrained. Even in combat or spellcasting, they carefully control their power, avoiding anything that damages space. Therefore, large-scale, simultaneous battles between multiple legends in the same area, inevitably causing disastrous consequences, are extremely rare. The fact that this particular battle was triggered by a mortal lord further stunned the audience. However, just as they were completely captivated, the image on the magic mirror flickered. This made countless legendary powerhouses want to curse. Are you kidding me? You're causing trouble at this crucial moment? Even with the immense wealth and power of the Demon Eye Alliance, would they be humiliated and unable to lift their heads? Fortunately, the flickering didn't last long before it resumed. However, this time the screen wasn't divided into 4 parts, but into 5. The 5th shot focused on the protagonist of this turmoil, Roy Raymond. The legendary protector of the Kingdom of Sardinia, Blackfire Farron Zacharias, was still unchallenged. However, to everyone's surprise, even in this situation, someone from the Flower Territory actually stepped forward. It was an old man with a white beard. He was thin and tall, with a thick beard that reached his chest, but he was bald and had a hooked nose. After appearing, he didn't waste any words, simply looking Blackfire Farron Zacharias up and down before starting to pull things out of the dimensional space. First were 9 diamond golems, surrounding him, their gleaming diamonds seemingly representing eternity and indestructibility. None of them picked up weapons, only held diamond shields, positioned in front, and an image of resolute defense. Behind each diamond golem appeared 3 steel golems, clad in the most orthodox black knight plate armor, carrying large-caliber magical field cannons. The dark muzzles pointed diagonally to the sky, the cannons glowing faintly, already in a ready-to-fire state. Even legendary figures felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of these dark cannons. And that wasn't all. Further behind were rows of field cannons suspended in mid-air. These were all specially made versions, with thick muzzles, exposed ammunition belts, and each cannonball thicker than the waist of a Slavic strongman. Most astonishingly, one of the suspended crystals was entirely purple, but streams of magical energy were connected to the magical cannon. A chilling will transmitted, causing these magical cannons to operate automatically, their muzzles adjusting spontaneously, as if searching for enemies. The magic cannons are incredibly powerful. A single shot, with its impact and shockwave, inflicts considerable damage. Even a legendary figure, capable of withstanding a dozen or 20 shots head-on, would never willingly endure such relentless bombardment. However, compared to the magic cannon's adjustable loading and firing speeds, legendary figures are far more agile. They wouldn't remain stationary, allowing themselves to be bombarded. But these magic cannons are different, because the purple crystals they contain have several other names. For example, the activated soul, the demon hunter's soul, or most commonly, the tower spirit. Yes, this is the tower spirit, but not used on mage towers. In this cannon array, it possesses the functions of locking onto targets, calculating trajectories, and calibrating firing. Without it, this floating cannon array is nothing. But with it, this cannon array is already enough to threaten a legendary figure. And the white-bearded old man didn't stop. He took out 3 portions of the same purple soul crystals. One group controlled the machine gun emplacements, with hundreds of 6-barreled Gatling guns pointing towards the sky and ground, controlled by the tower spirit, specifically for interception. Another group controlled sniper emplacements, with 24 specially made sniper rifles, each with barrels over 10 meters long, all using specially modified holy light killing rounds. These were also controlled by the tower spirit for precise long-range kills in the melee. It was truly a case of one wrong move and you'd be blown to the head. And that wasn't all. The white-bearded old man continued to pull things out. For example, there were small flying vehicles carrying shells, self-propelled turrets with 8 legs and bodies covered in guns and cannons, sonic cannons wielding large megaphones capable of emitting terrifying sonic attacks, and electromagnetic cannons wrapped in countless electric coils, with visible currents flowing through them, but whose shells were the size of coins. The difference was that these were all experimental, unsystematic, and looked like a jumbled mess. But watching the old man endlessly pulling things out, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. To be honest, when this old man first appeared, nobody took him seriously. His Majesty Saint Bartholomew Hohenzollern, though bearing the title of saint, did so only because of his surname. His magical power fluctuations were only at the 4th rank, merely the 4th rank. On the legendary battlefield, a 4th rank calamity was as insignificant as an ant. Not only did Blackfire look down on him, but even the spectators thought he was overestimating himself. But at this moment, they all retracted that thought and became filled with awe. This 4th rank mechanical mage, clearly from the Habsburg Empire, was truly arrogant and indeed had the qualifications to inspire fear. Blackfire Ferenc Zacharias's face, as black as the bottom of a pot, was proof of this. At this moment, the 3 emperors within the king's realm even entertained an absurd thought. Especially looking at Loy, who was leisurely drifting along beside them, this absurd thought became even clearer. They had initially thought that sending 3 legendary figures, and even going so far as to persuade His Majesty Saint Vermont to come, was an overestimation of their capabilities. But now it seemed they had only sent 3 legends. Chapter 510, The Legend of the Great War. On the battlefield, Loy stood beside His Majesty Saint Bartholomew, feeling utterly bewildered. Loy had planned to face Blackfire Ferenc Zacharias himself. But His Majesty Saint Bartholomew had suddenly appeared, and without a word, began rapidly producing weapons. In an instant, the sky was filled with all sorts of magical weapons, forming a tight array that covered all directions without any blind spots. Loy was stunned for a moment before realizing that this man had come as promised. He had promised Loy that he would personally participate in the battle to help him stop a legendary figure. He was confident, but Loy hadn't taken it seriously, mainly because Loy knew better than anyone the vast difference between a 4th tier and a legendary figure. Therefore, this man was truly not in his plans. But unexpectedly, he had actually come. Looking at this display, it seemed that his claim of being able to stop a legendary figure wasn't just boasting, but genuinely based on ability. In fact, mechanical mages were generally a meticulous group, not fond of boasting. However, seeing that this person was about to attack first, Loy hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Your Majesty Bartholomew, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. His Majesty Saint Bartholomew was very serious. He stared at Blackfire Ferenc Zacharias, seemingly never daring to let his guard down. He then slightly turned his head and said, "If you know you shouldn't say it, then don't. The opponent is a legendary mage, and I must concentrate on fighting him. The strongest point of mechanical mages is their area of effect attacks. Even I have to be careful when facing a legendary mage." Seemingly feeling that saying this still lacked momentum, he added, "However, rest assured. Since I said I would help you stop a legend, I will absolutely not let him harm you, Loy Osnum." After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Your Majesty, how about I try? Try? Try what?" His Majesty Saint Bartholomew finally stopped what he was doing, turned his head, and looked at Loy, his aged but bright eyes filled with astonishment. "You mean, you want to try fighting this legend?" "Yes, that's a legendary mage, a renowned powerhouse of the old continent, not a 4th-tier calamity. The difference between them is like heaven and earth." Luo Yi's gaze shifted slightly, looking towards the legendary mage's location, his expression filled with fighting spirit. "It's precisely because he's a legend that I want to fight him with all my might. Only by wielding my sword against a strong opponent can I truly test the results of my cultivation." This wasn't a lie. Although Luo Yi was only 4th tier, he possessed 11 secret holy techniques stacked upon him. Even Deep Blue's meticulously designed attribute panel had collapsed, making it impossible to calculate his actual combat strength. Therefore, Luo Yi had long harbored this thought, to find a legend and truly, thoroughly fight him. Only in this way could he verify whether his cultivation had any flaws. His Majesty Saint Bartholomew looked closely at Loy, and after confirming he was serious, asked again, "Have you thought it through?" "I have," Loy replied, then smiled. "I hope your Majesty will cover for me. If I really can't win, I'll be counting on your Majesty to lend a hand and save me. In that case, you can do it yourself." Their conversation wasn't concealed. And with the legendary mage's keen senses, Blackfire Farron heard it all clearly. But this nonchalant passing of the buck finally angered the legend. Blackfire Farron laughed in anger, shouting, "Fine, fine, fine, fine. I never imagined I'd become merchandise in a shop, at the mercy of others. This is truly, truly infuriating, Loy, is it? Don't think you're so great just because you killed a few calamities. Come, come, let me teach you a lesson, let you know what it means for a legend to be unassailable." Although angry, Farron's Zacharias remained quite rational. At least, he didn't mention the two-on-one fight, instead focusing entirely on Loy. Even if he was looked down upon, a legendary powerhouse could be shameless. Moreover, he had never forgotten his mission, to kill Loy. He originally thought he had no chance, but unexpectedly, the other party willingly offered himself up for death. What else was there to say? Of course, he would grant his wish. Loy's answer was simple, his right hand burned with holy flame battle key, finally condensing into gold and red holy light spear. He bowed again, gathered his strength, and threw. He was surrounded by a pile of magical weapons, yet the spear he hurled pierced through space, reappearing before the legendary mage. And that wasn't all. Behind him, divine wings unfurled to their fullest extent, flapping once more, causing ripples in the space before vanishing completely. But upon closer inspection, behind the holy spear, Loy's figure could be seen flickering, his silver angel rapier trembling, his battle aura exploding, trailing rings of mock. However, Farron's Zacharias was, after all, a legendary mage. He raised his hand, forming a hand seal, chanting a few short incantations. Magic surged before him, and with his rapid casting super magic feat, the magic he condensed was unleashed in an instant. Whoosh, a gigantic golden hand appeared, its 5 fingers spinning, suddenly clenching into a fist, grasping the holy spear in its grasp. This was the Bigby grappling palm. However, though he grasped it, the spear pierced the air with a rapid tremor, and holy flames burned within it, directly enveloping the golden hand. Visibly, the golden hand seemed to melt in the holy flames. Farron's Zacharias' expression hardened slightly, but he cast another spell. With a short incantation, another golden hand appeared. This hand clenched into a fist and slammed down, completely shattering the holy spear into dust with a deafening roar. Along with it, the space itself shattered, twisting and breaking like glass, then rapidly mending itself. This was the most offensive spell in the Bigby series, the Bigby Shattering Palm. Croy had already followed closely, her rapier piercing the air, a full moon-shaped aura slash arriving. Where it passed, spatial traces lingered for a long time. Farron's Zacharias then chanted the incantation for the 3rd time, and another golden hand appeared, circling him once before striking the aura slash again. With a loud bang, the battle aura slash shattered, and of course, the Bigby's protective palm was also sliced to pieces by the burst of sword energy. But Loy didn't stop attacking. Relying on the high-speed mobility of his divine wings, each flap of his wings was a short-distance teleport. His silver angel rapier unleashed charged slashes, battle aura rays, and V-shaped combo slashes. Of course, the power of these extraordinary combat techniques was still somewhat lacking. The strongest were the endless holy light slash and the heavenly hammer. From some unknown point, a long-after image had appeared behind Loy, like a mark left by time. His figure appeared all around Blackfire Farron, almost completely surrounding him. Attacks capable of killing even a calamity crashed down like a tidal wave. Blackfire Farron also displayed the power of a legendary mage, pushing the Bigby series of spells to their limits, with more and more golden hands appearing. Whether it was protection, grappling, flying strikes, Vajra fist, or shattering palm, they fiercely guarded his surroundings, blocking countless attacks. At this moment, it seemed that Luoyi had gained the upper hand, forcing this legendary mage to be flustered and overwhelmed. But Blackfire Farron's expression remained incredibly calm, calmly watching Luoyi unleash his combat techniques. Until one moment, he seemed to have grown tired of it, slightly raising his arrogant head, and said, "You dare to challenge a legend? I thought you had some amazing skills, but I didn't expect you to be nothing special. Now that you've shown your skills to this extent, isn't it my turn?" As he said this, he raised his wand high, the gem at the tip of the wand emitting astonishing fluctuations, and with his wave, golden hands continuously rotated, merged, and transformed into larger golden hands. Until finally, only 5 golden hands of different shapes remained in the world. Some clenched their fists, some made a 5-finger grappling motion, Some joined their fingers into a palm, some formed a semicircle, protecting Blackfire Farron. Finally, with a flick of Blackfire Farron's wand, these 5 incredibly exaggerated magical giant hands moved in sequence. First, the grappling palm, directly freezing space and immobilizing Loy on the spot, then the protective palm, gripping Loy tightly in its grasp, leaving him nowhere to hide. Next, the Vajra palm, a close-range attack that caused terrifying force field damage. Then came the shattering palm, as if to pulverize the space around Loy. Finally, the flying palm, even if Loy had any desperate measures, would be knocked away, without harming the caster. This was Big B's 5-hand combo, a truly legendary chain of spells. From controlling the field to binding the enemy, from grappling to damage, and finally even shattering space, it also took into account the possibility of the opponent self-destructing. It can be said that this was a chain of spells created by the legendary Archmage Big B with his life's wisdom. The goal was to leave the enemy no chance to retaliate. Every strike was a fatal blow. Even Luo Yi, after the Divine Wings proved ineffective, could only unleash her full Holy Flame battle aura, transforming it into a shield of Saint Mark to shield her. Then, in that instant, the world seemed to fall silent, with only 5 consecutive palm strikes visible, sending Luo Yi flying. At this moment, Luo Yi was like a meteorite falling from the sky, trailing a fiery tail as she crashed into the sea of clouds. In that instant, a huge hole was burned in the sea of clouds, stretching for dozens of miles, and the world became clear, with starlight scattering down. At this moment, Blackfire Farron seemed to have done something insignificant, casually dusting off his mage robes and saying softly, "Done." Saying this, he turned to His Holiness Saint Bartholomew, preparing to deal with him. But at that very moment, the sea of clouds churned, starlight gathered, and in midair, Luo Yi, clad in gold and red dragon scale armor, stepped through the air. His divine wings stretched to their fullest extent without fluttering in the slightest, and he simply stepped through the air, each step activating a sacred technique, his aura rising a notch. Each step seemed to liberate his body from its constraints, and the blazing holy flames burst forth in their ultimate form, burning the heavens and earth. Chapter 511, The Legend of the Great War. Loy had to admit he'd been somewhat careless. According to Deep Blue's plan, he should have gradually increased his strength, using Blackfire Farron as a benchmark to accurately assess his combat power. Therefore, even in a battle against a legend, he hadn't unleashed his full holy techniques immediately, but instead focused on his own strength first. Everything was fine until it turned out to be a trap set by Blackfire Farron, who seized the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow. Loy wasn't known for his defense, although his physical resilience naturally improved after training. Even a true shield of calamity might not be stronger than him, and the timely use of the Saint Mark shield pushed his defense to its limit. Even so, he still suffered under Big B's 5 consecutive strikes. It just goes to show that a legend is a legend, a true pinnacle of combat power, a powerful being with 1 foot in the dimensional sphere. One should never underestimate a legend. Therefore, after swallowing a drop of Isis's spring of wine, Luo Yi no longer concealed herself but activated her secret holy techniques one by one. Divine Sigh, Giant Beast Heartbeat, activated. A heartbeat like a thunderclap resounded, causing ripples in the air to spread outwards, mixed with gold and red holy fire battle key, seemingly forming an independent Lingayan, Lion King, activated. Strange substances were secreted and integrated into her blood, causing the capacity of each drop of blood to bear battle key to increase dramatically. An inexplicable fluctuation spread outwards, sweeping away all negative emotions, leaving only boundless courage rising from the depths of her heart. Golden Bones, activated. A liquid light gold completely covered her bones, increasing their hardness exponentially, like true steel bones, indestructible and immortal. It also supported the entire body's power circulation, increasing efficiency many times over. Then, Divine Speed, activated. Dense biocurrent surged within her nervous system, increasing Luo Yi's reaction speed by an immeasurable amount. The entire world seemed to slow down drastically in his perception, as if moving frame by frame. And he seemed to be able to traverse freely within these frames. Finally, Sea God's Protection, activated. A mysterious substance flooded his internal organs, filling the cavities between them. Strangely, it didn't affect their function, in fact, it amplified it. Its greatest effect, however, was its ability to withstand and weaken external forces, increasing it many times over. With this jelly-like buffer, Even if his internal organs were struck by a heavy weapon, the force would dissipate with just a few swaying motions. This alone completely compensated for the body's weaknesses, raising even the weakest aspect to above average. At this moment, Luo Yi could unleash his power without restraint. But that was all. The use of this secret sacred technique placed an extremely heavy burden on the body, consumed too much battle ki, and placed unrealistic demands on essence, energy, and spirit. He was now using most of his main combat holy techniques, more than enough to deal with the legendary mage Blackfire Farron. At least, Luo Yi felt that Blackfire Farron in his current state was only worth these secret holy techniques. It's a long story, but in just a few steps, Luo Yi's aura had undergone a complete upheaval. His holy flame battle aura exploded. No less powerful than the holy sun of Saint Vermont. In fact, in terms of temperature and heat, it was even greater. With another step, Luo Yi was already in front of Blackfire Farron. Using the same silver angel rapier, with the same diagonal slash, and with the same overflowing battle aura, he released a strike like a full moon. But the power of this strike was simply outrageous. From within the holy sun of flame, another great sun flew out, carrying the power to cleave heaven and earth, tearing through space and advancing ever forward. Without a doubt, nothing could withstand this attack, not even Big B's five-handed palm. How did Loy know? Because Blackfire Farron proved it with his actions. Big B's five-handed palm was a perfect defense, but when this aura slash swept past, it silently and completely cleaved in two. Then, the holy fire burned, completely incinerating the remaining golden hand. Even Blackfire Farron was filled with disbelief. That was Big B's five-handed palm, a legendary level combo spell, and it couldn't even withstand a simple block? In that instant, the aura slash was upon him, so fast that Blackfire Farron had no time to cast a spell. However, his magic robe seemed to sense the danger, automatically triggering and illuminating. A rapidly spinning tornado shield appeared out of thin air, rubbing against the aura blade and exploding into a series of sparks. Even at the very end, the battle aura blade didn't dissipate, it was merely deflected, slicing past Blackfire Farron, then splitting the sea of clouds and disappearing into the horizon. The long slash mark extended for tens of kilometers. The density of this battle aura was already exaggerated, and this was just one of Luo Yi's most ordinary attacks. This was also the benefit of having high-level basic attributes. At a certain level, techniques are secondary. The purest form of attack can create the most terrifying power. At this moment, Blackfire Farron almost stiffly turned his head back, his face still showing lingering fear. But Luo Yi showed no sign of stopping. The silver angel rapier pointed straight out, its blade radiating a brilliant golden red light, until, at its limit, a beam of holy flame battle aura shot out. Blackfire Farron's defensive magic was clearly based on deflection, able to redirect powerful attacks in other directions, thus avoiding damage. These defensive spells are certainly powerful, but their biggest weakness is their ability to penetrate too deeply. Therefore, Luo Yi chose the aura ray, a straight-line attack that is the strongest and fastest, though the wound is relatively small, just a small hole. For battle-hardened warriors, if they find they can't dodge, they might even slightly shift their bodies to avoid vital points, taking the hit without significantly reducing their combat strength. Therefore, Luo Yi doesn't usually like using this technique in combat, but at this moment, it proved surprisingly effective. Before Blackfire Farron could react, the ray pierced a rotating force field with almost no delay. However, just as it was about to strike Blackfire Farron, a magic ring on his finger lit up. Distorted space appeared before him, curving into an arc. The aura ray, however, followed this arc, avoiding Blackfire Farron and shooting into the distance. Space-distorting magic items directly bend space-time, thus avoiding damage. This is already the second automatically triggered defensive magic item. It just goes to show, a legendary item truly has a ton of good stuff. Crow's attacks didn't stop. As he lunged forward, his silver angel rapier slashed through the air once more. This time, it wasn't a simple aura slash, but a holy flame transforming into light, displaying endless holy light, then condensing into a torrent of aura blades that surged forth. This was area of effect damage, unleashing endless aura blades that seemed capable of tearing apart anything in its path. This time, Blackfire Farron finally made a move. He raised his hand and took out a legendary dragon skin scroll, stimulating it with magic, causing it to explode in midair. Then, centered on Blackfire Farron, waves of water element rose, transforming into surging tides that expanded outwards. The power of the endless holy light blades was considerable, but when they landed on these water currents, they were weakened layer by layer until they dissipated completely. These 3 attacks were merely attempts by Luo Yi to buy time. By this moment, he was already close enough to be right in front of him. Truly close, only a few meters apart, their eyes locked, Luo Yi even grinning at Blackfire Farron. At this moment, Blackfire Farron's panic was impossible to conceal. Simultaneously, he activated his magical items, triggering spells, defensive, offensive, crowd control, and mental protection, no fewer than 10 different kinds. But at that very moment, Luo Yi spun in midair, making a charging motion, and then, the silver angel rapier, trailing an immeasurably long and exaggerated sword light, slashed down directly. This strike, using the sword light as a dividing line, carved a terrifying spatial rift, after which even the chaotic void was stirred and churned. Even the dimensional origin power seemed to encounter resistance in repairing this spatial rift, as if a stubborn force was resisting, causing the repair speed to be 10 times slower than usual. With this strike, all of Blackfire Farron's abilities were shattered. Not only his defensive magic, but even the instantaneous teleportation portal that hadn't yet formed shattered and dissipated. As for Blackfire Farron himself, a line of blood appeared above his head, then ran along his head, torso, and his entire body, splitting him in 2. But before he could fall, the subsequent sword energy churned him into a shower of blood and minced flesh. He was utterly dead. But Luo Yi felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, he stared intently at the mass of flesh and blood, his eagle eye fully activated, his gaze sharp as a knife. Then, under his observation, a piece of amber that Blackfire Farron carried shattered. This amber was the size of an infant's fist, pale yellow, warm and smooth, and most strangely, it contained a human-shaped form. Judging from the eyebrows and eyes, it was 90% similar to Blackfire Farron. Now, after shattering, the human-shaped form collapsed, flowing out a substance like fine sand. It was this substance that caused time to reverse around them. Blood reversed, flesh and blood reassembled, as if from nothingness, piecing together the shattered Blackfire Farron once more. Even the torn clothing, the triggered magical items, and all the spells were restored to their original state. Of course, the amber completely vanished. As for Loy, even with his aura blazing like fire, he couldn't stop himself from retreating, constantly back along the path he had come from. At that moment, Loy suddenly understood what that fine sand was. It was a mysterious object he had only heard of in myths, something he thought only existed in legends, but now he had actually seen it. The sands of time, possessing the power to reverse time. The resurrected Blackfire Farron became strange. He seemed stripped of all human emotions, utterly indifferent. He looked at Loy and abruptly asked, "Do you know why I am called Blackfire?" As he spoke, a ball of magical fire ignited above his head, a black magical fire burning fiercely. P.S. Here's the first update to make up for yesterday's. I'll try to post the second update around 1 p.m. Chapter 512, The Legend of the Great War. Flames have color and are usually accompanied by intense light and heat. The sacred flame is a prime example. But Farron's black fire brings not light, but darkness. An utterly profound and abyssal darkness. And the place shrouded in darkness seemed to connect to a new world, within which countless dark, shadowy creatures emerged in dense, overwhelming numbers. Because it was all darkness, even Loy couldn't see what was within, but the intense feeling of being stared at by countless eyes gave him goosebumps. Gradually, rustling sounds came, growing closer, like whispers in an unknown language, provoking one's nerves. Anyone with weaker strength would be driven to madness by these sounds alone. Although not grand and righteous, in a sense, it was similar to the might of a dragon, requiring constant testing of willpower. Those who couldn't pass would succumb to madness and chaos. The only difference was that the might of a dragon belonged to an individual, while this was the combined effect of countless shadowy creatures. Yes, this was the legendary domain of Blackfire Farron. The black flames engulfed the area, directly opening a portal to the shadow dimension. At this moment, countless shadow creatures were watching intently, awaiting his command. Enveloped in black flames, nothing could be seen, but Farron stood there like a candle in the darkness, focusing all vision. He looked at Loy, his expression extremely indifferent, yet revealing a unique arrogance. "I am a fallen one of darkness, an enslaver of shadows. My name is Farron Zacharias. I, in the name of the legendary Blackfire, bestow upon you death, The deep voice still echoed between heaven and earth when the countless shadow creatures attacked. The starlight and moonlight were eroded by darkness, and countless shadow creatures transformed into more than a dozen tentacles, sweeping towards Loy. At this moment, His Majesty Saint Bartholomew felt it most deeply. Even in the cold mechanical camp, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his hands and feet icy cold. He realized he had been too arrogant. Legendary mages weren't just warriors, they possessed numerous methods. Even his mechanical turrets would struggle against such a massive army of shadows. Unless he replaced all his ammunition with holy light bullets beforehand, he would ultimately perish. Indeed, legends were legends, none were simple. But Luo Yi on the field remained calm, only his golden red battle aura exploded, the flames, now at the level of holy flame, spreading outwards without restraint. The darkness and shadow surged in, colliding with the holy flames, offering almost no resistance before being incinerated. Only when on the verge of death within the flames could one see the full form of those shadow creatures. Various bizarre appearances, crooked limbs, disproportionate bodies, twisted and evil postures. Just one glance was enough to instill fear in one's heart. One wrong move, and one's mind would collapse, sinking into the darkness, to be torn apart by the shadow creatures. The effect of the holy skill, Lion King, was no joke. Boundless courage surged within him, allowing him to remain forever calm. You have to admit, Holy Flame-type battle aura has an extremely strong restraining effect on these creatures of darkness and shadow. Wherever the holy fire passed, the shadow creatures were reduced to ashes, offering almost no resistance. But there were too many shadow creatures. Far more than imagined, practically overwhelming and countless. Looking at the battlefield now, where Loy was, it was completely shrouded in darkness. Although the holy fire occasionally burned fiercely, leaving traces, it was visibly dimming, the area it covered shrinking. At this moment, Black Flame Farron seemed to have finally shaken off the side effects of resurrection and become alive again. His voice, through countless rustling sounds, resounded throughout heaven and earth. So what if it's divine battle aura? So what if it's holy flame battle aura? With sheer numbers, you'll still die. Who says light can always defeat darkness? Who says shadows will always avoid fire? I refuse to believe it. But before he finished speaking, the seemingly extinguished holy flame battle aura suddenly blazed fiercely. Endless light and heat spread outwards, rampant and boundless. How could you possibly have such powerful battle aura? Even a legend couldn't. This was Black Flame Farron's exclamation. Then, he saw Loy place an angel ring on his head. A massive amount of divine power poured out from it, flowing into Loy's body, and then transforming into holy flames at an astonishing speed, spreading outwards. Wherever it passed, darkness retreated, shadows were burned away, leaving only a sea of holy flames that scorched the heavens and earth. At this moment, Loy activated another holy technique, divine fire. He raised his hand, making a 5-finger clenching motion, and a small flame ignited in his palm. It looked small, but the aura it emitted was terrifying and awe-inspiring, and it was even rising continuously. With just a breath, it seemed to have broken through some limit, and finally, the flame had transformed into a ball, golden red like a glass flower, melting space simply by burning in midair. Luo Yi held this ball of flame, as if holding a condensed sun, and the power radiated from it alone made countless shadow creatures cower in fear. This was another application of holy fire, combined with a holy cataclysmic battle technique, radiant sunburst, forming a unique killing move. This was Luo Yi's inspiration a long time ago, but in order to perfect it, he used nearly 70% of Deep Blue's computing power and calculated for a whole month before he got the result. Luo Yi called it Holy Radiant Sunburst. At this moment, Black Fire Farron's pupils contracted, no longer caring about anything else, but raising the magic wand in her hand and loudly chanting a dark spell. As a result, an extremely terrifying aura spread from within the Black Fire portal, and the mere extension of power made the Black Fire portal creak and groan. Ultimately, it was this aura that merged with a black fire, causing it to burn fiercely and grow 3 times its original size before stabilizing. Then, even more terrifying aura spread, seemingly trying to enter the Herka world through the black fire. At this moment, countless legends before the magic mirror jumped up in fright. The Demon Eye King, Pharaoh Farnsworth, even screamed, "This is a 6th-tier demigod, the Shadow King Dormammu. Black Fire Farron, you deserve to die." However, his voice and threat were destined not to reach Farron's ears, but Loy had already made his move. Secret holy technique, dimensional pouch, open. The replenishing biological energy surged into his body, making up for the emptiness of his essence, energy, and spirit, stabilizing his aura. But this was not what Loy urgently needed. What Loy needed was a further understanding and control of the laws of space due to the opening of the dimensional pouch. Then, he reached out and sent his holy fiery sun burst out. This holy solar explosion had already melted space, and after being sent away by Loy, it completely disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Blackfire Farron. No, this was Blackfire Farron's last cry of alarm. The next second, the holy solar explosion exploded. Endless light and heat spread outwards, igniting a huge flame that spread in all directions at an unreasonable speed. From afar, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose, illuminating the night and dispelling the shadows, without encountering any resistance. Even the so-called Shadow King Dormammu severed the extension of his power at the fastest speed and retreated into the depths of the shadow plane, fearing to be affected. If he was like this, then let alone the other shadow creatures. They were melted by the holy solar explosion with almost no power to resist, and they didn't even have time to let out a final scream. Even Loy drew a Saint Mark shield in front of her, and under the violent shockwave, her figure kept retreating. The aftershocks and intense heat of this combat technique were unbearable even for him. However, at this moment, Luo Yi was already reviewing the situation. Shen Lan listed all the information point by point and calculated Luo Yi's strength. It should be said that against Luo Yi, Black Flame Farron was at a disadvantage. There was no way around it. His expertise in shadow and dark magic were typical evil magics, which were severely countered by Holy Battle Aura. The reason he used Big B's 5 consecutive palms was precisely to avoid suffering this disadvantage. Even now, with Black Flame fully activated and countless shadow creatures, he was still at a disadvantage against Luo Yi. But if he encountered other legends, he would definitely not be so pathetic. However, even in the end, Luo Yi did not activate all his holy techniques. Dragon's Might Bloom was useless, Rock Kidney was not activated, let alone Adrenaline Stimulation, Lyman's Ear was useless, and Third Lung was not qualified to be displayed. After offsetting these two, Luo Yi calculated that his strength with about 7 or 8 holy techniques activated would be comparable to a legend. Loy was fairly satisfied with the result. Just as Loy was still in a daze, His Holiness Saint Bartholomew had already arrived. He first looked at the ravaged battlefield, then at Luo Yi, then back at the battlefield, then back at Luo Yi. This repeated several times until Luo Yi finally couldn't hold back any longer. He asked, "Your Majesty, is there a problem?" Saint Bartholomew said quietly, "I just realized that you don't actually need my help." "So, I was just being presumptuous," Luo Yi quickly replied. "Of course, with your Majesty here, I can unleash my full potential without any worries." Saint Bartholomew shook his head honestly and said, "You don't need it. Your strength is already enough to kill a legendary mage on your own." Tisk tisk, I thought I could fight beyond my level, but I didn't expect that the one who can truly fight beyond his level and win is actually you. Luo Yi waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood something." "What? A legendary mage has many methods, they're not so easy to kill?" Luo Yi's ears twitched. And he activated his holy skill, Ear of Lyman, at full power, following the voice in the darkness and listening to the movements in the distance. In his hand, a ball of flame ignited once more, reforming into a golden red spear. Suddenly, Luo Yi opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Finally found you." Before his voice faded, he hurled the holy flame spear, which shot across the sky like a meteor and vanished in an instant. Only after a long while did the rumbling thunder echo. P.S. Despite rushing, there were still various delays, so I couldn't assess the time as I had before. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513, A Legend's Demise. 100 miles away, in the southeast of Flower Territory, lies Mark Village, a remote place. It's a relatively large village, home to over 100 households, roughly 400 or 500 people, young and old, who have cultivated the land for the Raymond family for generations. Centered on Mark Village, thousands of acres of fertile land are cultivated by them, and most of their annual harvest is handed over to the Lord and the Church. They are merely cultivators of the land, not its owners, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing. The Raymond family is quite conscious of public sentiment and reputation. Even when exploiting the land, they aren't too harsh. Furthermore, in years of famine, they reduce taxes and provide relief to the victims. Therefore, their lives are poor yet peaceful, and even the vigorous development of the magical energy industry in flower territory seems to have little impact on them. They continue to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. This way of life has continued for decades, even centuries, and if nothing changes, it could continue for decades, even centuries more. But change always comes unexpectedly. Night had fallen, and the villagers were all fast asleep. Not a single lamp was lit in the entire village, save for the faint glow of the stars and moon, which created a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. But from some unknown time, 6 intricate magical runes outside the village were triggered and lit in succession. The flickering magical light, carrying elemental fluctuations, spread far and wide, intertwining with each other. From above, a 6-pointed star array would appear, enveloping the entire village. Then, from the darkness and shadows of those 6 locations, rustling sounds arose, eventually giving way to twisted shadow creatures. They seeped into the houses, into the bedrooms, binding the sleeping villagers, then tightening their grip abruptly. The pain came so suddenly that the villagers awoke with a start, but they could not utter a sound, for slippery shadow tentacles had already covered their mouths. They could not struggle, for their entire bodies were bound by the shadow tentacles. Some had their necks snapped, for this was the thinnest and most deadly spot. Though their eyes bulged, their faces turned bluish-purple, and their deaths were gruesome, this was the quickest way to die. Most of the able-bodied men would clearly feel their flesh tearing, muscles snapping, bones shattering, their bodies being crushed into pieces. The pain and despair before death tormented each person's soul. On a level unseen by mortals, these souls were twisted by pain and despair, then sealed back into their skulls. These shadowy monsters would then sever their heads, rip open their chests, and rip out their hearts. They would sweep inward from the outer perimeter of the village, reaping the lives of everyone. Men, women, children, the elderly, and infants, not one was spared. However, this slaughter finally alerted the owner of one particular household. It was a warrior missing an arm, his left arm severed at the root, greatly diminishing his fighting ability. However, this did not negate his strength. His broad chest, strong muscles, and muscular arms all spoke of a former powerful warrior. Indeed, he had fought for the Raymond family, only to be forced into retirement due to his disability. However, the flower territory now provides a comprehensive system for retired soldiers, offering them a substantial monthly stipend, ensuring their livelihood. Furthermore, they are often rehired by the Lord's mansion and have come to this village to oversee physical training and teach basic combat skills. There is also a magic apprentice, specializing in literacy, arithmetic, and basic meditation techniques. However, due to the scarcity of magic apprentices, he is not permanent, rotating every 3 months and visiting 4 villages annually. This is the current education system in the flower territory. After a period of study and passing an exam, one can enter a higher level school. This system aims to reach as many people as possible. Returning to the main point, the one-armed warrior retained his warrior's alertness, waking from his sleep when the shadowy creature entered the room. The sharp swords had no effect on the shadow creatures, but the lit candles instilled fear in them. In a moment of ruthlessness, he set his own house ablaze. The raging flames frightened away many shadow creatures, and the loud noise awakened many others, but even their gathering couldn't stop the slaughter. Once the houses were completely burned, their desperate resistance was futile. The one-armed warrior was the last to die, his face contorted with resentment, yet his head was severed, his chest ripped open, and his heart ripped out. The carnage lasted only a short time, no more than half an hour, before subsiding. In the center of the village, in a plaza, a large pit was filled with hearts, the squeezed blood forming a pool. Around the pool were intricate magic circles, with heads placed in specific positions. The shadow creatures, now gathered together, formed a humanoid shape. Countless rustling sounds arose, transforming into whispered, dark curses. Countless shadowy creatures collapsed, wailing, while heads opened their mouths, releasing wisps of twisted, black smoke like souls that danced in the air. At the very end of the incantation, these twisted souls were all thrown into the altar, whereupon a pool of blood boiled, and a naked figure tore through the amniotic sac, emerging from it. He gasped for breath, as if he had been holding his breath for too long, his eyes still etched with the fear of death. Upon closer inspection, he was completely hairless, his skin translucent, and one could vaguely see the pulsating of his internal organs. However, his features were familiar. It was the legendary mage, Blackfire Farron Zacharias. He showed no discomfort amidst the hellish scene around him, instead muttering incantations. Luckily I didn't slack off before coming and spent some time setting up this dark altar and resurrection array, otherwise, I would have really been defeated by this little flower territory. As he said this, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Luo Yi's final attack was simply too exaggerated. Holy battle aura, plus the condensed third stage flames, not to mention their actual power, they were truly the nemesis of shadow and dark mages like him. He had even summoned the Shadow King, but he only dared to show his face and ran away faster than anyone else. That was a 6th-tier demigod. However, this thought only flashed through his mind before the fear on his face dissipated, replaced by ruthlessness, coldness, and killing intent. It was impossible for him to take action, the class advantage was too strong. However, legends have their own circles, and he had his own connections. At this moment, he was already planning how to cause trouble for Flower Territory, how to trip them up, and how to take Luo Yi's life. In any case, he had to get his revenge for this loss. Before his thoughts could settle, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head, gazing into the distance. As far as the eye could see, he seemed to see a dazzling light, trailing a brilliant tail of flame that parted the sea of clouds, approaching at an incredible speed. Blackfire Farron Zacharias froze for a moment, then cried out in terror. No, he scrambled to his feet, trying to escape, but slipped and fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. He dared not delay, using both hands and feet to flee. At that moment, his only complaint was, why was this pit so deep? But in that short time, the holy spear had already pierced the void, locked its position, and then plummeted down. The dark sacrifice magic circle clearly sensed the threat. Shadows were driven into the sky, forming a shield of shadow to block its path. But it had no effect whatsoever. The spear fell through the air, flames burning, directly piercing through all the darkness and shadow. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, smoke and flames mingling and spreading outwards, instantly igniting the dark altar. The raging flame seemed intent on burning everything in the path. Where the spear struck, the newly resurrected Blackfire Farron Zacharias was impaled on the ground. Countless plumes of black smoke and shadows rose from his body, only to be ignited by the holy fire, filling the air with agonizing screams. Blackfire Farron Zacharias was also screaming in agony. He had lost his human form, transforming into a twisted shadow monster. He possessed at least 8 arms, gripping the holy spear tightly, trying to pull it out, but the power of the holy flames was terrifying, incinerating his arms. Yet, beneath him, countless shadows gathered and surged, filling his arms and sustaining his life. I don't want to die. I can't die. I shouldn't die. Even now, Blackfire Farron struggled relentlessly, his body twisting as he tried to escape. But at that very moment, Loy's voice boomed in his ears. I, Loy Raymond, in the name of the Templar Knights, hereby grant you death, divine judgment, fall. A beam of holy light descended from the sky, like a punishment from heaven, completely enveloping the half-human, half-shadow monster. Then, within the light, countless plumes of black smoke dissipated, along with the body and soul of Blackfire Farron Zacharias. No, this was his final lament, filled with despair and resentment, yet utterly annihilated in the holy light. Only a struggling heart remained on the spot. But the next second, the spear of holy light exploded, and sparks of fire fell, landing on the heart and erasing the last trace. Thus, the 5th-tier legendary mage, the fallen one of darkness, the shadow enslaver, Blackfire Farron Zacharias, was dead. This was the fall of a legend. At this moment, before the magic mirror, all the powerful and the emperors were utterly speechless. Chapter 514, Let's Make Peace. The Demon Eye Alliance, of course, couldn't predict the resurrection location of Blackfire Farron. This legendary mage was skilled in dark and shadow magic and was notoriously unpredictable. But they could track the holy light spear that Roy had thrown. Although, before the incident, even the Demon Eye King, Pharaoh Farnsworth, didn't know what Roy was planning, he didn't mind wasting some magic power and time. So, he temporarily deployed 3 near-orbit demon eyes to quickly lock onto and track it. On the demon mirror, the original 5-part image gained another segment, broadcasting live the holy light spear that pierced the sky, finally crashing into Mark Village, where the dark sacrifice had been completed, after traveling 100 miles. Then, witnessed by all the legends of the old continent, a legendary powerhouse died. The impact of this scene was absolutely unparalleled, and the shock it brought was unimaginable. In the realm of kings, there was first a deathly silence. The three noblest emperors in the old continent alliance, at this moment, were like ignorant mortals, their eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Only after a long while did a woman's hysterical roar erupt. Her once clear and melodious voice became sharp and vicious, like bubbles rubbing together, causing a splitting headache. The great Queen Victoria could no longer contain her rage. Her vicious curses, exhausting her vocabulary, echoed throughout the royal realm. That damned bastard, that country bumpkin, that orphan brat, how dare he? How dare he, my legendary warrior, my guardian mage, gone just like that. Gone just like that, no, absolutely not. This is not over. I want him to watch his own land turn to ruins, watch his wife and children die on the spot, watch the empire he built with his own hands be destroyed. I will send a massive army to breach Siren Harbor and capture Brussels. I want him dead. You will help me, won't you? At the end, Queen Victoria looked at the other two, as if seeking the promise and assistance. However, neither Bonaparte I nor His Majesty the Tsar spoke, instead avoiding her gaze, either looking up at the sky or lost in thought, appearing indifferent. This angered Queen Victoria even more. What are you thinking? Bonaparte I finally spoke. I think we should consider how to end this war, and it's come to this, and you still want to end the war. Queen Victoria looked incredulous. Shouldn't we mobilize a large army, enlist more legends, and take the Flower territory in one fell swoop? What you're saying is impossible. Why is it impossible? Do you think the Habsburg Empire is just for show? Or do you want to lose the main battlefield? He paused, then continued, even if you succeed with all your might, do you really want to face a legendary warrior, a relentless assassination attempt? Queen Victoria wanted to say something more, but opened her mouth and remained silent. The Tsar finally spoke, asking, do you know when the last legendary figure to die was? Before Queen Victoria could answer, he continued, the record is from 10 years ago, to be precise, 9 years and 8 months ago. My Slavic Empire's fifth-tier bloodlust berserker, His Holiness Graham, reached the end of his life, dying of old age at 603. Because of his death, the Graham family lost its greatest patron, and Aquinas Graham, as a duke, had to fight to the death. Then there was His Holiness Saint Vermont of the papacy. He lived for over 1,000 years and should have died long ago, but the papacy's influence was too great, and he himself didn't want to go to heaven. In the end, he only had to bow to His Holiness the Pope, and his life was extended. Victoria, do you see, that's what legends are. Victoria still showed some resentment, but Bonaparte I's words were even more blunt. Legends are not common. The reason you think there are quite a few legends is because they have long lifespans. The existing ones were accumulated over hundreds of years in the old continent, and a large part of them are active outside the plane and will basically never come back. There are only a few legends who truly operate in the main material plane. They can call themselves Holy and His Majesty, and they are equal to you and me. If you want to kill Luo Yi now, you have to invite more legends. But, do you think those legends will still pay attention to you? The Tsar spoke again. He pointed at Luo Yi in the mirror and said, the person you see in front of you is on the surface a fourth-level person, but he not only killed natural disasters like dogs, but he also not only defeated a certain legend. In a head-to-head confrontation, he defeated a legendary strong man, and he also chased him with great force, killing a legendary mage on the spot from a distance of hundreds of miles. Do you know what this means? Queen Victoria asked almost instinctively. What does it mean? The Tsar said, he is just a natural disaster, but he definitely has legendary combat power and is still a legendary strong man. In the future, even if a legend meets him, he will be treated as an equal. If there is any conflict, it will most likely be resolved through friendly negotiation. A deathly silence hung in the air. After a long while, Queen Victoria finally spoke in a hoarse voice, asking, so what do we do now? This time, Bonaparte I sighed. What else can we do? Sue for peace. In this world, some unexpected events take strange and unpredictable turns, beyond human control. But some things can be predicted. For example, after the mortal battlefield's defeat, Flower territory will inevitably face a heavy blow from high-end forces. After all, Similar situations have occurred countless times on the battlefield between the Allied forces and the Empire. Even a fool would think that the three emperors of the Allied forces wouldn't accept defeat and would inevitably mobilize their superhuman strength. Especially after the appearance of the magic tank and its dominance on the ground battlefield, they had no choice but to do so. In a sense, this was also what Loy hoped for. He needed true legendary powerhouses to verify and measure his own strength, but that was only one reason. More importantly, in this era, if you want others to dare not provoke you, you must demonstrate sufficient power. The magic tank is like that, and so is legendary combat power. Therefore, Loy would slay a legendary mage in full view of everyone, and even after the mage fled, he would still try to kill him from 100 miles away. He was demonstrating his strength, flaunting his power, and warning all those with ill intentions, "Don't mess with me." The effect was remarkable. Almost all the legendary figures watching before the magic mirror fell silent. Some even manipulated the mirror to magnify the image, presenting it completely before them, as if trying to memorize that face. The king of the magic eyes, Pharaoh Farnsworth, immediately decided that his previous plan must be carried out. Although his magic mirror was only given to continental emperors and legendary figures, this calamity was definitely qualified. In this quiet moment, countless people changed their minds and attitudes. Of course, Loy himself wasn't particularly happy at this time. Because, through the listening of the ear of Lyman, and the perception amplified by the holy light spear, he sensed the death and destruction permeating Mark Village. The deaths of hundreds of people made his face very grim. Others might think legendary lives are precious, but as he felt the wailing of his soul, he only felt a desire to resurrect Blackfire Farron and kill her again. However, this was ultimately his home turf, and he still had to force a smile to greet the legendary powerhouses who had come to help. Once Loy defeated Blackfire Farron, there was not much to say about the other legendary battlefields. The first to leave the battlefield was Mountain Puller Theodore. He had already been badly beaten and, seeing that he had no chance, naturally ran the fastest. The patriarch of the Norman family did not pursue him. He had no intention of fighting to the death. Then there was Grand Duke Torito. As a vampire, he was more severely restrained by holy battle aura. After witnessing the power of that holy sunburst, he was afraid that Loy would also use it on him. Therefore, he fled very quickly. It was Duke Aaron and Lady Lucy who were unwilling to let him escape so easily, so they dealt him a severe blow. The Blood Moon even seemed to have a gap bitten off. Then there was Quentin Perkins, the Green Dragon Knight. He was already struggling against the ancient Red Dragon Virgil Barry, and now that he saw no hope, he naturally didn't want to fight anymore. So, he spurred his green dragon and turned to run. Although Virgil Barry chased after him and he took several mouthfuls of dragon breath, he still managed to escape the battlefield. The last to leave, and perhaps the most composed, was His Holiness Saint Vermont. He was the first to stop attacking, retreating several miles to observe Loy from afar, watching for a long time before finally leaving. One wonders if he regretted it as he left. As for His Holiness St. John Stewart, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he flapped his divine wings and appeared before Loy. At this moment, he scrutinized Loy from head to toe for a long time before asking in a low voice, "Can you tell me how you cultivate?" Loy replied in a teasing tone, "Nothing special, just mastering a few more holy techniques." Upon hearing this, many legendary powerhouses twitched their faces. Chapter 515, The Legendary Feast. At Lion Manor, the banquet had been going on for a very long time, the atmosphere extremely tense. The band had long since stopped playing, and the maids in the banquet hall had all been removed, replaced by a group of black-clad swordsmen, who were stationed everywhere. Most of the guests were seated in their places, some with gloomy faces, some anxious, and some outwardly calm, but their knuckles bulged as they gripped their silver cups. Of course, there were also carefree ones, mostly young girls, dozing off. Even so, the banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one from the Lord's Manor had come out, saying the banquet was over, obviously to prevent them from causing trouble. And these people didn't want to leave now, because if anything happened, they could get first-hand information here, and it was the safest place. Outside Lion Manor, the entire city of Brussels was once again under martial law. Countless people were driven home, and the streets were only patrolled by police and guarded by black-clad swordsmen. However, despite the martial law, people's hearts were still restless. Many were filled with fear. After all, the previous turmoil was still fresh in their minds. However, This situation did not last long. First, changes occurred at Lion Manor. The male and female servants were once again put to work, and a banquet hall of extremely high standard was set up on the 6th floor of the mechanical mage tower. In the kitchen, the cooks were required to use their best skills to prepare the most luxurious meal. If any fresh ingredients were needed, a list was drawn up, and someone would go to purchase them. Even more astonishingly, due to the urgency, at the command of Butler Hoover, a superhuman expert released his battle aura and flew away. All for the sake of a freshly slaughtered magical beast's blood. And centered on Lion Manor, the news spread outwards, and the martial law in the entire city of Brussels was quickly lifted. It felt like snow meeting the sun, melting away the ice and snow, and there was even an undisguised sense of celebration brewing in the city. And this commotion finally reached the banquet hall, arousing discussion among the guests. Unable to contain their anxiety any longer, they summoned a busy butler, Hoover. Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters tried to glean clues from old Hoover's expression, but for a skilled butler, concealing emotions was fundamental. So, after a moment's hesitation, he asked directly, "I wonder if His Excellency has caught up with the assassin?" Butler Hoover replied without hesitation, "Of course, my lord has personally slain the assassin, and along with him, the heads of 8 calamities." This statement caused an uproar. Many simply refused to believe it. They knew that Lloyd was a strong man among the calamities, but to say he fought 9 against 1 and killed them outright was simply too much. Then, someone hidden in the crowd, speaking in a suppressed voice, asked, "Haven't any other changes occurred?" "Changes? What changes? What changes do you want?" Butler Hoover's expression suddenly changed, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if searching for something among the guests. Although he wasn't a particularly powerful figure, as the head butler of the Raymond family, he possessed a certain imposing presence when angered. No one dared meet his gaze, some even avoided him, fearing they would become targets of suspicion. However, only for a moment. Butler Hoover's expression changed again, returning to normal, and he spoke with the characteristic elegance and composure of a butler. "There have been unforeseen circumstances. Legendary experts from the 3 great empires, along with some unscrupulous individuals, attempted to carry out an assassination. Unfortunately, my master was prepared and intercepted them one by one, even personally slaying a legendary figure." Wow, if before he had been incredulous but managed to control his expression, now he was filled with suspicion, believing the butler was spouting nonsense. Even Lord Robinwater, the Imperial Ambassador and a close collaborator of the Flower Territory, couldn't help but question, "Butler Hoover, are you telling the truth? Believe it or not, then tell me, which legend died at the Earl's hands? The Kingdom of Sardinia, the legendary mage, Blackfire Farron Zacharias? That's impossible. That legend is proficient in darkness and shadow magic. How difficult would it be to kill him? But he's already dead." Butler Hoover, no longer willing to waste words, directly dismissed them. "All right, everyone, the banquet is over for today. You may leave." At this moment, someone spoke up. "I wonder, could we please ask the Earl to come out for a meeting?" Another chimed in. Yes, even after the banquet is over, it's not appropriate for the host not to show his face, is it? My master is currently unavailable. If you wish to request a meeting, please send an invitation first. The Earl is reluctant to meet you." Could it be? The words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Butler Hoover, unusually revealing his emotions, let out a cold smile. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My master is perfectly fine. However, I have a few legends to entertain, so I don't have time to attend to you." "You mean?" "That's right, I'm preparing a grand banquet for legends." The guests all left. As they departed, the sky was already turning light, and a new day had begun. However, despite not having slept all night, these people weren't particularly tired. Instead, they returned to their camp as quickly as possible and relayed the news through various channels. Although they themselves found it hard to believe, receiving and reporting the news was something they had to do. Even if it was wrong, they had to report it first and let the high-ranking nobles judge for themselves. They were actually prepared to be reprimanded for incorrect information. But to their surprise, the news was reported, but no reprimand occurred. Instead, requests for strengthened cooperation, trade orders, and technical support poured in. Especially the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater, who waited patiently after reporting the news. He didn't have to wait long. The proposal to replace tanks with flying machines, which had been stalled, was passed just like that. At this moment, Even the slowest among them understood that Butler Hoover's words were absolutely true. At this moment, countless people had only one thought in their minds: the Raymond family is truly about to take off. And this was just the beginning. The birth and fall of a legend, and the aftershocks it caused, still affected the situation in Flower Territory and even the entire old continent. Of course, these are all stories for later. Right now, Loy is entertaining a group of legendary powerhouses. On the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, a continuous stream of food was served. And even fresh magical beast blood was specially obtained to entertain the two vampires. The traditional long table was removed and replaced with a round table, symbolizing that there is no distinction between noble and lowly. The girl from the Siren tribe was also awakened, and her melodious singing was deliberately controlled in volume, neither noisy nor disruptive, creating an optimal environment that felt peaceful and comfortable. Loy greeted the 5 legends, and with His Holiness Saint Bartholomew, they took their seats. No secrets were discussed, nor were any rewards mentioned. They simply ate, drank, and chatted casually. All were powerful figures. The drinks were merely for enjoyment, not for getting drunk. After introductions, they shared their personal experiences, discussed history, and talked about the current situation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. For example, His Holiness St. John Stewart never mentioned the internal strife within the papacy, but instead spoke of his past campaigns with the Celestial Legion in the Abyss. The first layer of the Abyss, also known as the Plane of 10,000 Abysses, was considered the gateway to the bottomless abyss and was also a recognized battlefield between gods and demons. Gods and demons had conflicts, as did demons and devils. When devils encountered gods, it was often a fight to the death. Since there were conflicts, the most direct solution, of course, was to fight, and whoever won would be right. Normally, unless it's a war of national annihilation and racial extinction, everyone leaves some room for maneuver. They agree on a time and place, each gathering their legions and allies for a battle. The most common location chosen for this is the Plains of 10,000 Abyss. Over time, it has even become the go-to arena for war. Almost every moment, legions of supplicants from the divine realm, demon legions from the abyss, hell legions from the bather hell, and individual legions from various prime material planes, descend upon this place for a disparate slaughter. This is what's known as a bloodbath. St. Jorn Stewart participated in such a bloodbath. The enemy was a demon lord under the legendary Dark Lord Grazd, but halfway through the battle, hell legions interfered, and another god supplicant army was also drawn in. In any case, that battle was so chaotic that St. Jorn still can't understand it. However, he did teach a little trick. If you're traveling in the abyss, it's best to stay in Broken Domain Town for a while. That was the Blood War mercenaries' stronghold, a trading center and transit point in the abyss, ruled by a powerful succubus in a red shroud, and thus maintained a degree of order. The abyss's environment was extremely harsh, and its survival rules differed from those within the plains, so living there for a period of time was essential for better preparation for future adventures and trials. Seeing that St. Jorn had brought up a topic of interest, the legendary Berto Reyes Norman also began to speak. Having spent years operating outside the plains, he naturally needed a stable base, and he chose the legendary City of the Mark. The City of the Mark was hailed as the center of the multiverse, from which one could reach any known plane and region. Even Lloyd had read about the City of the Mark in various books, describing it as incredibly wondrous. However, even with all the available information, Deep Blue couldn't pinpoint the exact location of this so-called center of the multiverse. This time, it was His Majesty Berto Reyes Norman who cleared his doubts. First, whether the City of Sigil is the center of the multiverse is something even His Majesty Berto Reyes Norman doesn't know. His power and knowledge aren't yet at the level to consider the entire universe as a starting point. However, he does know that the City of Sigil possesses extremely unique power, capable of connecting spatial rifts in every plane and region, thus forming its own unique portals. Therefore, the seemingly impossible claim that one can reach all known places from the City of Sigil is actually true. Chapter 516, Gaining Knowledge and Expressing Gratitude. The existence of the portal ensures that one can reach any plane and region of the multiverse from Sigil City at top speed. Therefore, Sigil City is teeming with astral merchants, slave traders, and blood war mercenaries. His Majesty Berto Reyes Norman is a mercenary assassin who takes on missions within an assassin organization and attempts to complete them. Why attempts? Because he is merely a legend, and his targets span demon lords, celestial gods, astral apostles, plane lords, and more. Even if he is selective, He has to abandon certain missions when faced with certain enemies. His strength simply doesn't allow it. His legend would be quite prestigious back in the world of Herka, but in Sigil City, it's not so much about prestige. His biggest dream now is to save enough money to buy his own house in Sigil City. Not a full payment, but a down payment with monthly mortgage payments. In his words, renting is too expensive. Most of his monthly income goes to rent, even interfering with his cultivation. This is why he's short of money. From him, Luo Yi actually saw the drudgery of working people, and a sense of identification immediately arose. Then there were the two vampire Grand Dukes. They had no experience living outside this plane, and their current cultivation level was largely due to their bloodline. However, their bloodline was both their strength and their weakness. Further advancement was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Unless they could break the shackles of their bloodline. Like Lucy Cullen, who only broke through with the help of a drop of ancestral blood. The problem was, the princes above the Grand Dukes, as recorded, were all in the vampire kingdoms in the abyss, almost impossible to obtain. However, their own strength was there, within this plane. As long as they didn't do anything too taboo, they could still live quite comfortably. These two talked quite a bit about the internal affairs of the vampires, and the seemingly unreachable new continent. It was at this time that Luo Yi learned that most of the 13 vampire clans had migrated to the new continent during the migration years ago. There, they established a career for the vampires, hiding among humans and controlling considerable power. As for Grand Duke Torador, he was left on the old world only because of the Blood Moon Forest. Ostensibly, it was to prevent abandoning their ancestral lands and ensure someone remained to control the situation, but in reality, this vampire Grand Duke, one of the leaders of the secret society, was truly unpopular. He had offended 12 of the 13 Crimson clans, his popularity was exceptionally low, and he suffered immense ostracism. If it weren't for their unique dimensional plane, he might have been executed by the vampires themselves. Of course, what Lloyd was most concerned about was the New World. The New World, as described by the two Grand Dukes, was a typical example of chaos and order coexisting, with alien races and humans co-governing. The New World was a vast territory, no smaller than the Old World, and had its own civilization and races, though most had been wiped out and were now protected species. Years ago, after the 100 races were driven out of the Old World, they undertook a great ocean migration, initially each occupying a piece of land and living independently. However, the New World also had its own resistance forces, who united and fought desperately, putting immense pressure on the other side. Eventually, increased communication and alliances led to the initial racial fusion. Then, after several internal wars, and through the efforts of certain heroes, a superficial unity was achieved. This resulted in a unified empire, primarily composed of humans, with participation from all races, skin colors, and ethnicities. This was the glorious empire. It's not hard to imagine the countless internal conflicts within this fragmented empire. To suppress these conflicts, humanity embraced magic-based industries and had significant contact with the Habsburg Empire, making great strides in magic-based machinery. Indeed, magic-based machinery, which was heavily resisted in the Old World, flourished in the New World. Because of their vast territory, their railway network was even longer than that of the Habsburg Empire. Moreover, they possessed an advantage that even the Flower territory lacked, a large number of different races, correspondingly many possessing magic power, with many races even born with it. This was certainly not enough to support their rapid advancement on the path of magic, but they certainly had a natural advantage in controlling magical machinery and using magical weapons. Then there was the Red Dragon Virgil Barry, arguably the longest lived, having lived through countless ages and encountered countless heroes from books. His most important role at the banquet was storytelling. He always unfolded ancient history from his unique dragon perspective, drawing everyone in as if they were there themselves. It's worth mentioning that he actually believed the Old World had been peaceful for over 300 years. Thanks to the unity of faith and the numerous interventions of the Holy See, the intensity of war on the Old World had significantly decreased. Currently, only the war between the Alliance and the Empire was truly intense, the others were minor skirmishes. If we trace back further, we would reach the War of the Stars over 300 years ago. It was a grand and brutal war that even the Red Dragon Virgil Barry was unwilling and dared not mention. The current, Jiju, a term referring to the overall situation or structure, of the Old World was also established by that war. Finally, There was His Holiness Saint Bartholomew. He wasn't one to back down, but compared to the seasoned legends before him, his experience seemed rather limited. In short, he had spent his time in the mage tower training, learning, and researching magical machinery. Even his combat experience was honed through creating various illusionary scenarios. Calling him an academic mage wouldn't be an exaggeration. Therefore, he truly didn't know what to say. However, this was, after all, the age of magical energy industry, and everyone was quite interested in magical machinery. Roy brought up several topics related to mechanics. He found his area of expertise and launched the conversation. He didn't explain complex principles but used the simplest language to describe the effects magical machinery could achieve and its future applications. The view of the New Brussels from his vantage point further captivated the legends. Roy had to admit that social circles were truly crucial. Just from the words spoken by these powerful legends he was chatting with, he could gain a wealth of knowledge and broaden his horizons considerably. A legendary banquet began at the crack of dawn and lasted until noon. Roy arranged accommodations for everyone and then visited them one by one. For example, His Majesty Berto Reyes Norman was given 1.2 million gold tills, 200,000 more than the originally negotiated price, which greatly pleased him. Even in the multiverse, gold is a hard currency. It not only has monetary properties but is also a high-value precious metal, an essential material for many spells, and can be smelted into fine gold. His Majesty Berto Reyes Norman was quite satisfied, not only exchanging contact information with Roy so he could contact him for similar missions in the future, but also specifically mentioning that if Roy wanted to go to Sigil City for training, he could act as a guide, helping Roy familiarize himself with the place as quickly as possible. Then there was His Majesty St. John Stewart. He didn't make any demands, only stating that the destruction of the Raymond family was the personal act of Saint Vermont and had nothing to do with the Holy See. On this point, Roy actually had doubts. After all, without the Vatican's instigation, why would Saint Vermont target the Raymond family? There had to be a reason for his actions, right? Was it simply because he disliked the Raymond family? Well, given Saint Vermont's style and madness, it seemed possible he acted out of mere dislike. Of course, the truth didn't matter. Given St. Jordan's intervention, Roy was willing to believe him. In other words, Roy's revenge for the Raymond family's destruction would only extend to His Holiness Saint Vermont. His only request was that the Vatican not interfere in this personal feud. His Holiness St. John Stewart hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Later, His Holiness Saint Bartholomew, while not directly involved, did intervene. Therefore, Roy sent him all the blueprints for the first generation of the Land King. As for Virgil the Red Dragon, there wasn't much to say. First, he filled the Golden Palace with gold, then he presented the share transfer certificate, making the ancient Red Dragon grin from ear to ear. As for the last two vampire dukes, while Roy was still thinking about what to give in return, they already offered one. Count Roy, what do you think of Grand Duke Torrid? Roy blinked and said, what can I think? Just stand there and watch, he's hiding in that dimensional plane, there's nothing I can do about him. Even if I wanted to cause him trouble, I'm powerless. Grand Duchess Lucy Cullen glanced at her husband, and seeing Edward Cullen nod, she said, if we could find his dimensional plane, would you be willing to help? Roy immediately perked up and asked, tell me more. At the end of the previous battle, he was only concerned with escaping, which gave us an opportunity. Although he got away, we managed to tear a fragment from his blood moon. As she spoke, Grand Duke Cullen raised her hand, and a blood moon, like a phantom, floated in midair, with only a piece torn off that looked real. What is this? The key to that dimensional plane. Chapter 517, Tank Leasing Business. In many ancient magic books, dimensional planes are also called demiplanes, meaning incomplete planes. If the prime material plane is considered a giant bubble, then dimensional planes are smaller bubbles hanging on it. Their formation is varied, some are fragments that drifted out after the prime material plane shattered, some are remnants of other planes that collided with it due to astral motion, and some are naturally dimensional planes within the prime material plane, forcibly transformed by some great beings. In short, an independent demiplane is the most precious resource for legendary powerhouses, bar none. Especially for mages, the possibilities are endless. In the history of Herka, there was a dragon-taming mage who went down in history. His own strength was not outstanding, but he acquired a demiplane by chance, transformed it into a dragon's lair, and raised a group of dragons as his henchmen. The result was that whenever he fought, with a wave of his hand, 17 or 18 giant dragons would swarm out. Even demigods, let alone legends, had to avoid his attacks. Of course, raising dragons required their consent, and the enormous consumption of meat made it no easy task. Most legendary mages would transform their demiplanes into their own secret bases, then set up resurrection arrays, making them virtually invincible. This is why legendary mages were so difficult to truly kill. These demiplanes always had connections to the prime material plane, creating a passageway. Making a key out of this passage meant complete control over the coordinates of that dimensional plane, making it private property. For example, the Blood Moon Forest of Grand Duke Toledo was known as the last refuge of dark creatures because, in the era when humans unified the continent and hundreds of races migrated, it indeed sheltered many dark creatures. Vampires, werewolves, beastmen, ghouls, dark elves, grey dwarves, and other races all survived in the Blood Moon Forest before migrating to the New World. In a sense, Grand Duke Toledo owed many of the dark races a life, but he seemed oblivious to the principle of great kindness breeds enmity. He took advantage of these favors, becoming arrogant, domineering, and venomous, ultimately becoming the ostracized one he is today. Yet, he himself is oblivious, even believing he is upholding tradition. To get back to the point, the passage in and out of the Blood Moon Forest is the Blood Moon itself. Grand Duke Toledo always brought the Blood Moon with him when he made his moves, because he could use it to manipulate the power of dimensional planes, similar to Loi's angel ring. Now, with a piece torn off by Grand Duke Karen, it's as if they also have a passage in and out. Quickly scanning the information provided by Deep Blue, Loi looked down at the crescent moon, her eyes brimming with undisguised joy. After a moment of silence, Loi looked up and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Lucy Cullen smiled and said, "Now that we have the key, the Blood Moon Forest is no longer a forbidden area. We can come and go as we please. Your Excellency, don't you want to settle this grudge? Besides, Grand Duke Toledo is notoriously vengeful. Just because he didn't succeed this time doesn't mean he'll back down. There's a saying among humans, it takes 1,000 days to catch a thief, but 1,000 days to guard against one." Loi also smiled and said, "Is that all?" Lucy Cullen wanted to say something more, but her husband, Grand Duke Cullen, turned his head and gave her a look, stopping her from speaking. Turning back to Loi, he said sincerely, "My Karen family has some grudges with Grand Duke Toreador, so I'm happy for him to die. However, I must admit that I also covet the Blood Moon Forest." He sighed, "My lord, there are things you haven't said, but I can see them. The development of the magic industry will lead to an explosion in productivity, which will require more mineral deposits, more resources, and an explosive increase in population. At that time, unless I fully integrate into the human world, my sphere of activity will only shrink until I'm squeezed out of my way. Therefore, I need a territory truly belonging to the Karen family, where my family and I can live in peace, instead of hiding and running. In my opinion, there's nothing more suitable than the Blood Moon Forest." Loi nodded slowly. Clearly, he was more frank, unlike his wife, who still tried to play tricks on him. Grand Duke Karen, observing Loi's expression and seeing his interest, immediately added, "Of course, this is no easy task. The dark races living within the Blood Moon Forest are not few in number. To conquer it, we not only need powerful warriors capable of overpowering Grand Duke Toledo, but also to crush the armies of the dark races. We hadn't originally intended to do this, but after witnessing the Earl's strength, the power of the Flower Territory's Imperial Guard, and obtaining this fragment of the Blood Moon, we became interested. But I wonder, what does your Excellency think?" Loi remained silent again for a moment. Finally, he asked, "Grand Duke Karen, you've come to help me this time, and I shouldn't refuse your kindness. However, launching a large-scale military operation will consume a considerable amount of wealth and resources. Even the Flower Territory must treat this war with caution. If it were merely to deal with Grand Duke Toreador, I wouldn't mind going to the Blood Moon Forest with you. I could even bring His Highness Virgil Barry, the Red Dragon. But to use the Flower Territory's Imperial Guard, equipped with the most advanced magical weapons, to fight an unknown war for you, frankly, is beyond my capacity." Loi spoke frankly. Even this act of kindness didn't warrant him deploying a large army. Grand Duke Karen, however, did not give up. Instead, he asked, "I wonder if your Excellency is interested in the Blood Moon Forest?" Loi narrowed his eyes and asked, "Grand Duke Karen is willing to share. The Blood Moon Forest is actually quite large. The Irlamit River flows through the entire demi-plane, dividing it in two. The northwest region is larger, mainly consisting of mountains and plains. The southeast region is smaller, mostly forests and swamps, and is also where the Blood Moon Castle is located, Grand Duke Karen said. If your excellency is willing, we can cooperate. If we take over this demi-plane, my Karen family is willing to jointly rule it with the Raymond family. My Karen family is actually quite small, all we seek is a peaceful place to live. This southeastern region is more than enough for me. As for the vast lands in the northwest, they can be developed and built upon by your excellency. Lucy Cullen chimed in, no power lasts forever, nor are any invincible. Even gods fall one day. Although your excellency is currently at the height of your power, you must also consider the family's future. Leaving behind this foundation is like building up the family's resources and providing a safety net. I know what you're saying, I know. Roy was tempted. After 3 seconds of thought, he extended his hand and said, then, let's cooperate, let's cooperate. The two hands clasped in midair, one hot, one cold, representing the conclusion of an agreement. Of course, this was only the initial intention. The Flower Territory was still at war and could not easily send troops. Therefore, they had to wait for the war in the Duchy of Normandy to end, for the Imperial Guard to rest and recuperate, for the situation to stabilize, and for Roy to make his move. During this period, they still needed to continue reorganizing and expanding their army, prepare special ammunition to deal with dark creatures, and most importantly, gather enough information about the Blood Moon Forest. Preparatory work before the war required ample time. Fortunately, time was not an issue for the vampires, and Grand Duke Karen was not in a hurry. This was the final matter. After finalizing it, these legends gradually departed. This also marked the beginning of Luo Yi's first network of connections at the legendary level. Then, as the aftershocks of the legendary war spread, Luo Yi received only good news. The three armies on the front lines advanced smoothly, and the enemies they encountered crumbled almost instantly. The armies of the Norman and Freud families also invaded their territories, making the three marquises feel the crisis of annihilation. But they could do nothing. The magic energy factory in Brussels City once again entered full capacity operation, with orders from various countries of the old world pouring in like snowflakes. According to the schedule, it even extended to March of next year. This provided a huge impetus for a new round of factory construction and industrial development. As for the villages and towns destroyed by the war, they were rebuilt at a visible speed, with people drawn from all over to fill the gaps. In just a short time after the war, the scenes of ruins disappeared and were forgotten, replaced by thriving new cities. Even Baron Miller Petrovich sent a letter. He was no longer just the Minister of Railways, but had officially joined the cabinet, becoming one of the three deputies to the Minister of the Interior, in charge of transportation. In a sense, if the Minister of the Interior were to resign, he would be qualified to take his place. Originally, Miller thought this was due to his own merits, but once he entered the cabinet, he realized that the legendary warrior, Lloyd, was the reason for his further advancement. Even the Empire would show goodwill to legendary warrior. It is worth mentioning that this battle finally allowed the entire old world to witness the power of the Flower Territory. In such an era, strength represented order and stability, and moreover, the prosperity of the Flower Territory was undeniable. In this era of large-scale construction, even those with only physical strength could earn a living. Moreover, those with talent could find well-paying positions here and realize their value. As a result, the Lord's Mansion began receiving a massive, explosive influx of citizenship applications for the first time. Nobles who had lost their territories, bankrupt merchants, well-educated but heirless noble sons, mage apprentices from various mage towers, war refugees. The number of people wanting to settle in the Flower Territory was increasing, and any noble with some ability was willing to send a branch of their family there. As for those war refugees who had neither money nor power, they even began to immigrate through smuggling. It was said that smuggling people from the Silver Sea to the Flower Territory had become a very popular business, with many nobles and pirates involved. Please don't forget, this was a time of war. The long-running war between the Empire and the Allied forces had caused not only destruction, but also a huge number of people wanting to escape. After noticing this situation, Luo Yi did not strictly enforce the rules but chose to turn a blind eye. After all, the Flower Territory needed labor and various types of talent. His own cultivation was ultimately slower, and he was certainly happy to see immigrants from other countries. In any case, after Roy slew a legend, the whole world turned a benevolent side towards him. He rarely encountered anything unpleasant, which gave him the illusion that he was the protagonist of destiny, his word carrying immense weight. Of course, he remained clear-headed. A phrase he had heard somewhere before popped into his mind: when you are powerful, everyone you see is good, everyone you encounter is kind. It was at this moment that the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater, finally couldn't contain himself any longer. Lion Manor, 2nd floor, study. Ding ding. When the doorbell rang, Roy stood up from behind his desk, ready to greet his guest. He saw Imperial Ambassador Lord Robinwater stride in, bowing deeply respectfully before Roy. "My Lord Earl, please forgive me if I offend you in any way." Roy looked at him, somewhat taken aback. "Did you offend me before, facing a legendary lord?" "I dare not. I really dare not." Roy waved his hand. "Sit down." "All right." Lord Robin immediately found a seat, half sitting down in the chair, his back ramrod straight, but his head bowed. He maintained the posture of a nobleman in court, perfectly displaying his humility and respect. Roy was speechless. He sat down in his seat, staring at Robinwaters, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if trying to figure out what tricks the other was up to. But to his surprise, Lord Robin simply maintained his posture, not revealing the slightest flaw. This time, Roy couldn't hold back any longer. Beep beep beep. He tapped the table and said, "Lord Robin, we're old friends, can you stop putting on airs? You're not tired, but I'm tired just watching you, with His Majesty the Legend in front of me. If you keep this up, I'll throw you out." "No. Please don't. You don't know how difficult it is to get an audience with you these days." Lord Robinwater finally recovered somewhat. But when he looked up again at Roy, the resentment in his eyes was so intense it was almost palpable. Roy felt goosebumps all over from his gaze, and only because of his strong body control did he probably jump up. "Turn off that look in your eyes and be serious, or I really will throw you out, and I mean it, Your Excellency, Your Majesty." "Roy, if you keep this up, I'll directly request the Empire to replace the ambassador." No. This was Lord Robin's weakness, and he quickly regained some composure. "Get to the point. If you keep being sarcastic, don't blame me for hitting you." Lord Robin looked miserable. "I've been reprimanded by the Imperial Cabinet again." "Why this time?" "For misjudging your combat strength." "By the way, Roy, we're practically acquaintances now. Can you stop messing with me all the time? You can even kill a legendary. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I wouldn't be in this predicament." Roy chuckled and retorted, "Just like with a magic tank, if I told you before the battle that legendary figures are like pigs and dogs in front of me, that I could kill them with a flick of my wrist, would you believe me?" Lord Robin's expression froze, as if he had a mental block. After a moment, "Of course I don't believe it, right? If you send this message back, all those big shots in the cabinet will think you're crazy. Besides, actually, before this, I didn't know I could kill a legendary. I'm just a calamity now, but for some reason, I've gained a higher level of combat power. So, this time, I wanted to find a legendary to see the difference." At this point, Luo Yi paused slightly before saying, "Who knew that the renowned legendary Blackfire would be so easily defeated?" Lord Robin was speechless, rolling his eyes to the sky. He seriously suspected that Luo Yi was showing off in front of him, but he couldn't refute it. After taking several deep breaths, he finally stopped pretending and reached behind him to take out a stack of documents and a parchment scroll, placing them on the table. "Take a look. This is data transmitted from the Empire, containing all the parameters of the aircraft, top secret. However, as long as you sign this exchange agreement for the aircraft and tanks, the Empire will send people in a few days with more detailed blueprints and data, and will help you build factories, establish production lines, and teach you specific techniques. Of course, the prerequisite is that you also prepare the blueprints for the magic tanks and your technical personnel." Roy took the parchment scroll, glanced at it, and with Deep Blue's analysis, confirmed that the agreement was sound. The Empire's terms were relatively lenient, even seeming to be at a disadvantage in some aspects. Moreover, this magical parchment scroll had been notarized in the Temple of the God of Justice, Tom. If either party violated the agreement, the consequences would be severe. However, Roy slammed the parchment onto the table and said, "That's settled then. But the reason I met with the Lord today is actually to discuss some other matters." "What?" "I heard that the Empire is completely stuck on the front lines at Bonaparte. Haven't you thought about breaking the deadlock?" "Your Excellency, could you be more specific?" "What I mean is, the Flower Territory currently has a magic tank rental business. I wonder if the Empire is interested. What? You mean, those magic tanks can be given to the Empire? It will cost money. Money is not a problem, but, Roy, you're not lying to me. Do you think I would joke about such a serious matter with you? No, of course not. Alright, ha ha ha, I'll send the message back right away. You just wait. Wait, don't rush, let's discuss the details first, so you can better handle the Imperial Cabinet's inquiries later. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. P.S. People came to visit my baby today. I was busy all day, and only now can I finally settle down to write. That's all, no points, I've already sent them all. Chapter 518, The Fall of Grey Castle. An hour later, Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters left, his smile barely concealed despite his efforts to suppress it. His steps were even unsteady, as if he were drunk, completely lacking the composure expected of an envoy from a great power. He had to admit that being an envoy in the Flower Territory was a dangerous mission. One wrong move and he could be reprimanded by the cabinet, his career hanging in the balance. But the surprises were truly enormous. Lord Robin could even foresee the uproar within the Imperial Cabinet when he relayed the news, and the excitement among the generals in the military. Perhaps this protracted war would be broken by the intervention of these magical tanks, deciding the outcome. Just thinking about it made him tremble. After Lord Robin Waters left, Roy's smile slowly faded, his expression turning serious as he lowered his head, lost in thought. Behind him, Olivera emerged from the shadows, revealing her figure. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but looking at Luo Yi's serious back, he couldn't utter a word several times. It was Roy who spoke first. Just say what you have to say. Hesitating isn't your style, Olivera finally said. Count, didn't you say that the Flower Territory shouldn't get involved in this war? If we really lease tanks, I think the Allied Forces High Command will go crazy, but I'm going to push them. Roy's voice was low, his eyes gradually sharpening, like knives and swords. Everyone thinks that since the Flower Territory has developed magic-powered tanks, we'll cling to them tightly, as if afraid others will learn from them. But I don't care, because, with the technological strength and size of the Habs Empire, developing similar weapons of war is only a matter of time. Rather than letting them find another way and open a new track, it's better to let them follow our path. Everyone thinks that since the three leaders of the Allied forces are taking action under the guise of a noble war, I can only swallow my anger and let them take down their 10,000-strong legions at most. Yes, I can't take action myself, nor can I actively participate in the war, but that doesn't mean I'll do nothing. When the magic tanks enter the battlefield, I'm curious to know what their expressions will be. And how will they react? After speaking, Luo Yi pondered for a moment, finally nodding slowly. It's still the same old story. In this era, only when we are strong enough can we make outsiders treat us with kindness. Therefore, even the three major powers of the Allied forces, the strongest nations of the old continent, will have to pay a sufficient price if they take action. This was Luo Yi's idea. Everything had to make everyone understand, Flower Territory is not someone anyone can mess with. The Raymond family has always been powerful. Only in this way can unnecessary trouble be truly avoided. Many times, things in this world are just so strange. When you're easy to talk to, a nice guy, and kind to others, some people will always think you're weak and easy to bully. But when you're fierce and domineering, no one dares to talk nonsense in front of you. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is an eternal truth. Undoubtedly, when Lord Robin Waters relayed the news back, the Imperial Cabinet was in an uproar. Although they had passed resolutions and allocated personnel and resources to the project when their magic tanks were dominating the battlefield, establishing multiple project teams, they were certain they could achieve something given enough time. However, research and development, testing, production line construction, and crew training all require time. The Empire, currently engaged in multiple wars and fighting against overwhelming odds, faced unimaginable pressure. Time was their biggest weakness. But what if the Flower Territory were willing to lease magic tanks, and if magic tanks were deployed to the battlefield immediately? Just thinking about it excited the Imperial Cabinet members. Therefore, only 3 days after the news reached them, a large number of people secretly arrived from the Empire via sea transport. They brought enough gold, not empty checks or receipts from the Seven Gods Bank, but real gold, as an upfront payment for the lease. This was their sincerity. However, the Flower Territory's magic tanks were still fighting abroad and would take time to return. But they weren't idle. A large number of elite magic gunners have been stationed in the Flower Territory's military camps, learning the theory and practical operation of magic-powered tanks under the guidance of instructors. Production in the Flower Territory has never stopped. Besides those already in use, many new magic-powered tanks have become their training grounds. This is also the Empire's biggest complaint. While Loy was willing to lease magic-powered tanks, the tank crews refused to lease them along with the tanks. In Loy's view, his soldiers could fight according to his will, but they shouldn't simply die for money. The Flower Territory could at most send an observation and guidance team to the battlefield to provide guidance, oversee personnel training, and manage tank maintenance. Magic-powered tanks are still new weapons of war, and the Flower Territory is accumulating experience. The Empire, of course, knows this, but still needs the guidance team, so it readily agreed. It's worth mentioning that some of the personnel sent by the Empire this time are professionals specializing in magic-powered aircraft. Upon arrival, they immediately took over the construction and planning of the 6th Industrial Zone in New Brussels. From this day forward, this will be the manufacturing and testing base for magical flying machines. Loy mobilized many of the Flower Territory's top talents, led by the mechanical genius Nehemiah von Braun, with Hill Douglas in charge and participating, forming a flying machine conquest team to participate in the subsequent technology transfer plan. While all of this was proceeding rapidly, everyone's attention turned to the battlefield. The prerequisite for tank leasing was that all the magical tanks currently fighting abroad had to return, so the Empire showed far more enthusiasm for the Norman Civil War than before. They even exerted pressure through the Empire's channels and influence. As a result, the once most vocal noble elders in Auxerre City instantly fell silent. The dissenting voices completely disappeared. Under these circumstances, the Flower Territory's Imperial Guard advanced faster and faster. Marcus Carlyle's territory, Grey Castle. This castle, painstakingly built by the Carlyle family, was renowned for its sturdiness and had never fallen in war since its construction. Today, even though the steep mountains hindered the advance of the magic tanks, the well-positioned artillery positions, with their extremely long range, parabolic trajectories, and terrifying destructive power, made the castle extremely vulnerable. Magical brilliance shone like stars, and 6 rhomboid defensive fields interlocked, forming a massive magical array that enveloped the entire castle. As the core of the Marquisate, the defensive magic array's strength was naturally beyond question. But as each shell crashed down and exploded, bringing with it an earth-shaking roar and a flurry of dust, the castle's defenders trembled with fear. Marcus Carlyle, a cigar dangling from his lips, stood at the window of his study, gazing out. His eyes seemed venomous, and his face was so gloomy it could drip water. Is there really no way at all, my lord? If there were a way, we wouldn't have dragged this out until now. Let's go. Let's leave. Leave? Leave. Leave. Ho-ha ho-ha. Marcus Carlyle's laughter was filled with sorrow and anger. He suddenly turned his head and stared intently at the pale knight behind him, asking, "Where's the Grand Duke? Why isn't he here? Why isn't he here to see the fall of this Marquisate? Yes, he's a proud Grand Duke. Why would he care about his small branch family? If you say that, you're really wronging the Grand Duke. He's in a difficult position too." Difficult? What's difficult for him? Sitting in the Grand Duke's castle, watching me lose my territory. What's so difficult for him? It's not like that at all. The pale knight hesitated slightly before speaking again. Have you thought about how to end this war? How to end it? The 3 Marquisates are gone, so it's over. It's not that simple. You must know that Flower Territory is not just an earldom, but also the trading hub between the Allied forces and the Empire, and the most important source of magical weapons. Marcus Carlyle considered an utterly absurd possibility. His eyes widened. They don't actually want to continue their previous trade with the Flower Territory, do they? Isn't that wishful thinking? If they pay a sufficient price, it won't be wishful thinking. Do you know who they want to carry out this mission? Who? It can't be. Marcus Carlyle blurted out a question, but the next second he understood. Then, the expression on his face twisted into a grimace, a mixture of laughter and tears. The Grand Duke, did he agree? No. Why not? Because he's afraid that if he sets foot on Flower Territory's soil, he'll be beaten to death by that bastard. Ha ha ha. As it turns out, when someone is feeling down, the best way to cope is to see someone even more miserable than themselves. At this moment, Marcus Carlyle felt much better. He finally waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go." In the Grey Castle Square, A portal had already opened, and Marcus Carlyle's family members, carrying gold and silver valuables, dejectedly entered it one by one. Much later, Marcus Carlyle stepped inside, only to be met with a collapse of the teleportation array, followed by the disintegration of a large defensive magic array. Cannonballs rained down on the castle, causing chaos and destruction. Soon, the garrison raised white flags, emerging from the castle to kneel in surrender. The royal guard sent out an advance party, armed with magical weapons, to search the castle. Once secure, they planted the lion banner of the Flower Territory atop the highest point of the castle. Thus, the Carlyle family fled, Grey Castle fell, and one of the three marquises was gone. This was the fastest marquisate to fall, but it wouldn't be the last. P.S. I was running around this morning looking at hotels and preparing for my baby's 1-month celebration, which took up a lot of time. Otherwise, this chapter would have been faster. Chapter 519, Territorial Expansion. The town of Padre is named after Padre McKinley, the first ancestor of the McKinley family and a legendary figure. It is said that he was once the lowest of stable boys, yet possessed a face so handsome it drove women mad, and a powerful physique. With these natural advantages, he captivated women, and countless noblewomen vied for his affections, sometimes even fighting over him. The ultimate victor was a baroness, a woman who could be described as mad. From a later perspective, the baroness's madness for her lover included, but was not limited to, poisoning her husband, strangling her own children, framing her rivals, personally killing the maidservant who flirted with her lover, and renaming the town Padre in honor of their love. Of course, the most outrageous act was that she married her lover as a nobleman, allowing this lowly stable boy to inherit the title of baron. Military merit was the traditional way for nobles to be ennobled, but this woman defied convention, becoming a high-ranking baron through marriage. This alone set a precedent, drawing scorn from countless nobles and envy from many other noble sons. Most incredibly, from then on, the McKinley family possessed the gene for beauty. The men were handsome and dashing, the women alluring and beautiful. Even in their later years, they retained an elegance and charm, becoming the object of countless men's affections. While appearance doesn't represent character, ability, or even talent, one cannot deny that the nobility valued looks. Especially for lovers, appearance was the first hurdle. If one couldn't even stand the face, a happy and harmonious marriage was out of the question. Most importantly, the McKinley family wasn't just about looks, they placed great emphasis on education. Within the family, both men and women were trained in arithmetic, trade, and aristocratic etiquette. The resulting children were either capable homemakers, skilled in social interaction, well-connected, or knowledgeable about the intricacies of aristocratic life. It's unclear when exactly, but the McKinley family went from being universally despised to being sought after for marriage. They discovered that alliances with the McKinley family were entirely beneficial. And it was through these alliances and inheritance that the McKinley family rose step by step, eventually inheriting a vast marquisate and becoming one of the most powerful noble families in Normandy. Their rise to power is nothing short of legendary. However, when the networks built through marriage proved useless, and with the pressure of greater power mounting, the once proud kinship ties could no longer save the McKinley family. Especially since the McKinley family had allied themselves with the Kingdom of Sardinia, whose pirates were notorious troublemakers. Their specialty was ruining things that seemed certain, but when they were allowed to act on their own, the results were often disastrous. This was true of the Ottoman Kingdom, and it was also true of the Flower Territory. As for the 3 legions dispatched by the 3 major powers of the Allied forces, both the Slavic fanaticism and bloodshed, and the Bonaparte step-by-step advance, were commendable. Only the Sardinian legion truly lived up to their pirate nature, skilled in burning, killing, and looting. Everything else was nothing. Getting back to the point, Padre, the core territory of the McKinley family, wasn't a fortified city. In fact, it didn't even have city walls. That's because, in the eyes of successive heads of the McKinley family, when they needed to defend themselves by force, an extra wall wouldn't be of any use. In a sense, his words weren't wrong. Because, in the history of the McKinley Marquisate, no war had ever reached Padre. Even the most intense noble wars were extinguished by the McKinley family's powerful network of connections and pressure from all sides. However, this ability to maintain face always has its limits. For example, this time, Lloyd didn't care about any messy noble relationships, and the royal guard only obeyed Lloyd's orders, advancing triumphantly to Padre. and the city without walls was even more vulnerable under the onslaught of the magic tanks. Boom! A single shot blast created a massive crater in a building directly ahead, the flying debris and shrapnel causing considerable damage. Countless soldiers were torn to pieces, their blood and flesh flying everywhere. It must be said that in this core area, the McKinley family's centuries of cultivation had won them the hearts of the people, and the resistance here was particularly resolute. Even with the fierce fighting and the stark disparity in numbers, many still attempted to fight back. Arrows shot from corners, boulders dropped from above, bullets fired from afar, magic rising from the ground. They used every means at their disposal, occasionally achieving some effect, but overall, their attacks had little impact on the tank armor. The magic-powered tanks rumbled forward, their main guns shattering all obstacles in their path, the crisscrossing bullet trajectories sweeping away any remaining enemies. The infantry soldiers following behind, armed with the most advanced magic-powered machine guns and semi-automatic rifles, felt a strange sense of being unable to use their skills. All they could do was clean up the mess. Meanwhile, in the city center, at the McKinley family manor, Marcus Ricardo McKinley, looking at the information that had just arrived, was filled with despair. The McKinley family had pledged allegiance to the Sardinian royal family, and in this time of crisis, Ricardo had naturally not forgotten the Queen's promise, having already pleaded for help countless times. The Queen's answer was always the same: those who had pleaded for help were already on their way. But the message in his hand showed that the Sardinian royal family had not mobilized any powerful figures, nor had they signed any documents concerning the McKinley family. In other words, the McKinley family was useless, and he had been abandoned. Run. Run. All of you, run. Each one who escapes is one more. Don't come back, and never use the name McKinley again. Go. The Marcus drove away all his family members, including the steward, servants, knights, and young women. Then, he set the entire manor ablaze. A raging inferno, mixed with a magical creation called wildfire, transformed the manor into a sea of flames in the shortest time, billowing smoke rising into the sky. Within the flames, one could almost hear the venomous curse of Marcus Ricardo McKinley. With that, Marcus Ricardo McKinley perished in self-immolation, his vengeful curse echoing through the night with a rising wind. On this day, the entire McKinley Marquisate fell. Castro territory, far west, on the shores of Silver Sea, at Crab Island fishing port. I won't leave. I won't leave. I will fight my legion to the last moment. I cannot betray my warriors. I would rather die with them. General Fackwood was lifted up by 2 Imperial Eagle Knights, who dragged him towards the warship despite his shouts. If one were to say which of the 3 marquises was the most difficult to defeat, it would undoubtedly be Castro territory. Not because Marcus Castro was particularly powerful, but simply because the newly formed 13th Division of the Bonaparte Empire was incredibly tenacious. Under General Fackwood's leadership, they retreated step by step, yet they resisted relentlessly, using trenches and magic cannons to stifle the Imperial Guard's advance. Finally, on the shores of Silver Sea, they could no longer hold them off. The distant roar of cannon fire remained intense, growing ever closer. However, the Imperial warships had finally arrived. The remaining Imperial Eagle Knights and wounded soldiers were given the first opportunity to retreat, but Fackwood refused to leave. 2 deep trenches were dug into the ground as he reached the warships. With bloodshot eyes, Fackwood suddenly broke free from the grip of 2 extraordinary knights. His posture suggested he was about to charge back to the battlefield. But at that moment, an aged voice rang out, "General Fackwood." Fackwood's expression froze. He slowly turned his head and saw a slightly overweight old man with swollen eyes looking at him from the ship. "Shia, Marshal Ziafe, what are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm here to take the heroes of the Bonaparte Empire home." "Home? I have no face to go home. Marshal, the legion you entrusted to me, a full 10,000 of the most elite warriors, has been wiped out. I have truly failed your trust, failed the Empire's nurturing. By the end, Fackwood was sobbing uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground. All around him, whether on or off the ship, whether Imperial Eagle Knights or wounded soldiers, were all weeping. At this moment, even those who harbored resentment towards him vanished without a trace. Marshal Chaffee paused briefly before saying, "That's precisely why you can't die so easily. Only you have experience facing magic tanks, only you know how to stop the onslaught of such steel monsters. The 13th Division you lead, With its countless lives and knowledge gained through experience, what right do you have to speak of death so lightly? This, come on quickly. Our operation isn't exactly secret. If the Lion Fleet or the Habs Navy spots us, we're doomed. I can't leave this old body here. This time, General Fackwood finally said nothing more, and with a tragic stride, boarded the warship. But at that moment, another voice rang out. I won't leave, I won't leave. I will live and die with my territory. I cannot betray my family. I would rather die on this land. In the distance, Marcus St. Castro could be seen being carried by two knights, rushing towards the fleet. Two long tracks were plowed into the ground. At this moment, an awkward atmosphere inexplicably filled the air. Half an hour later, the defensive line was finally breached. Tanks roared forward, their tracks crushing the earth. The fleet in the port, no longer caring about anything else, hoisted their sails and fled in panic. The magic-powered tanks reached the front, capturing a group of those who couldn't escape and seizing a large amount of wealth. Across the Silver Sea, the tanks lined up and opened fire. The booming sound sending sprays of water flying in the distance. It was like a demonstration, yet also a celebration. A celebration that the War of the Nobles of the Duchy of Norman had come to an end. From this day forward, the era of the six great families ruling this land was over, leaving only three families forming a stable triangle. At this moment, the Raymond family's territory saw an exaggerated increase, now occupying nearly half of the Duchy of Norman, more than 5 times its previous size. That is to say, the original 3,000 square kilometers had now grown to over 15,000 square kilometers. At this point, Loy's title of Earl was truly somewhat inappropriate. P.S. Second update today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Military Reform. Noble titles are either bestowed by a superior or awarded by establishing a new kingdom. With the current size of the Flower Territory, it's not impossible to become a Marquess, a Grand Duke, or even an independent kingdom. Especially after the recent legendary war, which completed a crucial piece of the puzzle for establishing a nation. All the kingdoms and duchies, large and small, on this old continent are backed by legendary figures, otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to leave a magic mirror within the realm of kings. However, Luo Yu genuinely doesn't care about noble titles. She finds the Norman duchy quite good and has no other ambitions. The end of the war and the expansion of territory are not the end of the matter, but rather the beginning of various tedious tasks. First and foremost, how should such a vast territory be divided? How should it be managed? How should the hearts of the people be won over? How should order be maintained? How should it be integrated into the Flower Territory's industrial system? Conquering the world is easy, all it takes is a strong army. But governing requires much more consideration. Most importantly, Luo Yi had no intention of reverting to the feudal system. The ancient feudal nobility no longer existed in his territory. Therefore, he needed an effective management system, along with a corresponding system for selecting, promoting, and supervising officials. Deep Blue could help him design one, but unfortunately, this required a large number of professionals, and he simply couldn't find enough. Fortunately, Luo Yi wasn't in a hurry. He would take it slow. He first completed the geographical division, clearly defining the regions, and then selected governors from within the Flower Territory, sending them with their respective personnel to their posts. These were temporary officials, with a legitimate title, but to truly penetrate the grassroots and take charge of various matters in each region, they would still need to work hard themselves. However, the Flower Territory also provided them with ample support. For example, a sufficient food supply to solve the problem of food and clothing, and magic-powered textile machines operating at full capacity to ensure everyone had clothes to wear. At the very end of the war, solving the problems of food and clothing was equivalent to solving most of the troubles. If, after all this, they still couldn't stabilize the region, then it was a problem with the governor's abilities. In addition, Roy also categorized and developed industries based on local specialties, allocating certain raw material quotas to stimulate the development of basic industries in various regions. Once factories were built, workers could be recruited, solving employment problems. With money, these workers would consume, allowing money to circulate and the market to prosper. This was a positive cycle. Following the right path would lead to further progress and improvement. Of course, if some mobs were unwilling to reform and insisted on killing officials and rebelling, the Royal Guard was not to be trifled with. Magic tanks would drive in, slaughtering countless people until they calmed down. Furthermore, the most crucial element in connecting these areas was roads. To get rich, build roads first. This adage holds true everywhere. Therefore, Lord Hitcrews was recalled from the mines by Loy to oversee the infrastructure development of the expanded Flower Territory. Both railways and highways had to be prioritized. Fortunately, the Flower Territory was no longer the impoverished place it once was. With its advanced technology, abundant wealth, and a large pool of trained talent, everything came in handy. No one expected that the first major expansion in Flower Territory after the war would be the state-owned Road Bureau. Its subordinate railway and highway departments saw almost explosive growth in manpower. Of course, all of this was merely tedious and required a great deal of energy, but it wasn't what truly troubled Luo Yi. What really gave Luo Yi a headache was the post-war rewards. The Flower Territory's Imperial Guard had performed exceptionally well in this battle. It's important to understand that while this army was rigorously selected, arduously trained, and equipped with the most advanced magical weapons, ultimately, they hadn't seen real combat. Without real combat experience, without facing death several times in a hail of bullets, they weren't veterans, much less a strong army. Therefore, before the war, Luo Yi was somewhat worried that they would collapse when the battle actually began. But as it turned out, this was indeed the case, especially among the new recruits who were new to the battlefield. However, the Legion's high morale, resilience, and indomitable spirit greatly astonished him. The initial routs were no joke. Especially on the Eastern Front, the Slavs, with their infernal knights, repeatedly breached the lines, a truly perilous situation. Yet, each time a battle approached, the retreating soldiers could quickly regroup, undeterred by hardship, and continue fighting. This demonstrated that this army wasn't simply fighting for their lord. They were fighting to protect this land and their hard-won happiness. This resolve allowed them to fight on despite repeated defeats, never giving up. After the later counterattacks, the encirclement and suppression, breaking out of Flower Territory and continuing their advance, battle after battle, this Imperial Guard had grown to a level that satisfied Loy. There was no way he could be dissatisfied. Therefore, after much deliberation, he didn't hesitate to bestow rewards, even giving as much as possible. As for fiefdoms, forget about it. Loy wouldn't allow a new fiefdom noble to be born. Beyond land, he spared no expense in granting military promotions, social status, salaries, benefits, living conditions, unspoken privileges, inheritance for future generations, access to knowledge, and cultivation resources. He even valued shares in subsidiaries and allowed them to be exchanged for military merit. In essence, Luo Yi consciously separated soldiers, elevating their status to new heights. His goal was to ensure that one person's military service brought glory to the entire family. Of course, Luo Yi sought soldiers with not only exceptional military skills but also a steadfast belief in defending their country. He rejected those who engaged in arson, murder, and looting. The most challenging aspect was balancing the appropriate measures and meticulously reviewing all merits. For a period, Deep Blue's computing power was even used for this. It's worth noting that, taking advantage of this lavish reward program, Luo Yi began expanding the Legion and implementing corresponding military reforms. The original Imperial Guard Legion, divided into 3 due to battle lines, was expanded into 3 divisions by Luo Yi. These are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Guard divisions, each with approximately 10,000 men, comprising 4 infantry regiments, 1 artillery regiment, 1 tank regiment, and several logistical support units. Of course, Roy's infantry regiments are no longer the hapless, foot-only units of the past. They are equipped with ample modified heavy trucks, enabling rapid mobility. Previously, despite setbacks on the Eastern Front, Vincent Ackerman was still able to organize defensive positions thanks to their magical heavy trucks. Whether fighting or fleeing, their speed is phenomenal. While the Komodo beasts of the Inferno have a considerable impact, their endurance is no match for these heavy trucks. The commanders of these 3 divisions are tentatively set as Alfonso Zeke, Vincent Ackerman, and the female Taratanya. They have proven themselves capable in the ongoing war. In addition to the infantry, Roy also specifically established the 1st Air Division of the Flower Territory. It was formed based on previously trained pilots and the magical flying vehicles provided by the Empire. Although it's called an Air Force Division and has an official organization, in reality, it currently only has one flight squadron. There are only 20 magical energy aircraft in total, 30 regular pilots, 70 pilots under training, plus ground crew and maintenance personnel, totaling around 400 people. It's a bit small, but with the addition of hundreds of griffins, it's more than enough to protect the airspace of Flower Territory. Moreover, with the completion of the 6th Industrial Zone, Flower Territory will be able to produce its own magical energy aircraft, and the situation will naturally improve. Of course, Roy's ambitions for the Air Force don't stop there. To put it simply, in his understanding, aircraft capable of breaking the sound barrier are what true fighter jets should look like. There are also bombers, transport planes, early warning aircraft, helicopters, and so on. His ambitions are quite large. The advantage of air combat will be infinitely amplified in future wars. And this is why he went to great lengths to persuade Hill Douglas to be in charge of technology acquisition. He had shared his ideas with Hill, even producing several relatively rudimentary design drawings, hoping Hill could give him a bigger surprise. Of course, this will take time. Finally, there was the Navy. Roy organized the Flower Territory's existing 1 magical warship and 12 fleet ships into the 1st Naval Division. But that was all. Roy didn't have high expectations. The reason was simple. Without magic-powered ironclad warships, there was no modern navy. But frankly, even with Flower Territory's current wealth, he wouldn't dare attempt the construction and testing of these ironclad warships lightly. A century-old navy was no joke. Therefore, when Roy wanted to exchange magic-powered tanks for technology, he didn't even mention ironclad warships, only magic-powered flying vehicles. The naval reform was just a change of name, the substance remained largely the same. Of course, Roy's lack of enthusiasm stemmed largely from his alliance with the Siren tribe and his partnership with Prince Eros. If things got really desperate, they could help resolve matters at sea. However, the price to pay would be another matter. Time passed quickly amidst the busyness, and the last month of the new divine calendar 315 quietly slipped away. To Luo Yi's surprise, the Habs Empire, which had initially been unusually eager, displayed remarkable restraint after leasing a sufficient number of magic-powered tanks. They were extremely cautious, not revealing even the slightest hint. At first, Luo Yi was somewhat puzzled, but then it dawned on him, they were preparing a major offensive. Luo Yi even felt that the Empire's plan this time was another all-out offensive, not just a minor skirmish. He could only hope that the 3 major powers of the Allied forces could hold out this time. Chapter 521, New Divine Calendar Year 316. On January 1st of the new Divine Calendar 316, the annual Festival of Divine Grace arrived once again. The Flower Territory held a grand celebration, filled with a festive atmosphere. Countless citizens took to the streets, dancing and cheering around bonfires to the ethereal and joyful songs of the Siren Maidens, releasing their passion. The Lion Manor hosted a lavish banquet, with Roy sending invitations to all friendly forces and individuals within the Flower Territory. His guests ranged from the vampires residing in the Dome Mountains to Prince Eros and his mentally challenged sister from the deep sea, from King Alexius of the Siren tribe to the Grand Duchess of Normandy, Marcus Floyd, and dignitaries from various countries. Except for the 3 major powers of the Allied forces, everyone else, even those who hadn't received invitations, managed to obtain one. Often, strength is important, but demonstrating one's strength is even more crucial. And hosting such a grand banquet, simply by showcasing the guest's status and position, is the best way to demonstrate that. It's worth mentioning that the Empire also sent a special envoy this time. Baron Miller Petrovich, as an imperial envoy, arrived in the Flower Territory. This was their first meeting since Miller left Auckland, aside from correspondence. At first, there was a strange sense of awkwardness and unfamiliarity, like meeting an online friend in person. However, after a few words, the awkwardness completely dissipated, replaced by the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Roy specifically introduced Miller to Lelia and Klein, making Miller Klein's godfather. She also showed Miller around Brussels, explaining the city's planning and the difficulties involved in its construction. She even took him to a military camp, letting the soldier-turned-man experience the thrill of driving a magic tank. Then, in the open field, they set up several grills, inviting Olivera, Hill, Butler Hoover, and Mrs. Linda over for a picnic, just like she remembered. Loy treated her friend with the simplest, yet most heartwarming, hospitality, and Miller didn't hide his mission, to acquire more magic tanks. After the new year, the Empire will be making significant moves, so the previously leased 100 magic-powered tanks are no longer sufficient. Now, the number needs to be increased to 300. 300 tanks practically represent all of Flower Territory's active duty forces. Previously, when the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robin Waters, came to discuss the matter, Roy hadn't agreed. He couldn't give away all his weapons for the sake of leasing. That would make him feel insecure. However, since Baron Miller came in person, he had to give him face, and all 300 tanks were leased, though the handover time would be longer. Coincidentally, before Baron Miller's arrival, Lelia had just completed the research and testing of the second-generation land warfare king. Overall, it retained the previous design, with minor modifications and optimizations. Most importantly, it featured the addition of a magic-powered shield. The land warfare king's armor was incredibly thick, with even the thinnest layer being 300 mm of refined steel. Even a 4th-tier cataclysm would find it extremely difficult to penetrate it with weapons alone. With its 1000 mm thick frontal armor, it's impenetrable even to a smaller magic cannon. However, while its physical defense is maximized, its magic resistance is still somewhat lacking. Therefore, adding a magic shield is the most pressing issue. Moreover, inspired by the design of a deflecting force field, this magic shield is shaped into a hexagon to maximize the transfer of various types of damage. Of course, due to insufficient magic energy, it can only be manually activated, and its duration is limited, thus requiring extremely high operational skill. Even so, the second-generation land warfare king has been greatly enhanced, and Roy has decided to carry out a complete overhaul. Therefore, Miller's arrival is timely. The old magic tanks have found a place, and he can earn a large sum of gold to continue investing in research and development. Getting back to the main point, this banquet is somewhat of a public declaration of influence, so it must be held in a grand and spectacular manner. Of course, the Festival of Divine Grace is special, and the entire city of Brussels has entered a state of outward relaxation but inward tension. All 4th-tier calamities were recalled to watch over every location from the sky, while 3rd-tier transcendents were also assigned to specific zones, strictly monitoring all situations within their designated areas. On the ground, the police department and the Brotherhood were in control, with black-clad swordsmen concealed in various corners, ready to arrive at the scene as quickly as possible to control the situation upon receiving a signal. Even the 3 newly formed Imperial Guards, equipped with elite soldiers and weapons, were stationed outside the city. All this was done to prepare for potential attacks. It's not fair to blame Loy for overreacting. In previous years, nothing good had ever come of the Divine Grace Festival. Unfortunately, this year no one dared to cause him trouble. Even those arrested were mostly unruly thieves and intelligence agents who had missed their target. This left the poised Loy feeling somewhat disappointed. After the Divine Grace Festival, Miller left with a signed contract, while Flower Territory entered a tense period of inventory and profit distribution. Every January, the Flower Territory conducts a review, summary, and settlement of the previous year's business, as well as the distribution of dividends according to shareholding. This is a moment that countless people watch and eagerly anticipate. However, with sufficient experience and a well-established accounting system, there's not much to say. Mira Greenman and her finance team simply need to proceed according to established procedures. Internationally, 2 news items are generating considerable buzz. One is a spontaneous ceasefire on the Western Front, at the forefront of the conflict between the Empire and the Allied forces. This was a proposal from a papal bishop, suggesting a pre-war ceasefire around Christmas to allow soldiers from both sides to celebrate Christmas together. This proposal was somewhat provocative, and the Church of the Sun God didn't expect the Empire to agree. Surprisingly, while the Empire remained inactive, the Church of the Seven Gods gave a relatively positive response. As a result, the soldiers' families and friends prepared letters, Christmas cards, and packages filled with warm clothing, food, cigarettes, and medicine. To enhance the Christmas atmosphere on the front lines, they even made small Christmas trees. Meanwhile, soldiers on the front lines sang songs that drifted across the trenches to the opposite side. Both sides emerged from their trenches, shaking hands, embracing, and singing. They even held a game with a makeshift ball, playing enthusiastically on the trench-strewn battlefield and receiving enthusiastic applause. Because the front lines were long, This spontaneous ceasefire lasted intermittently for some time, until the end of January in the new divine calendar 316. Many consider this a glimmer of humanity on the battlefield. Although both sides were fighting for their respective national interests, they also had the right to peace. Of course, this ceasefire also prompted many to reflect on the war, believing that this protracted conflict was a loss of humanity. Ordinary people should not pay the price for the ambitions of those in power, nor should they lose their lives on the bloody battlefield. This sentiment had some influence within the Habsburg Empire. Though it was suppressed, it was secretly accepted by many. This might be a consequence of learning more. Knowing more leads to a more open mind, resulting in more ideas and independent opinions. This planted a seed. Another matter concerned the war in the Ottoman Kingdom. The fighting had reached a breaking point, and the Sardinian Kingdom had begun a gradual withdrawal. This process had actually started in November of the new divine calendar 315. At that time, the Sardinian Kingdom's retreat was small-scale and could be explained by troop rotation, leaving little trace. However, by January of the new divine calendar 316, it could no longer be concealed. The Sardinian Kingdom's War of Atonement had been utterly humiliating, a complete disgrace. This was one of the reasons Queen Victoria was furious, but there was nothing she could do. They simply couldn't win. Some were saying that the Sardinian Kingdom possessed the best navy in the entire old world, but also the worst army. Land warfare was not their forte. These articles published in the newspapers reached the Sardinian Kingdom, causing the enraged queen to smash her newly furnished study. Even so, she resolutely chose to retreat. Thus, the intensity of the fighting in the Ottoman Kingdom visibly decreased. Simultaneously, the Allied forces' plan to open a third and fourth front completely failed. The war returned to its initial state, fighting on two fronts, or more precisely, focusing on the Western Front. On the Eastern Front, the Slavs had lost vast swathes of territory, proving that the howling berserkers charging forward under the firepower of the new magic-powered legions were utterly obsolete. But the problem was, the Slavic lands were of little significance. The Habsburg Empire lacked even the motivation to advance and had already entered a defensive posture. Then, large numbers of soldiers were transferred to the Western Front. Everyone could see that the empire was prepared to completely defeat, or even destroy, the Bonaparte resistance on the Western Front. Everyone felt that the year 316 of the new divine calendar was the most crucial year of this all-out war for supremacy. The outcome would be decided in that year. In this tense atmosphere, time passed, and in February of the year 316 of the new divine calendar, the Habsburg Empire suddenly made its move, once again pushing the war to its climax. P.S. After reviewing the outline, I think I should start a new volume. Chapter 522, Bombers and Flamethrowers. In late January of the year 316 of the new divine calendar, on the Western Front, the Habsburg Empire began openly reinforcing its troops. Newly recruited soldiers from the empire were mixed with veterans retreating from the Eastern Front, forming a magical legion of 17 divisions. Transported by magical heavy trucks, they rushed to the front lines at top speed. This was no longer the beginning of the war. The empire had constructed basic roads and railways in the occupied areas, allowing for rapid transport of supplies and troops, an advantage the Allied forces lacked. On this Western Front, the trenches dug by both sides were intricate and interlocking, effectively dividing the eastern and northern regions of the Bonaparte Empire in two. Although no exact statistics were available, the battlefront stretched for thousands of miles. Now, where would the empire reinforce its troops? Or, which area would become the main focus of the war? These were questions the Allied High Command had to figure out. There was no other way. The Allied forces had limited manpower, and even reinforcements had to be targeted precisely. To this end, the three leaders of the Allied forces each mobilized their own intelligence agencies, engaging in countless open and covert struggles. Countless sharp eyes were deployed, closely monitoring the large-scale troop movements across the land. It is said that even legendary assassins ventured to the front lines to gather intelligence. Finally, a report was compiled. The empire was reinforcing its troops in the Champagne region. Upon receiving this news, the Allied High Command still had doubts, especially Marshal Joffre, who voiced his opposition. However, when the empire discovered a leak and began openly transporting supplies and troops, their final hesitations vanished. Thus, Marshal Joffre, using warships from the Kingdom of Sardinia, began transferring troops and actively preparing for war. Suddenly, The atmosphere in the Chamonix region became tense, with a sense of impending doom. This standoff and tension persisted until February of the new divine calendar 316, when the Allied forces finally realized something was amiss. They discovered that while the situation in Chamonix appeared tense, the actual fighting seemed rather lukewarm. Furthermore, they discovered clear signs of troop reinforcements elsewhere, their numbers so large they could no longer be concealed. Verdun, located in the northeastern part of the Bonaparte Empire, was a vital transportation route to Lucca, earning it the title of Key to Lucca. Its importance was undeniable. However, it was not easy to capture. Verdun's defensive line stretched across both banks of the Meuse River, 112 kilometers wide and 18 kilometers deep, comprising 4 lines of defense. The first 3 were primarily field fortifications, while the fourth was a permanent fortified stronghold, commanding a high vantage point and difficult to attack. Battles had taken place here in previous wars, but after a few attempts, the Empire decisively abandoned the idea, essentially ignoring it. This ingrained mindset meant the Allied High Command never considered the Empire using it as a breakthrough point. However, compared to the difficulty of the assault, the Empire was far more fixated on Lucca. Once they captured this city, Lucca would be within reach. Furthermore, the Imperial Cabinet believed that taking Lucca would be tantamount to breaking the backbone of the Bonaparte Empire, essentially defeating this old-world overlord and winning the war. Therefore, since it was a major offensive, they naturally wanted to strike at its vital points. This news sent the Allied High Command into panic. They mobilized troops almost instantly, even gathering every available soldier to converge on Verdun. However, Verdun wasn't a coastal city, and the Meuse River didn't have much flow. The only way to transport supplies there was by road. The road from Baladic to Verdun was the only passable route. This time, for transport, the Allied forces not only requisitioned almost every usable wagon and flatbed truck, and a very small number of magic-powered heavy trucks, but they even used every method they could think of. For example, the Eiffel Mage Tower, this flying magic tower, was used as a transport plane, filled with soldiers, and flew towards Verdun. For example, the Kingdom of Sardinia sent a floating warship. Although it looked dilapidated and in disrepair, it could actually fly. Its carrying capacity was limited, so it couldn't hold many troops. The most ruthless, of course, was the Bonaparte royal family. At this critical moment, all alliance taboos were once again forgotten. They directly spent a fortune hiring a legendary mage to lead a group of 4th-tier warriors to build a massive magical teleportation array in Verdun. The materials required for such a massive magical teleportation array, the cost of activating it, and even the magical energy consumption to maintain it were all staggering. But they didn't care. Unfortunately, one stepped behind meant falling behind at every turn. On February 21, 316 of the new divine calendar, the new crown prince of the Habsburg Empire, Saint Zachariah Baral Hohenzollern, arrived at the Verdun front. Thus, the war officially began. And this time, Roy finally stopped going to the golden house of the Red Dragon Virgil Barrel. He also had his own magic mirror, Lion Manor, inside the mechanical mage tower, 5th floor. This is a newly opened independent room, not large, only about 100 square meters. Decorated under the guidance of Loy's drawings, it's not extravagant, but it's certainly novel. Embedded in the front wall of the room is a magic mirror, longer, wider, and larger than ordinary magic mirrors. It's at least 3 times larger than the one belonging to the Red Dragon Virgil. This was specially sent by the Magic Eye Alliance, who dispatched a 4th-tier space mage to help install it inside the mage tower. It's worth mentioning that they are also updating their technology. This magic mirror is equipped with a control crystal ball. From now on, operations such as changing channels or zooming in and out can be controlled remotely by pressing the crystal ball. There's no longer a need to physically go to the mirror to change channels. The latter half of the room has a tiered layout, with luxurious sofas and tables laden with snacks on each floor. The surrounding walls are engraved with a silencing barrier. Drawing the curtains creates a sealed space. The design of this screening room maximizes the viewing experience. At this moment, the screening room was already quite full. Besides Roy, several of the Scourge members who remained in Brussels were also present: Oliveira, Iron Knight Phil, Flame Sword Saint Otto, and the King of Fury Silas. Also present were the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Divisions, Grand Knight Vincent Ackerman and the female Tyrant Tanya, whom Roy had specifically summoned back. While the Scourge powerhouses were just there for the spectacle, these two were genuinely there to learn. Alfonso Zeke was originally also there, but his observation team had gone directly to the front lines. Their experience was far more direct and first-hand than Roy and the others staying behind. In addition, the Red Dragon Virgil Berry also came to join the fun. He insisted that his magic mirror was too small and not satisfying enough, but Roy knew him well enough. Despite having piles of gold tires, he was reluctant to spend the 5,000 gold tires on the magic mirror. The crowd had been whispering amongst themselves, but the moment the screen lit up and the war began, the chatter vanished as everyone's attention was drawn to the scene. The Habs Empire's long-awaited grand scheme, personally commanded by the new Crown Prince, presented a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Centered on Verdun City, the Empire's attack range stretched 40 kilometers to the left and right. First came the bombardment of magical heavy artillery, over 1,200 cannons, arranged in artillery positions, pointed indiscriminately at the battlefield. Fire! Fire! From the perspective of the magic mirror, looking down from above, all one could see were bursts of flame exploding, shells disappearing into the horizon with trails of fire. Then, on the enemy's front lines, explosions roared, sending up clouds of dust. Everywhere one looked, dirt, rocks, and shrapnel flew, the earth trembling as large craters were blasted into the ground. Those still in the trenches, even if not killed by the explosions, were either killed by the shockwaves or buried alive. Moreover, the Imperial artillery displayed exceptional skill. In addition to their coordinated bombardment, they could fine-tune their cannons to advance the barrage. It could be said that the battlefield was plowed through, again and again, until it exceeded the range of the magic-powered cannons. But you thought that was the end? The second wave of attack arrived immediately. This time, a buzzing sound appeared from the sky as black dots streaked through the air. Magic-powered aircraft cleared obstacles in the sky, escorting even larger aircraft to their arrival. Those weren't Zeppelins. All the Zeppelins produced by the Empire had been destroyed in the war. Their massive size, slow speed, and flammable spheres filled with special gases made them perfect targets. Occasionally, a surprise attack might be effective, but if targeted by the Allied forces, they would only be destroyed. In fact, the few remaining Imperial Zeppelins were heavily targeted by the Allied forces, one by one turning into fireballs and burning to ashes. So, what appeared this time was an enlarged version of the magic-powered flying machine. 10 times the size of the original, it looked like a giant, wingless bird with a massive belly capable of carrying far more shells. As it streaked across the sky, a gash opened in its belly, and shells activated by magic rained down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The shells pierced the air with a series of shrill screams, like death knells, sending chills down everyone's spines. Upon impact, the shells exploded violently. Those who hadn't died yet, those who had just emerged from the trenches, and those outside the artillery's reach, faced annihilation. The Allied forces, of course, were prepared. Dragon riders, griffin riders, and giant eagle riders took to the skies, along with numerous third-tier transcendents who flapped their battle-oar wings and charged forward. However, the Empire's combat flying machines were no joke either. Led by blood-red aircraft, they charged straight in. In an instant, the sky battlefield was a hail of bullets, accompanied by the clash of magical energy, bursts of fire every now and then, and flying limbs and torsos, accompanied by the cries of eagles and roars of beasts. However, none of this could conceal the massive aircraft that swept low overhead. Like a line of dragons soaring through the sky, it cast a shadow, bringing explosions and death. What is that? A voice rang out in the screening room, so clear amidst the deafening roar, so clear that everyone could hear the tremor within it. Roy was silent for a moment before finally answering. That's a magic-powered bomber. A magic-powered bomber? What's that? If aircraft are used for aerial combat, for gaining air superiority, then this bomber relies on its air-to-ground advantage to conduct targeted bombing, capable of destroying specific military facilities, industrial bases, and transportation hubs. Roy read this aloud from the text displayed by Deep Blue, but his shock was no less than everyone else's. He truly hadn't expected the Empire to quietly produce bombers. While bombers lack the speed and agility of fighter jets, their massive size translates to an astonishing bomb load. The resulting threat and damage are absolutely terrifying. Even a real dragon couldn't match their effectiveness. However, this isn't all. After the bombers completed their mission and turned away, the infantry entered the battlefield. Besides the Empire's traditional combat squads armed with semi-automatic rifles and heavy machine guns, a strange new unit appeared. They wore specially made silver uniforms, complete with deerskin gloves, covering themselves completely. Though covered in dust from the battlefield, they were still exceptionally conspicuous. They didn't wear standard helmets, but rather sealed filters. Their mouths and noses resembled pig snouts, filtering their breath. Transparent lenses were fitted to their eyes, while the area below the neck was flush with their skin. On their backs, they carried enormous sealed boxes, each half a person's height, restricting their movement. They carried steel pipes resembling gun muzzles, but without any magical engravings. In other words, this wasn't magic-driven, but simply a chemical reaction. These soldiers rushed to the trenches, and without a word, aimed their guns at the ravines and pulled the triggers. A series of flames erupted, transforming into tongues of fire that ignited the trenches. The hissing sound, accompanied by the smell of burning, filled the air. Soon, surviving soldiers rushed out of the trenches, engulfed in flames, howling and running wildly. Others rolled on the ground, frantically trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. In a short time, the entire battlefield was engulfed in flames. The flame soldiers, however, relied on the protective properties of their special uniforms to move swiftly and fearlessly through the inferno. Once the flames died down, the entire battlefield was completely cleared, and only then did the regular infantry squads advance. In just half a day, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Verdun's first line of defense had been breached. The magic-powered tanks hadn't even made an appearance. Inside the screening booth, the crowd wasn't particularly disappointed. Instead, they were completely silent for a long time. Even Luo Yi was stunned by the Empire's series of actions. After all, it was the birthplace of magical machinery, and there were truly too many surprises. P.S. Last night, while riding, I was feeding my baby, and she choked, her little face turning red. I was so scared, my limbs went weak, and I had to call a doctor. It was a long and complicated process. It was truly indescribable. Chapter 523, King Kadam of Baylor. Deep within the palace of Lucha, the city of the Bonaparte Empire. This is the eternally dark place of an ancient castle, never touched by sunlight. A chilling air permeates the surroundings, and the moss on the walls and ground is slippery and repulsive. A lantern is lit and held by a guard leading the way. Its dim, yellowish light seems compressed, illuminating only a small area. Even with a windproof shield, the flame flickers, causing the illuminated area to sway. In the shadows, something terrifying seems to lurk, ready to pounce at any moment. Even with Grand Duke Carlisle's strength, he felt a shiver run through his body, his hair standing on end. He knew it was no illusion, only a truly deadly monster, lurking in the darkness, could instill fear in someone of the 4th-tier calamity level. This made him think wildly, and he couldn't help but move closer to Bonaparte III. Bonaparte III sensed his movement, tilted his head slightly, and whispered, "Don't worry, I don't intend to kill you." Grand Duke Carlisle smiled awkwardly, then immediately said, "No, Your Majesty, I really didn't mean that. It's just that this place is really terrifying. I'm a little nervous." He paused slightly, then asked, "Your Majesty, why are we here?" "To show you something." "What is it?" "Don't ask, don't say, just follow me. When we get there, remember to remain silent and don't make a sound. This isn't a discussion, this is an order from His Majesty the Emperor." "Yes, I understand." Grand Duke Carlisle's eyes narrowed, and he dared not say another word, simply following closely, even unconsciously lightening his steps. They walked for a full half-hour before finally passing through a barrier created by a magical barrier. Before Grand Duke Carlisle could even open his eyes to observe, he was struck stiff by the overwhelming aura of the abyss. The pungent abyssal aura seemed to ignite the air, the thick smell of sulfur filling his nostrils. He felt as if he were in the midst of a colossal crisis, his heart pounding with alarm. Before Grand Duke Carlisle could make a move, Bonaparte III pulled him forward, giving him a stern look as he did so. Then, the lantern was extinguished, and the two were relegated to a corner, peering out again. In the center of the open area stood a massive altar, surrounded by various malevolent offerings, terrified heads, pounding hearts, blood-soaked veins, and twisted souls swirling in the air. And a pure young girl was being sacrificed. In the dark, sinister underground space, a girl in a white dress seemed to glow, as holy as an angel. Yet, this was the Abyss Lord's favorite offering, defiling the sacred brought them unspeakable pleasure. Evil incantations rang out, and the demon mage presiding over the ritual twisted and turned like a madman, performing a bizarre dance. The abyssal aura in the air was stirred, surging like a volcanic eruption. On the altar, clusters of abyssal flames suddenly ignited, like torches, burning fiercely, spreading, and finally coalescing in mid-air before exploding with a deafening roar. The green flames burned, seemingly melting space itself, revealing an incredibly terrifying scene behind them. It was a scorching realm, where rivers flowed with magma, and tongues of fire frequently erupted from the ground like fountains of flame, scorching areas dozens of meters wide. The demons here were accustomed to the flames, many even crouched beside the fire pits, howling and fighting under the rain of fire. In this world, there were even plants, but they were all rooted in the magma, seemingly alive, sucking up its essence. And the fruits they bore were all the size of human heads, with twisted faces. This was the demons' favorite food. It seemed the more terrified and distorted the faces, the more delicious they were. Each time they gnawed on it, it was like taking drugs, bringing a pleasurable sensation to their zenning, ferocious, hideous faces. Of course, these demon trees weren't without their offensive capabilities. Their branches were like whips, and weaker individuals would be impaled and dragged underground to become fertilizer. This world was filled with various metallic ores and colorful shards of glass. The view zoomed in infinitely, all the scenes flashing by rapidly, until a volcano erupted above, and in the thick lava, the master of this place appeared. At the end of the staircases of corpses, there was a throne made of flowing lava, upon which a red-skinned demon rolled in the lava. Its head was enormous, its eyes like flames, and the twisted horns on its head ignited the fires of the abyss, forming a crown shape. Within it, countless souls seemed to wail in agony. It paid no heed to the spying outside the altar, merely turning its head slightly, its gaze fixed directly on those who were far away, enough to instill fear in them, as if forcing them to kneel in submission. I am the Lord of Blazing Balrog, the King of Balrogs. My name is Gadam. The deep voice, like the roar of a dragon, carried a terrifying aura that permeated the entire area, distorting time and space. Finally, he spoke softly. What do you mortals request? His gaze swept past the limp demon mage and landed on a figure behind him. That bloated body, the upturned mustache, the puffy eye bags. Who else could it be but Marshal Joffre of the Bonaparte Empire? Marshal Joffre, of course, could not resist the gaze of this demon lord, not even across planes. Mortals cannot look directly at gods. At this moment, it was tangible. But to Marshal Joffre's left and right, two figures stepped forward, their legendary domains spreading out, firmly resisting the Demon King's majesty. Marshal Joffre paused for a moment before speaking. I request the Balrog King to send troops. He spoke in human language, which the Balrog King understood. The Balrog King replied in demonic language, which was transformed into a unique soul fluctuation, allowing Marshal Joffre to understand his meaning. Then, Grand Duke Carlisle, standing there, witnessed a shameful deal between humans and a demon king. Finally, a dragon skin was adorned with numerous terms and conditions, and stamped with the demon king's Balrog mark. On this side, the two legends examined it for a long time, and only after confirming there were no problems did Marshal Joffre sign his name. Before leaving, the demon king abducted all the sacrifices, including the pure maiden who pleased him most. Only after the abyssal fire in the secret chamber faded and dissipated did Marshal Joffre collapse to the ground. The legendary mage beside him immediately grabbed a potion and poured it down his throat, making him feel better. But the matter was not over yet. Dozens of mages rushed out again, using various spells to clean the altar, replace the offerings, and inscribe magical runes, preparing for the summoning. In just a few moments, the altar had drastically changed its appearance. The demon mage was carried away, and another demon summoner stepped forward, another style of evil incantation resounding once more. But before Grand Duke Carlisle could continue watching, he was dragged out by Bonaparte III. Guided by guards, the two walked forward in silence, until they left the land of eternal darkness and entered the outside world, feeling the air thick with the smoke of war. Grand Duke Carlisle could no longer contain himself. Your Majesty, what was that just now? You guess it, didn't you? But, that was an abyssal demon. Making a pact with a demon king never ends well, then what am I supposed to do? Bonaparte III suddenly turned around, looking at Grand Duke Carlisle with bloodshot eyes, fierce yet helpless. You've seen the battle report. In just one day, only one day, the first line of defense at Verdun has been breached. The Habsburg Empire's magic cannons, bombers, aircraft, heavy machine guns, and flamethrowers. Look at them. Which of them can my current forces withstand? Even if I send out more legions, it's just sacrificing lives to delay their advance. What I need is a powerful legion that can stop the Habsburg Empire's army. Even if that legion comes from the abyss, even if it comes at a great cost, I'll accept it. Grand Duke Carlisle wanted to say something more. He wanted to talk about the demon's ferocity, the abyss's corruption, the hostility of other forces in Herka, and the dire consequences. But all of this, when it reached his lips, turned into a sigh. The situation was such, what could he do but lament? At this moment, Bonaparte I spoke again. You should understand why I summoned you here and showed you all this. Bonaparte is facing a life or death crisis. We can no longer afford to be afraid of our own safety. Grand Duke Carlisle, I know it's a bit much to send you back to the flower territory, but I truly have no other choice. Only you have the ability to complete such a crucial task. Moreover, there is still some remaining goodwill. This may not change anything, but at least that illegitimate son will receive you and give you a chance to speak. Grand Duke Carlisle gave a bitter smile. He said, I don't doubt that, Your Majesty, but what good is it if I can only speak? Your Majesty, it's not that I'm afraid of myself, but that goodwill only allows me to speak once. If I don't have something to offer him, going and failing to complete the mission will be pointless. So, it's not that I don't want to go, but that I cherish this opportunity more than anyone else. You already have it. What? The bargaining chip you mentioned, the one that can move him, I have found for you. What is it? Let's go. I'll show you. See for yourself, then you can judge for yourself. Alright, this time, Bonaparte I personally led the way, with Grand Duke Carlisle following. They remained silent until they reached a secret vault. A powerful guardian unlocked the magic key, opening the vault's door, and Bonaparte led them to its end. There, on a display shelf, lay a treasure, a rapier. Even with Grand Duke Carlisle's vast knowledge, he was stunned for a long time. After they emerged from the vault, Carlisle finally nodded. I accept this mission. P.S. Now I need to order the banquet gift packs. I'll continue writing when I get back. Chapter 524, The Flame Demon Legion makes its debut. On February 22, 316 of the new divine calendar, the second day of the Battle of Verdun, the Habsburg Empire once again initiated the attack. It was early morning, the sun had just risen, and the mist had not yet completely dissipated when the artillery positions were already set up. At a single command, they began rapidly loading, activating, and firing. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by deafening roars, flames spewed from the spreading smoke, and shells traced arcing trajectories as they landed on the battlefield. The earth trembled, shrapnel flew everywhere, mingling with dirt and vegetation, creating a terrifying blast. The soldiers still remaining in the trenches could only clutch their heads tightly, mouths agape, chanting prayers in whispers only they could hear, begging for divine protection. Then, they died in the artillery fire. The bombardment lasted a full hour, the area covered by the heavy magic cannons being plowed through again and again. Then came the fighter jets clearing the area to ensure air safety, then the bombers skimming low to destroy the last fortresses, then the infantry charging, the flamethrowers burning the tunnels to eliminate the remaining enemies. The same steps, the same procedures, yet still so efficient, still so unstoppable. The Bonaparte Empire wasn't unprepared, but all the preparations were rendered meaningless by the absolute crushing force. Even extraordinary powerhouses couldn't withstand the repeated bombardment. This time, the Empire captured the second line of defense in just half a day, and could easily continue advancing if needed. In flower territory, Roy once again led everyone to watch the live broadcast in the screening room, but after watching the same thing twice, the initial shock was gone. However, just when they thought the battle was over, a sudden change occurred. Above the battlefield, a legendary powerhouse suddenly descended, and beneath the vast, ocean-like magical energy, a scroll made of black dragon hide slowly unfurled. Even as a legendary mage, he still appeared quite strained. As he moved, the evil abyssal power spread outwards, seemingly alive, clinging to the space and continuously expanding outwards. The change came abruptly, but the Empire also had powerful protectors. A legendary mechanical mage suddenly emerged from the clouds, waving his wand, and a dark cannon barrel appeared out of thin air. The muzzle was as tall as a person, its surface covered with layers of magical runes, clearly created using a stacking technique. The actual gun carriage was hidden in the clouds, completely obscured. But the sense of threat emanating from the flowing magic caused beads of sweat to appear on the forehead of the legendary mage casting the spell. Boom! A deafening roar shook the space, the sea of clouds dissipated, revealing the damage. The cannon barrel spewed forth flames, and a massive cannonball shattered the air, leaving a trail of tear as it reached the legendary mage. However, at that moment, another figure appeared before the legendary mage. He waved his wand, and the fluctuations of his magic power transformed into spatial ripples, twisting and causing the cannonball to disappear. When it reappeared, it was already tens of miles away in midair, where it directly exploded. A mushroom cloud rose, and intense light and heat spread outwards. Wherever it passed, one could almost hear the crackling sound of space shattering. Even from a great distance. This single attack caused both legendary mages to break out in a cold sweat. You have to admit that mechanical mages lack precise control, but when they accumulate enough numbers, they can unleash extremely terrifying area damage. If he hadn't chosen to redirect the cannonball and had instead taken the hit head-on, even a legendary mage would have been hard-pressed to say he would have escaped unscathed. Then, before the aftershocks dissipated, the cannon barrel in the sea of clouds lit up again, and visible magic power surged. Clearly, this mechanical mage was not going to give up. However, this legendary mage dared not linger in place any longer. With a wave of his staff, space rippled, and his figure vanished and reappeared, disappearing and reappearing until he was hundreds of meters away. A legendary mage, the king of ranged attacks, actually felt that close combat was a safer option. And indeed, his choice proved correct. Although the mechanical legend wasn't afraid to fight another legend using magic, he had to sheath his terrifying fortress cannon. In an instant, a terrifying elemental explosion erupted above the sea of clouds, transforming into endless turbulence that spread in all directions. Even without seeing it, just feeling the aftershocks was terrifying. Of course, this wasn't the end. Another fourth-tier calamity rushed out, unleashing a full-force battle aura slash from afar, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, cutting straight across. Around the legendary mage, a calamity mage appeared, instantly casting more than 10 protective spells. The clash of battle aura and magic shattered more than 10 defensive spells before finally exhausting itself and being redirected in another direction by a high-level deflection field. Just then, a gunshot rang out, crisp and clear, still distinct amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The calamity mage's smile hadn't even fully blossomed before he was shot in the head, like a watermelon exploding. His body, now without support, plummeted straight from midair. The next second, another gunshot rang out, a specially crafted armor-piercing bullet aimed directly at the legendary mage. But in that instant of delay, a fourth-tier knight appeared before him. He wielded a thorny shield, dense water-based battle aura gathering within it, then angled it to block the attack. With a bang, the bullet grazed the thorny shield, leaving a long gash before flying into the sky. But at that moment, another spell descended, a black beam striking the thorny shield, and this once mountain-thick shield crumbled like sand. Another bolt of lightning struck, like a dragon in flight, blindingly bright, seemingly scorching the surrounding space with electricity. Yet, a lightning shield also rose, 12 in number, spinning rapidly, flashing with electricity, blocking all attacks and repelling all metallic substances. According to the mage's experiments, this spell was most effective against bullets, deflecting their trajectory and ignoring most metal projectiles. Even artillery shells, unless they were heavy artillery shells with extremely powerful shrapnel impact, could be ignored. Around the legendary mage, another cataclysmic mage appeared, activating this lightning magic. But the Empire responded swiftly. Under the turbulent magical energy, a meteorite fell directly from the sky, precisely locking onto its target, trailing a fiery tail, and crashing down. No matter how powerful the lightning shield was, it was powerless against such an unreasonable meteorite impact. But then, a berserker appeared in midair, roaring as he activated his berserk mode, blood-stained battle aura rising and swirling around his great axe. A roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted as he swung his axe. His figure was so small, yet this aura slash seemed capable of sweeping across the heavens and earth, ultimately striking the descending meteorite. Boom! A deafening roar followed, and the meteorite shattered, flames raining down like a downpour. But this axe strike didn't completely shatter the meteorite. However, this scourge berserker had been careful. He struck from the side, deflecting the fiery meteorite, which grazed the legendary warrior as it crashed into the earth, leaving a terrifying crater. Another scourged knight charged forward, riding a stone iron dragon, launching a wild charge. Facing him was an archer, his ears twitching as he drew his great bow, unleashing arrows like shooting stars. It's hard to describe the chaos that ensued in that short time. On the Imperial side, dozens of powerful figures unleashed their attacks, bombarding the enemy with their most prized magic, aura slashes, and specially crafted armor-piercing bullets. On the Allied side, they erected their strongest defenses, advancing wave after wave, using defensive combat techniques, magical shields, their bodies, their weapons, and even their lives. Centered around the legendary mage, hundreds of Calamity warriors were entangled in a brutal battle of offense and defense. A fourth-tier Calamity, what a formidable force. An ordinary noble family could guarantee decades of prosperity with just one such warrior. Even a traditional marquisate could only support 2 or 3. But now? Hundreds of calamities clashed, blood raining down, corpses falling like mortals, countless had perished in a short time. Of course, not all Calamity warriors were adept at melee combat. One Calamity assassin carefully slipped through the battlefield and reached the rear. Thus, a sharpshooter, skilled in sniping and responsible for at least 2 deaths, had his throat slit. However, this assassin also revealed his location, becoming the target of concentrated fire from other powerful figures. From this point onward, the entire sky battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, spreading outwards. Overall, however, the Empire was at a disadvantage. While their attacks were sharp, they struggled to penetrate the core. In terms of resources, the Habsburg Empire ultimately fell short, which was why they were unwilling to easily open up high-level battlefields. Even though Verdun was the Empire's main breakthrough point, and they had deployed many powerful warriors there, it still couldn't compare to the temporary mobilization of the Bonaparte Empire. Of course, this battle didn't last long, because the legendary mage at the center finally finished chanting his incantation. The scroll of the demonic dragon's hide shattered completely, and the turbulent abyssal power transformed into a giant hand, tearing open space itself. It was a crack tens of thousands of meters long in mid-air, through which a crimson world could be seen. Then, with a heart-shaking roar, surging lava flowed down, forming a waterfall. The fiery lava, upon contact with the earth, immediately spread outwards, creating a river of lava in a short time. Bubbles churned within the lava, and twisted demon heads rose, stepped forward, and emerged from the river. Great demons, fire demons, mighty demons, lava demons, robust demons, berserker demons, demon overlords, and, every so often, the largest, strongest, and most arrogant fire demons. Under the fire demons' restraint, they did not immediately charge, but instead lined up before the river of lava. Their numbers increased, until they were densely packed, countless. And beyond the fissure, within the lava, a colossal head crowned with flames rose. The lord of the Baylor fire demons, Kadam, revealed himself, his fiery eyes piercing across the plain, greedily eyeing this new world. So many delicious and fresh souls, my flame demon legion, charge. Bring your master the most delicious snacks, kill, 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 kill. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, the commander-in-chief of this battle, the Empire's new crown prince, stared intently at the magic mirror before him. A huge grin spread across his face, and his roar seemed to shake the rooftops, but only in this way could he vent his emotions. He exclaimed, "I knew it! I knew it! These shameless bastards, disgrace to the nobility, sons of bitches, they definitely pulled the stunt at the crucial moment. They can't win, so they resort to all sorts of vicious methods, summoning the Abyss Legion, those clergy of the church, chanting eternal light, dispel darkness, but evil is right before their eyes, and they pretend not to see it. Who's making this move? Oh, the Baylor Flame Demon King. Which level of the Abyss is he on again? I don't care if he dies. I'll show them that the Habsburg Empire isn't to be trifled with, and that the same tricks won't always work. Notify the frontline infantry legions to retreat first. Also, inform the artillery units. 6 rounds of artillery fire. Finally, that's right, the magic tank battalion, they've been holding back for so long. Finally they can unleash their power. Charge. I'll show them that before the king of land warfare, even the Flame Demon Legion is like a chicken or a dog. Kill. 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 P.S. This chapter was very easy to write. Chapter 525, The Demon King's Unending Pleasure. Inside the screening room of the mechanical mage tower at Lion Manor, as the dragon skin scroll was taken out, the power of the abyss spread, and a sudden question arose in Loy's mind. He turned slightly to look at the red dragon Virgil Barrel and asked, "Are these demon kings all fools?" Virgil, the red dragon, turned his head, looking at Loy as if he were a fool. "Those are demon kings, near immortal beings, whose lifespan rivals that of a complete plane. Living in the abyss, even most gods might not be able to defeat them. Such great beings, and you call them fools? Ahem, that's not what I meant." Loy realized he had misspoke and rephrased his words, saying, "Since they possess intelligence, why can't they see that this summons is just to use them as henchmen?" Of course they can see it. Since they can see it, why are they so enthusiastic about it? Virgil finally understood Loy's confusion. If they knew they were just henchmen, why did they agree? Why send the demon army here to participate in the war, thus causing losses to ourselves? Why come even knowing it's a trap and many demons will die? This was a question worth pondering. Virgil, the red dragon, thought for a moment before speaking. "Your confusion stems from viewing the demon kings from your own perspective. As a human, a lord, it's understandable that you cherish your people and warriors. But these are abyssal demons. Demons aren't human. Their thoughts differ greatly from humans, making your thinking laughable." "How so?" "The relationships between demons aren't as peaceful as you think. These chaotic creatures, once they reach a certain strength, often resort to underhanded tactics. If two demon lords emerge in a region, one must die. Therefore, even a demon king won't allow his subordinates to become too powerful. Furthermore, the birth and growth of demons is far faster than you imagine. They can rapidly grow stronger through slaughter. As a result, regular cleansing to maintain a constant number of demons within their territory is something they must do. Rather than slaughtering themselves, they'd rather engage in interdimensional wars. It's all about attrition anyway, and these are interdimensional wars." "Do you know how much these demon kings can gain?" Loy pressed. "What else can they gain from war?" "First, there are the sacrifices. Sacrifices that can communicate with other planes are naturally incredibly valuable, especially materials like pure souls, which are essential nutrients for the growth of demon lords. Then there are the spoils of war, the souls killed by demons, tainted with the abyss's aura, or abducted by the abyss when they enter the underworld. This is pleasing the will of the abyss, which yields enormous rewards. You must understand that the will of the abyss and the plane's general consciousness are completely different. The plane's general consciousness is merely a collection of consciousnesses, its primary function being self-preservation, reacting instinctively like a conditioned reflex. But the will of the abyss is more proactive, more aggressive, and reveres killing, bloodshed, sacrifice, and death. The souls captured in plane wars are what the will of the abyss craves most. If plane wars become too frequent, even conquering a prime material plane and dragging it into the abyss, the benefits would be unimaginable. For example, the legendary undead King Orcus, due to his outstanding military achievements, directly or indirectly caused the sinking of no fewer than 5 prime material planes into the abyss. Thus, the will of the abyss elevated him to the status of son of the abyss. Unfortunately, his high profile made other demon kings uneasy, and then he disappeared without a trace. Therefore, demon kings are never stingy in lending their power, especially in large-scale wars like this one. They truly enjoy it. The red dragon Virgil was answering very seriously, but towards the end, he noticed that Loy seemed somewhat distracted. This displeased him, but when he turned his head, he was drawn to the scene on the magic mirror. There, under the command of the Balrog King, countless demons launched a charge. In every sense, demons are far more chaotic species than the Slavs. Their battles are devoid of coordination, cooperation, or formation. But you cannot deny their ferocity, and the combat experience accumulated from countless life or death experiences, and their instinctive avoidance of danger. Their fighting style was all about charging straight in, using overwhelming force to break through the defenses and kill every living thing in sight. This time was no exception. The difference was that this time, the Empire had anticipated the Allied forces' lack of sportsmanship and had prepared contingency plans. Imperial soldiers quickly retreated back to their original positions, relying on trenches for defensive operations. They created a crossfire network with heavy machine guns, used snipers to pinpoint the most powerful demons, and their specially made holy water bullets were extremely damaging to demons, like sulfuric acid, quickly dissolving huge wounds. There was also semi-automatic rifle fire, close-range bombardment with rocket launchers and grenades, and even a dozen mortars to prevent the enemy from getting close. The only thing that was useless was the fire soldiers. These demons had magical resistance from rolling in lava and didn't care about being burned. You have to admit, even a powerful demon legion was temporarily held back hundreds of meters away. Although they charged fiercely and howled incessantly, the demons at the front were torn to shreds by bullets. But that wasn't all. Once the artillery positions at the rear were ready, they opened fire at a command. Smoke billowed, cannons spat flames, and shells, trailing arcs, crashed into the battlefield. Boom. Coom. Boom. 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 Coom. Boom. 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 Coom. Boom. 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 Coom. 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 Boom. 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 Coom. Boom. 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 Boom for demons. They are raised and nurtured in the bottomless abyss, where they can awaken magical abilities and formidable close combat skills. Humans, on the other hand, have to invest far too much to cultivate a third-tier transcendent. Now, they seem to have glimpsed a possibility in confronting the demon army. However, the demon army is not as fragile as imagined. Just then, within the range of the artillery fire, long whips of fire were lashed out. These whips, seemingly composed of magma, radiated astonishing heat and could extend hundreds of meters when lashed. The whips coiled up, transforming into projectiles that detonated in midair. A deep roar followed, like the fury of a savage beast, the rolling sound waves churning the air and creating a spreading shockwave that blew away all the debris from the explosions. As if receiving a command, more than 10 fire demons attacked simultaneously. They exerted their strength again, leaping high into the air, tracing an arc before crashing into the enemy lines. Enveloped in flames, its massive body seemed impervious to bullets. Its whip transformed into a massive X, crashing down once more. The earth trembled, and abyssal fire erupted, igniting countless Imperial soldiers who were incinerated. The power of the Balrog, a top-tier abyssal demon, was truly beyond the reach of mortals. Taking advantage of this respite, demons took flight, becoming aerial units. Not all demons could fly, but at least a quarter possessed wings. They hovered at low altitudes, their range of movement vast, condensing fireballs in their hands, unleashing devastating splash damage. Even the demons on the ground erected magical shields, charging forward. The most ferocious were the burly demons, their skin crimson, their bodies bulging with muscles, wielding spiked clubs. They loved melee combat, enjoying smashing enemy heads with their clubs, but that didn't mean they lacked magic. Demons possess innate magical abilities that awaken automatically as they grow and advance. A group of burly demons, shields blazing with crimson flames, charged forward. Each stomp created a small-scale shockwave, their physiques ridiculously powerful. Small-caliber bullets were mere tickles to these demons, and mortars and rocket launchers did little damage. Only heavy magic-powered artillery could kill them. And the number of demons following behind them grew ever larger. Especially from the lava river, countless demons of all kinds continued to emerge. At this moment, the eyes of many before the magic mirror dimmed. Perhaps the magic-powered weapon legion was indeed powerful, but it was still no match for a true demon army. They possessed numbers, strength, and were fearless, tireless, and experienced in combat. How could they possibly fight them? But just as this thought crossed their minds, another change occurred. Behind the Imperial lines, in front of the artillery positions, mages rapidly gathered. They were all busy in their designated positions, activating the anchored special rifts and unfurling magic scrolls. Ripples spread through the space beneath the surging magic, and portals of varying sizes began to appear out of thin air. The fastest, located at the core, was created by a mage with a deeper understanding of spatial magic, thus, the portal opened the fastest. A rumbling sound came from the other end of the portal, and a dark cannon barrel emerged. The glowing magical light indicated it was activated and ready to fire at any moment. Then came steel armor, rolling tracks, 2 heavy machine guns, and the tank commander sitting atop the steel monster, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. The commander was extremely excited and extremely sensitive. Almost the instant he charged out, he saw a rampaging fire demon. Without hesitation, he issued the order, target fire demon. Fire demon. Fire. Open fire. Open fire, boom. A tremor shook the heavy, magic-powered tank. And amidst the flames, a shell was launched. The Balrog sensed the threat, growling as it transformed its massive axe into a shield, holding it in front of it. Then, the collision of the cannonball and the shield, the first clash between the magically constructed weapon of war and the most powerful demon of the abyss, ensued. Boom. Another deafening roar echoed as the cannonball exploded, sparks flying everywhere, countless fragments scattering in all directions. Even the mighty Balrog, unable to withstand the onslaught, was sent flying as well. At that moment, countless people before the magic mirror stood up abruptly, their eyes glued to the screen. Also at that moment, 10 temporary portals along that line were activated. Then, one magical tank after another, roaring with their engines, surged into the battlefield. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.